Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Recollection of Recollection Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Here we are. Good morning. How are you? Let me get this Karen Reed trial pulled up. We got nothing happening in the courtroom. Let's boost the court audio in advance. That's the kind of high quality you get here at Recollection Law. Pre-boosted audio. Let me see. Present. Share screen. Karen Reed. Oh, hey. There's weird sounds coming out of there. I don't trust it. Oh my gosh. Let's see. What else am I doing? How do I live? Oh, here we go. Holy cats. Sorry, trying to organize my windows. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Oh my God. This shirt is gay. Oh, you haven't even seen gay shirts. Wait till you see what comes out the rest of this week. Oh my gosh. Good morning, junkie. Well, good morning to you, Dark Brian. You sound like a chipper fellow. Oh my goodness. Some of y'all need anger management. Get off my screen. Anyway, so how's it going? Today we have Karen Reed, start of week 3. We're going to resume the testimony of, I don't remember her name. It's the lady.
You are unmuted.
I am unmuted. The lady who's a chemist 4 or whatever, the forensic lab.
All right, why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
Cross-exam of her, I believe. Yeah, it was just started by Yannetti. Yannetti? I think that's a lawyer's name. Oh yeah, court's there, but they immediately went to sidebar. So I'm not going to pull it up yet. Oh my gosh. Yes, Beyonce Knowles. That's right. Sorry that I look like a car salesman right now. I just got out of the shower because, you know, that's the morning. And guys, have you seen this Mary Lincolns on Twitter? This Mary Lincolns, I'd like you would know. There's this account on Twitter called Mary Lincolns, and it's it's like a boomer's guide to the internet. It is flippin' hilarious. I can't get over it. Twitter's too funny. It's too much funny for something that's free. You never know. Like, I can't trust it because of that. Yeah, because it keeps stealing my lunch money, which is my Twitter ad revenue. I want my $7 a month or whatever, Musk. Oh, I gotta reset this. We do have a whole bunch of new voices available on Super Tip. I'll get I'll talk about them in a little bit. I just gotta reboot this. Let's see. I think I can do this in properties. Refresh the cache of the current page. Okay, that should work now. Anyway, so we've got new Super Tip voices. Maybe I should. Maybe I should send one. Try out one of these new voices. Oh my goodness. Come on, court. Do anything. Right now, the cameraman's like, who do I point this thing at? I don't even know. So we're going to have now, I'm remembering, we were on, coming into cross-examination of Knowles. Last name is Knowles. I don't know. She looks like a lunch lady of sorts. And we're coming into cross-examination of her. And what they're going to do is they're just going to discredit the shit out of the lab that has Karen Reed's blood alcohol content at a 0.093. I think it was. Because if they, the 0.093, well, the 0.093 was from the hospital lab, and this is from a forensic lab, but I think they're going to discredit them too. That's the whole point of this, right? Discredit the witness when it's an expert witness that works for a lab or whatever that's opposed to you. Discredit the whole lab. Don't stop at just one witness. That's inefficient. Okay, here we go. Let's go with Tony, do you want me to get out? Oh, I can't say chain them to a metal chair. I should tie them lovingly, maybe. Tie them gently to a metal chair. Maybe it was the serving them pizza casserole. I think that might be what actually was the violent content. It is. Maybe I can't say tie. The tie that binds. I can't affix them to a metal chair. It's got to be serve them pizza casserole. Let's see. Maybe if I could staple them to a metal chair. I don't know how to type nonviolent messages. I need a grown-up. I need I'm just going to say I should serve them pizza casserole. See if it still has violent content. Oh, no, that one worked. Here we go. Let's do this quick. So this is the depressed incel lawyer voice. It's brand new.
Why don't the girls like me? I should serve them pizza casserole.
Aw. Oh, my goodness. I don't know. That voice sounded kind of like Barbara Streisand. It's probably illegal. How are my cats? They're really good because I made a bunch of chicken the other night and then I left it out. Cause like my kids just decide sometimes that they're busy. So they don't, they don't come up to eat right away. So I left the food out for them and then I fell asleep. So then I had a bunch of chicken that was cooked, but not, can't eat it anymore. And so I sent it out for the cats. So they were in heaven. Stupid cats. Oh, I should probably tweet out that we're live. Hold on 1 second. We are live for Karen Reed. Day 9. Get in here and watch this forensic tech.
All rise for the jury, please.
And starting off on a Monday with a forensic cross exam that's rude. That's rude. Death Trout, I didn't buy this shirt. This shirt was a gift. What do you mean what happened to her with Bronca? His tombstone, his bullet-riddled tombstone is on the thumbnail.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
I think I can't say Norfolk.
Right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, juries. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or no. Wonderfully. Were you also able to follow the instruction and
It's from Eric July, Death Trout.
Independent research or investigation into this case?
Said he'd send me to rehab. He bought me this shirt.
Yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Wait, what?
Understood that the defense informed
Yeah.
they're still on cross-examination.
I'm sorry.
You are sorry.
Okay.
Dumb old lady. Why aren't you paying attention to your own trial?
I had said to cut me off so that we could end early, but no, I have more.
Okay, I didn't know that. I'm glad Mr. Brennan knew that. All right, come back in, Ms.
No,
Reed, please.
everybody else in the courtroom knew that, moron. God. She was passed out. Did you guys? I don't know if I'll see if I can find the picture. There's a picture of her just
I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
zonked out at the end of last week's testimony.
All right, Mr. Yannetti.
No, Death Trout, this shirt is made from his comics, like pages of his comics glued together.
Good morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Ma'am, on Friday.
Holy crap, she looks terrified.
About the fact that the Mass State Police Crime Lab is accredited as a forensic lab, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you discussed the fact that as a forensic chemist 4, you help to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements, and making sure that you're complying with accreditation standards, correct?
Yes, that's one of my job duties and responsibilities.
You also acknowledge
That is a
in
serious
contrast
mole.
to the accreditation standards of your
Right below the-
forensic lab.
Right there.
The standards of a hospital lab may be different, correct?
I have no direct knowledge of what the standards at a hospital are, and so I can't say whether they're the same or if they're different. I'm just unfamiliar with them.
And you're unfamiliar with the standards at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of their accreditation status or requirements or body.
And you know that they were the ones to do the blood draw in this case, correct?
That's consistent with the medical records I had available for review prior to preparing my report.
And you cannot vouch for that ethanol testing, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of the accuracy or reliability. My calculations are solely based on the results of the Good Samaritan lab.
For instance, you don't know how the arm was prepared when the blood was drawn?
Correct. I was not present and I have no knowledge of the policies and procedures of blood draw at Good Samaritan Hospital, nor this case specifically.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Excuse me, you can't vouch for the tubes and vials that Good Samaritan uses?
I can see the super
Correct,
tips
I
that come
cannot.
in before they
Are you
show
aware
up.
that there was a
Great.
recall on certain tubes and vials because there was a contamination determined by the manufacturer?
Sustained.
What?
You can't vouch for how Good Samaritan stores, preserves, and assures the integrity of its equipment, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of those topics.
Now, excuse me, at your lab, you do both a screening test and a confirmatory test, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
The confirmatory test is a second and separate test. You rerun the same sample again, correct?
Depending on the type of samples that are submitted and the facts of the case, we will either use the same sample that screened positive or that sample as well as another to run duplicate analysis and compare them. It depends on the materials available and the nature of the case.
Understood. So you do that to ensure that there's no error in the testing, correct?
It's part of many of the steps involved to ensure accuracy and reliability of the results that are reported.
And you realize that when you're doing this testing, because you're a forensic lab, you may ultimately be testifying in court. You want to make sure you get it right, correct?
Yes,
And the confirmatory test acts as a fail-safe against false positives, for example.
correct. The screening and the confirmatory test are typically using different methodologies or different techniques to ensure that a false positive under one technique would not have similar issues with the confirmatory technique.
Okay. In this case, your lab did not do any confirmatory testing, correct?
My lab did not have samples submitted for this individual to perform testing on.
You know of no confirmatory testing that was done by Good Samaritan, correct?
I don't know what their policies and procedures are and if the results on the report were the results of confirmatory testing or otherwise.
You just had to assume the accuracy of the testing that they did do, correct?
I used the results that were reported on the medical records provided to perform calculations.
And you cannot testify that the testing done at Good Samaritan meets your accreditation standards, correct?
Correct.
Now, your lab does whole blood testing, does it not?
If whole blood is submitted for a case, then we will test whole blood. If serum or plasma is the only available sample appropriate for testing, then we will proceed with testing on serum or plasma.
Whole blood testing leads to more accurate readings of the percentage of alcohol in somebody's blood, correct?
Correct. If you would like to know the percentage of alcohol in someone's blood, the best sample to test would be their blood.
And you've learned through
Yeah,
your
I mean, no,
training
you test something
experience
else.
that, many hospitals, including
much
Good
alcohol's in your
Samaritan,
blood?
use a different method of
his
testing
semen.
than whole blood testing, correct?
Yes.
Good Samaritan uses serum or plasma testing as opposed to whole blood testing.
I'm not familiar with their specific technique or methodology. I haven't undergone training for their methods, but it is my understanding that the type of sample used for their method is serum or plasma.
Now, whole blood includes plasma, but it also includes white blood cells, platelets, and red blood cells, correct?
Correct. Typically, we describe serum or plasma as the liquid portion of blood, and the other cellular components that you described typically are removed or separated before testing.
Plasma has a higher water content than red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets, right?
Yes, it is.
Some has a higher
Alcohol
liquor
is highly
content.
soluble in
Wait, no,
water,
that's what this is
it not?
about. That wasn't
Yes.
funny.
So alcohol has a better affinity with water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That means that alcohol prefers to distribute into the more watery components of blood, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that also means that alcohol is found in higher concentrations in serum and plasma testing than in whole blood testing, correct?
That's correct. That difference in water content is the basis of the serum conversion that I described on Friday.
Okay. So a lab like Good Samaritans, that in this case did serum or plasma testing, will therefore provide results of blood alcohol concentration that are higher than what the true blood alcohol concentrations are, correct?
The serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentrations that they report on their medical records would be higher than the corresponding blood alcohol concentration. That's correct.
So to translate
The
the Good
view
Samaritan results
botting.
into a more accurate reading of blood alcohol content, you need to
Yeah.
convert the serum and plasma results
On my view
to
bot.
what those results would be in whole blood testing, correct?
I'll allow it. Can you answer it as stated?
Yes. The accuracy of the value isn't changed by the reading, it's a different value. It's a serum or plasma alcohol concentration versus an estimated blood alcohol concentration. So if it is helpful or relevant to know what the whole blood analysis would have been if the testing had been performed on whole blood, then that conversion, starting with the serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentration, is helpful to do.
But to calculate a precise conversion rate, you'd first need to know precisely the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
The range of serum factors or serum conversion factors that are used in the preparation of my report and the calculations that I performed accounts for total body water variation from individual to individual. The reason I use between 13 and 19% and not just one single value is because I don't know the specific conversion factor that would be appropriate for an individual when I have medical records to review.
I think that was a long way of saying yes to my question, right? My question was to calculate a precise conversion rate for somebody, you'd first need to precisely know the amount of water in that person's blood, correct?
Just ask it differently, Mr. Nagel.
Is it scientifically possible to predict with accuracy a precise conversion rate for one individual person?
Yes.
Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
There is a normal variation between individuals.
I'm sorry, I'm going to do my best to ask yes or no questions.
And then you just answer the question. Answer the question.
And have you explain, but
So
this will go more quickly.
No comments. Just go ahead and ask a question.
Sure.
Hey, Judge, maybe if you had her
Everybody has
actually
a
answer
different
the
amount of
question.
water in his or her blood, correct?
Yes.
And there are a number of factors that influence the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
Yes.
What is hematocrit?
I don't know.
Hematocrit is the percentage of red blood cells in whole blood cells. Do you know that?
Sustained.
Are you aware that individual hematocrit can vary and that it affects the water content in blood?
Sustained.
It's bad when a lawyer knows more than the
Factor
forensic
in
tech.
determining the amount of water in their blood.
I don't know.
Could
Hands are
somebody's
itchy this
gender
morning.
affect the amount of water in their blood?
Depends. Depends how much wine they had.
Could when somebody had eaten and what somebody had eaten before the blood was drawn affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes.
It's possible, but I'm not aware of those factors being considered when performing total body water calculations.
Would how frequently a person uses the restroom affect the amount of water in their blood?
As it would relate to their state of hydration, it's possible, but again, I'm not familiar with performing precise calculations on individuals. It's not a routine part of my job, and it's not in the scope of my expertise.
Would medications, some medications, potentially affect the amount of water in somebody's blood?
Yes.
It's possible, yes.
I'm gonna
And
cut
conversion
avocados
factors
in a minute.
Vary significantly between individuals, but they can also vary within the same individual over time, can they not?
I believe so, yes.
And all of the factors that we've discussed that you've adopted can impact the conversion factor that is used, correct?
Yes.
And there is no one universally agreed upon conversion factor, correct?
Correct. There is a range that is agreed upon, but not a singular conversion factor.
Right. And the range that you used was 1.13 to 1.19, correct?
Yes.
All right.
You recognize, however, that with all the factors affecting the amount of water in somebody's blood, from person to person, and even within one person over time, some people can fall outside the range that you used, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize that some studies have shown a conversion rate from serum to whole blood can be higher than 1.19, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of a study by Rainey, R-A-I-N-E-Y, reporting conversion rates as high as 1.59?
Yes.
And if the conversion rate is higher, that would mean that the actual blood alcohol concentration would be lower, correct?
Yes.
So if you're using a
They're
range of
inversely
conversion factors
proportional.
that does not capture what the conversion factor should be for the individual that you're testing, you can't have confidence in the result, correct?
Correct. The range that is utilized is looking at studies of large groups of people to try to capture as accurately as possible most individuals in the population, but it would not cover 100% of scenarios with all the factors that you've described.
Okay, and you'd agree that your conversion of serum to whole blood here is imprecise, correct?
The conversion was performed within the policies and procedures of the laboratory and the best practice recommendations for my field.
But it is imprecise.
Just say it. You have to.
Can you repeat the question?
It's
Let's move on.
imprecise.
The conversion from
You
serum
don't-
to whole blood
That made her
did
look
not
worse
end
than the answer.
calculations that you needed to do in order to testify here today, correct?
Correct.
The conversion from serum to whole blood only translated what Ms. Reed's blood alcohol supposedly would have been, or was, I'm sorry, at the hospital at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked to try to find out what her blood alcohol level would have been 7 or 8 hours earlier, closer to midnight or sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., correct?
The time utilized for my calculations was 12:45 a.m.
So you started with the results that you obtained from your serum to whole blood conversion, right?
Yes.
Which was an imprecise calculation,
Which was intending to cover the majority of population.
but was it
and
imprecise?
It followed the policies and procedures of my
What
laboratory.
was the precise number then? Was there a precise number or was it imprecise?
The range,
I'm not talking about a range. I know that you'd like to say that.
All
Was
right.
there a precise number, ma'am?
the results of my report was not a single number. It is a range of numbers.
Let's move on, Ms. Giannini.
Yes. Once you get that range, you have to do an extrapolation on top of that to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been at 12:45, 7 or 8 hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
But in order, excuse me, in order to do that extrapolation, you need to make assumptions about things that you do not know, correct?
Yes.
In terms of processing alcohol, there is an absorption phase, a plateau, and an elimination phase, correct?
Yes, that's accurate and consistent with my understanding.
And
Maybe
during the
for you.
absorption phase, blood alcohol concentration can be rising, correct?
Yes.
And to determine whether somebody is in the absorption phase or the elimination phase, you need to know when their last drink was, correct?
Yes, if you're performing that type of calculation, or if you're trying to determine if they've reached their maximum, that would be helpful information to have.
The longer the time between the last drink and the test, the more variability and potential for error there is in the extrapolation, correct?
Can you ask the question again, please?
In this case, you assumed that Ms. Reed's last drink was at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, the calculation assumed for the maximum calculation that no alcohol had been consumed between 1.5 and 2 hours prior to that time interval start at 12:45 a.m.
Okay. And the test wasn't until 9:08 a.m.?
Yes,
The range that you came up with was 0.14 to 0.28%, correct?
yes, 0.14 to 0.28 grams percent.
And that was a very wide range, was it not?
It certainly is.
0.28 is double 0.14?
Yep.
And that range is so wide because there are a lot of unknowns about the way each person individually processes alcohol, correct?
There's a lot of interpersonal differences. That's correct.
There are a lot of different factors that would impact somebody's blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
What somebody had to eat can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
The contents of their stomach or what they had eaten recently does not impact the rates of elimination that I use for my calculation, but it can factor into the absorption part of the curve and can impact that maximum amount that's reached.
Okay. Their body weight can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
Correct. Again, it would not necessarily, or it could be included in the rate of elimination range that I use for my calculations. The person's body weight has more to do with, again, the absorption, the maximum concentration, the first parts of the curve, and not the elimination portion that we're discussing when we're doing retrograde extrapolation.
And the first word of your answer was correct, right?
Yes.
A person's metabolic rate can impact their blood alcohol concentration because different people metabolize alcohol at different rates, correct?
Yes.
In addition, regarding the timing of the last drink, you were not with Ms. Reed on the late evening of January 28th or the early morning of January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct. I was not.
You have no personal knowledge of when Ms. Reed had her last drink, correct?
Correct.
Were you informed that Ms. Reed was upset after 12:45 a.m. when you were doing these
So
calculations?
this is a problem.
I don't believe so.
She could have been metabolizing
Did you
alcohol
know-
the whole time,
were
but she
you
also could have.
informed that she went to John O'Keefe's
been
house
drinking.
in Canton and was the only adult in the house at that time after 12:45?
Assisting.
Are you aware of what type of alcohol John O'Keefe had available in his house at that time?
Assisting.
Were you aware that she was waiting for John O'Keefe to come home, but he never did?
Assisting.
Do you have any personal knowledge of whether Ms. Reed poured herself a drink during the hours of 12:45 a.m.
This is a critical
and
question.
6 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
No, I do not.
And do you know whether she had more than one drink during those hours?
No, I do not.
Assume that Ms. Reed did have something alcoholic to drink.
This is how you do
after
this without
12:45
your
a.m.
client testifying.
Would that affect your assumptions about whether she was in the absorption or the elimination phase?
Yes, it would.
And if she did have something to drink after 12:45 a.m., what would that do to your calculations?
The foundation of my calculations would be incorrect. I would need to perform different calculations or factor in the information as it would become available and issue a different report.
Okay. So if your assumption of when she had her last drink was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with over 8 hour time span between the time of interest and the time that the blood sample was collected, that adjustment in the calculation intending to avoid overshooting the blood alcohol concentration may or may not be enough to address that. And if new, more accurate information was available, then I would need to incorporate that in the discussion and calculations.
Right. So in answer to my question, if your assumption about when the last drink was consumed was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions are accurate today.
Correct.
I'll allow it.
Now, were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Albert?
Sounds like a lot,
No.
Were you ever asked to determine
a
the
lot
blood
of doubt
alcohol
on
level
her
of
blood
Brian
alcohol
Higgins?
level.
Sustained.
Were you asked to determine the blood alcohol level of anyone except for Karen Reed in this case?
I'll allow that.
To the best of my knowledge, my
No.
only involvement with this case in my unit was the request to perform these calculations on this individual.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
That's it for cross exam. Very effective cross. He got her to basically admit that her their blood alcohol concentration measurements are not reliable.
Morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Now, again, how many serum conversions have you performed over your years at the lab?
Looks like quite a few.
It's hard to know an exact number, but at least over 100.
And the ethanol reading or the alcohol reading within
That's
Ms.
not
Reed's
very
medical
many.
records that you testified to previously last week.
To me,
What
I
was
don't know.
that
Maybe
reading
I'm
again?
wrong.
93 milligrams per deciliter.
And that reading in milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you would see alcohol recorded in hospital records?
Yes, it is.
And specifically hospital records that you would then be asked to perform a serum conversion on.
Yes.
Now, with respect to your calculations in this case, did you perform these calculations consistent with how you have done in each and every prior instance within your work at the lab?
Yes, the serum conversion factors have been adjusted since I first started doing these, but the same type of math was performed, and I'd used the approved conversion factors that are published in our protocols with each one that I did.
Now, what is the difference between whole blood and serum?
Whole blood is blood as we think of it, with both the liquid and the cellular components as it exists in our bodies. Serum is the liquid portion of blood after those cellular components have been removed.
And how does the difference between them impact your testing or your calculations?
Because of the different water content in whole blood versus serum, that means that if we would like to compare a serum alcohol concentration and a whole blood alcohol concentration, that we have to apply a conversion factor to be able to compare those two. The serum alcohol concentration is always higher than the whole blood alcohol concentration.
And that difference, is that accounted for within the calculations or the conversion factors that you utilize?
Yes.
And how so?
The worst part about listening to these things is realizing
the conversion
how much
factors
bullshit.
By dividing by 1.13 and 1.19 can adjust for the difference between the water content and therefore the serum and whole blood ratio that's observed in studies.
And that change in conversion factors, does that benefit the defendant in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Or ask it differently.
Wait, benefit how?
The change in conversion factors recently implemented in your lab and your protocols,
It's a fucking.
who does that benefit?
Go away.
The question of benefit depends on the context. Speaking to the math, dividing by a larger number means the resulting number would be smaller. So the whole blood alcohol concentration numbers would be smaller when using the current between 13 and 19% factors, as opposed to the previously used between 12 and 18% factors.
Now, these conversion factors, where again do they come from?
The conversion factors come from published studies involving individuals that consumed alcohol, had samples collected from them, and their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations were compared. Those conversion factors are present in the protocols in use in the laboratory where I work, and they're also consistent with best practice recommendations or consensus body documents in the field that I work.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about a number of different factors. Are those factors incorporated within the conversion factors in the published scientific literature supporting those conversion factors?
By basing it on studies with like a large number of people, that's the intention, is to capture the interpersonal differences in different factors within that range that's used.
Now, if you know, how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase with reference to bladder loss?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I don't think I understood the.
Poor question. Let me
phrase.
rephrase. So you were asked some questions on cross-examination about how frequently someone uses the restroom in the elimination phase, correct?
I believe I was, yes.
And do you have any idea from your training and experience as far as how much alcohol is typically lost by an individual during the elimination phase through the bladder?
Do you know that?
I do.
Oh, do you?
Less than 5%. The vast majority of alcohol is eliminated from the body by an enzyme that breaks it down from alcohol into carbon dioxide and water. I can't remember exactly how much is generally eliminated, but I believe
The
it's less
question
than
isn't about
5%
the
of
alcohol
total
being
blood alcohol
eliminated.
concentration.
It's the body's water content being eliminated.
Now, you were asked about whether or not the
Body
defendant had a
dehydrating
drink
itself.
after 12:45 a.m. Do you have any evidence that the defendant did in fact have any alcohol to drink after 12:45 a.m.? If there was a drink at approximately 1 a.m., what kind of impact would that have on your calculations?
It would depend on how much had been consumed. If any alcohol had been consumed, then it would adjust the calculations depending on that information.
And what I'm asking, Ms. Knowles, is if there is a slight differential in the time of incident or last drink, how much impact would that have on the range that you're able to calculate?
I'm not sure.
Now, you testified as far as the range being on the retrograde analysis being between a 0.14 and a 0.28, correct?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of what the legal limit is in Massachusetts?
I'm going to sustain that, actually.
Oh, thanks.
Why is there such a varying range?
Because there's such variation between individuals with their rates of elimination, the calculation used both a sort of extreme low and extreme high rate of elimination. Because we don't know the individual's rate of elimination, that range is intentionally wide to ensure that the actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between it. It's intending to account for a lot of the factors that we've been discussing. It's intentionally a wide range because there are so many unknown factors, and it was so much time that had elapsed between the time of interest and the time of collection.
And based on your calculations, as far as the 93 milligrams per deciliter, what does that convert to as far as the blood alcohol concentration for the defendant at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter in serum alcohol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.082 grams percent.
And from your calculations in your retrograde analysis, what was the range that you
Lower
were able to calculate
than the legal limit
for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th?
Between 0.14 and 0.28 grams percent.
And 0.14, 0.28, and every number in between is higher than 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further. No further questions.
All right, Ms. Knowles, you're all set. Thank you very much. All right, Commonwealth's next witness, please, or
Commonwealth calls Ryan Nagel.
Ryan Nagel. Brennan sounds like the Ferengi Grand Negus from Deep Space Nine. I know that's a nerd reference, but I think it's the same guy that did Vincini or whatever from Princess Bride. I think it's the same actor. So that you just go with that one too.
Truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Morning.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sir,
My
you
name is Ryan Nagel.
How old are you?
unironically
I'm 32
wearing a
years
What
fucking
area of the city or
pullover?
the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
Why are you wearing a
32 years.
pullover?
My whole life.
You still live in Canton?
Yes, I do.
Is
Do
it
you work in
cold
the
in
area?
Massachusetts
I work in
today?
the city.
What do you do generally?
I do HVAC.
Do you have any sisters?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th, leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
This
Where
guy
were
looks
you?
like he's about to lose at hockey.
Vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
It is a local restaurant / pub in the
Who-
center of Canton.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying a night, having a few drinks.
When you said have a few drinks, did you have a few drinks?
I did, yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you remember whether the drinks you had, the alcohol drinks that you had, it affected your ability at all? Were you impaired in any way?
I wouldn't say impaired, but
Everybody's
I
high
only
school
drank
hockey
beer.
could on game day.
Okay. Do you feel like you had any type of effect from the alcohol?
I may have.
Were you driving?
No, I was not, sir.
Do you remember the times that you were at McCarthy?
No, the car was driving. I was driving. I was the driver's seat.
8, 9 o'clock.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No, I did not.
Tell us, after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
I was going to go home, but
Straight
my
to
sister
hell.
Julie texted me to be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky,
He does
Was
have
anybody else
small
with you
ears.
too?
my ex-girlfriend Heather.
Heather. You know Heather's last name?
Maxon.
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
She was in the back seat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
Mr. Brennan, slow down a little bit for the
Oh.
court reporter, please.
Pardon me.
This guy's ears
You
are
mentioned You were
minuscule.
going to go home. Did you start heading towards your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember that far back.
You don't have a firm memory of it?
No, I do not, sir.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Yes.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your
My
sister?
To go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
I feel like
yes,
old
I
man.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
Did you know the address?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know her friend Brian?
Yes, I did.
What is his last name?
Albert.
Is he a senior or a junior?
He's a junior.
About how old is he?
I think 27, 28 years old.
Were you friends with Brian Albert Jr.?
Just through my sister.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
Do you have any other purpose of going to that address other than to pick up your sister?
No, sir.
How long did it take you after you left to redirect and get to that address?
Probably roughly 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what time specifically you arrived at that address?
Right, a little before 12:30.
Is that a general guess?
Yes.
Did you look at your watch and note the time, or is this an
No.
estimate?
Just an estimate, sir.
So the estimate is you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the name of that road?
Can actually,
I don't know.
um,
The one.
I can't think of the name.
Okay.
Are you right now?
Are you familiar with any roads in that area?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the road Cedar Crest?
Yes, sir.
That's
Have
the
you
one.
driven on Cedar Crest before?
Yes, sir.
If you're driving on Cedar Crest, can you
What
loop
a bunch
around
of
like
bullshit.
a circle on that road?
Yes.
At some point, do the two parts of that circle intersect with another road?
I believe so.
Is Fairview, from your knowledge, attached to Cedar Crest Road?
Yes.
As you were traveling, did you travel on Cedar Crest before you got to Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions about right before you turn on, or Ricky turns on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest before you turn on to Fairview, did you see anything?
I saw a vehicle coming at us. Not directly at us, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
And where was that vehicle traveling towards?
Is
Us,
it
and then
obvious?
They put their blinker on to take a right, for
And
them to take a right.
that vehicle was going to take a right onto Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And your vehicle was coming in the opposite direction?
Correct.
Where was your vehicle going?
Taking a left onto Fairview.
Did you both meet at that intersection?
Yes, roughly around the same time.
Who turned onto Fairview first?
The other vehicle.
How did that happen?
I believe Ricky flashed his lights to let them go.
Did you see the other vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
That was a black SUV.
When that car turned right onto Fairview, how long after did Ricky turn left onto Fairview?
Seconds.
When you came to that intersection and met that car, when
That
Ricky blinked his lights, could you see
nose is a
inside
little red
that
there, buddy.
SUV?
Say that again.
When you came to the intersection at Fairview,
Mhm.
and you said that the driver of your truck, Ricky, blinked his lights, could you see anything inside the SUV?
I wasn't really looking.
After that SUV turned right onto Fairview and Ricky
What
turned
a
left
lie.
onto Fairview, who was in front of who?
The other vehicle was in front of us.
Was the other vehicle in front of you the entire time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did Ricky ever drive and park in front of that vehicle?
No, we were behind them.
Always behind it?
Always.
When Ricky pulled up to Fairview, where did he stop?
Right in front of the driveway of the Albert's house.
You were in the front passenger side of the truck?
Correct, sir.
If you looked directly outside that window, what would you have seen?
The driveway and the house.
The other vehicle, did it stop at the driveway?
No, it was probably like a car length in front of us.
So it was in front of you.
Correct, sir.
Did you ever see that car stop at the driveway?
At the driveway, I don't recall.
Did you wait before you got to Fairview, or did Ricky drive directly to Fairview after he took the left?
Well, he turned the left onto Fairview.
Okay. Did he wait, or did he drive directly to Fairview?
He drove directly there.
The car in front of you, did you ever see it move behind you in front of the driveway?
It was in front of me the whole time.
And so I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see that SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on. They released them and then stopped again. So probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After
have you
stopped
ever
at the foot of
not
the
worked with a
driveway,
Napa
did you
Auto
keep your
Parts?
attention on that SUV?
Not really. No, I was more concerned about my sister.
So you weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel?
No.
But you do know, or do you have any doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
When you pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
What did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me and Rick and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink or whatever." And I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're gonna go home." And so she decided to stay.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct, we did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
For roughly 2 minutes.
In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Probably closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
You're just roughly trying to remember.
When you looked up at the house, did you see there were more than one door?
Yes, there were
Do you
two
remember?
doors. Yes.
Do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the left of the garage.
Did you watch her?
Yes.
Where did she walk? From where to where?
She walked out of that door down the driveway towards us.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were speaking with her, were you watching anything else, or was your attention directed to your sister?
Nope, just on my sister.
At some point after your sister turned to go inside, did you wait for her, or did you leave right away? Or did Ricky leave right away?
We waited for her to get back into the house.
At any point before your sister went back in the house, did you see any lights, like dome lighting, come on inside that SUV?
Yes, I did, sir.
Before or after your sister went in the house?
Roughly like as she was getting in the door.
Before you ended your conversation with her, did you see the dome light go on in that SUV?
Say that again, sorry.
Before your sister left the driveway,
Mhm.
did you see any dome light on in the SUV?
No, I wasn't looking.
Your sister began to walk back to the house. What was your direction? What was your attention focused on?
Mainly on her. We were pulling away from the driveway and kind of just glancing back over at Julie to make sure she got in.
When your sister went back up the driveway to go in the house, when was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
When we were passing it.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located in relation to the house, flagpole?
Directly in front of the house.
Was it anywhere near the flagpole as you drove by?
Probably like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take.
Is that the middle, right, or left side of the house?
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV, what was your primary focus?
My sister, sir. Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the
I
house?
saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to
It
identify
was
the person?
too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with their hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
It's not like the hands on a clock. I don't know why. Okay.
I was just waiting for the siren, Your Honor.
Just really the location of the numbers 10 and 2
If
is
I
what
could
matters
show
there. The
Exhibit
hands on the
3.
clock don't.
To Mr. Nagel? Sir, do you recognize that address?
Yes, sir.
And what is that address?
That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you recognize the flagpole?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. When you drove by and you said you saw a woman sitting in the front and the dome light was on, did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
As you were parked at the driveway.
Did you ever see anybody enter your
the
sister?
entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti?
All right, Yannetti. This guy asks questions very directly and clearly, which is kind of nice. I've liked most of the defense. I've liked the defense team in general. So
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection. That's not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters.
Is that
you
right?
testified that
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward your vehicle when you were on Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antonio was driving at that
D'Antano.
time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antano?
Yes.
He was driving at the
Okay.
time?
Correct, sir.
Mr. Yannetti, thank you.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ricky doesn't drink, correct?
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night.
He may have had one or two.
oh
He appeared to be driving safely.
Yes, sir.
And
Yeah,
you
he was
also had
fine
a
drunk
chance to
driving.
observe the black SUV at that time as it was facing you, correct?
Yes.
When you saw it on Cedar Crest, you didn't know who was driving it at that time, correct?
No, I couldn't see.
But your observations of the black SUV at that time were that whoever was driving it, that person appeared to be driving safely as well, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
One of the first things you noticed about the black SUV was that it was in front of you on Cedar Crest, and both Ricky's F-150 and the black SUV were basically converging on Fairview at about the same time.
Yes, sir.
The black SUV appeared to be going at a safe speed.
Yes.
It appeared to be properly staying within its lane.
Yes, I would say, yeah.
And when it was time for Ricky to take a left onto Fairview, he actually put on his left blinker, or not left blinker, but both his blinker, flashed his lights to signal that it was okay for the black SUV to cut in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he actually did have his left blinker on at that time, correct? Prior
Yes,
to
sir.
doing that? And the black SUV had its right directional on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when both cars have their directionals on, indicating they're going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating safely, correct?
Correct, sir.
And
whoop 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 whoop.
once the lights were flashed, there was nothing about the operation of that black SUV
David Guetta
that
doing that siren
told
over
you
there.
that the driver appeared to be confused about what the flashing meant, correct?
Correct, sir.
The black SUV didn't hesitate at that time. It just proceeded onto Fairview in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it did so in a safe manner.
Correct, sir.
And the black SUV in that sense got ahead of Ricky's vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once you got to the Albert home, you noticed that the black SUV was parked outside the Albert home, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, the snow had not yet started sticking to the pavement, correct?
Correct, sir.
You could see the pavement in both the driveway and the street.
Correct, sir.
You could also see the grass on the lawn.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
the snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I have the map displayed, please?
Is it in evidence already, Mr. Yannetti?
Gosh, she
may we
sounds
approach-
pissed.
Okay.
All right, here we go. We do have a couple super tips real quick with the new voices, I guess. Here we go.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I don't believe you and I hate you and I have a micro penis.
She was speaking to me, Dumas. I also have a micro penis as well.
Dumas? Wow. Those were all at like warp speed.
Why does the depressed incel lawyer sound more like an unbalanced barren womb journalist pretending to be fair and balanced?
Hip hop hibbity, jibbity and squirrel words, ho ass roads, ho ass roads.
I'm opening a new restaurant for kids. Our specialty will be pizza casserole because I was informed by a very fat and psoriasis riddled lawyer that it's legal to use as a lure for preteen girls.
Oh my God.
The evidence will show that both those cracker ass honkies are sus.
Okay.
Can you
Mr.
enlarge that, please?
Yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? If we could enlarge it, so you don't have to show Chapman, just show Cedar Crest and Fairview, and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way. See if that works. Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street horizontal going down from right to left was Cedar Crest, and that the street where the red arrow is Fairview Road, would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to
I
say
question
that
this
before
orientation,
you actually
frankly.
were coming down Cedar Crest Road as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes. So to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west?
Correct, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter.
Sure. All right, we will take care of that. Thank you.
Right.
And you can put the lights back on and you can take that down.
All right, so it will be, go ahead, madam.
Maybe we should do a daily Ronnie
49.
Ronnie O'Neill roundup.
And sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150.
Yes.
When she did come out, you opened the door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the F-150?
Repeat that, please. Sorry.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger's compartment, right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she sort of, you stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct. I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the door and the passenger's compartment.
Yes, sir.
All right. You had a chance. How close did she get to you?
I could have popped her on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
Correct, sir.
You spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes was your best estimate?
I wouldn't say 5. I'd probably say 2 or 3.
Okay. But in any case, you did have a chance to observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
I mean, yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
And she called you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you arrived there, there was a discussion about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Correct, sir.
If she was just going to come out and take the ride, there would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
But do you recall previously testifying that you were out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes?
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
Do you deny that it was about 5 minutes?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you deny it was about 5 minutes?
Could have been.
Okay,
I'm not.
fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead you, Heather, and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
There was a back and forth that you really thought was unnecessary, correct?
I wouldn't say it'd be unnecessary. It's just a common question if you want to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
In any case, Julie
Not
decides
all
to
of
go back
them.
inside and you decide to leave,
That's
correct?
an overbroad statement.
Ricky did not speed up the street at that time.
No.
He just gradually pulled out.
Correct, sir.
His direction of travel took him right past the black SUV that was now in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
He passed the black SUV on the left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the front passenger seat at that time still, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you were closest to the black SUV of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
You noticed that the interior dome light was on, correct?
That is correct, sir.
That lit up the whole front compartment of the SUV, did it not?
Yes.
It lit up the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
All I could see was the driver at the time, sir.
Understood. But the light wasn't.
Yeah,
just
Mandy fan. I
shining
think
just
I'm
on the
okay
driver.
there.
It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they were both lights that go down at both seats, correct? They were on.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So you could see both seats in the front driver's
I
compartment.
couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw one.
I only
person.
saw a woman. Sorry.
Must have been a
Sorry to
big
interrupt.
woman.
Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person inside the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman with long hair in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You didn't see anybody else in the SUV.
No, I did not, sir.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
This guy looks like his lifelong dream is to have a chopped salad food truck.
The woman in the passenger seat
No, we have romaine.
was staring
We got
straight
bib
ahead,
lettuce?
correct?
We got arugula.
Not in the passenger
The
seat.
spring
I'm
mix.
sorry, and
Driver's seat.
thank you for catching that. The woman in the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct, sir.
You didn't see her lips moving as if she were talking,
I
correct?
wasn't looking for that.
But
Just
you
happened
did-
to see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Okay. Facing straight.
Correct, sir.
You had no music on in Ricky's truck at that time, correct?
Why is that funny?
Ricky had turned the music down when Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And when you got close to that SUV while you were passing it, you didn't hear any arguing there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any yelling.
This man can't
correct?
hear
No, I did
shit.
not.
You didn't hear any screaming.
No, I did not.
You heard no noises within that SUV at all.
No, I did not.
Is it true that your ears are inverted?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Sir, you mentioned you were at
Oh my
that
God.
address around 12:30,
That is correct, sir.
and you offered us that you were there for about 5 minutes.
Yes.
You know the exact time you left?
No, not off the top of my head right now, no.
Was it around that time?
Yes, sir.
What time?
Would
Wait,
it be fair to
what?
say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It's probably before 12:35. roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
You could still see the ground, given
Yes,
the
sir.
weather?
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to fall?
Just starting?
Had you been outside earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
In the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was?
Hard.
Say that again.
The ground.
Ground, yes.
Do you know if
How
it
hard
was soft or hard?
was the ground?
The road?
The ground.
The
grass,
road?
lawn.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it was a cold night, so I mean, I assume it's hard.
No.
Around that time,
The ground doesn't get
12:30 when you left.
a cold
was
night
there
doesn't make the ground
inches of
hard.
snow?
It takes a
No,
while.
not
ground?
inches of snow, no. I could still see the grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
When you saw that SUV in front of you for the time that you were there, that 5 minutes, did you ever, and you said that you saw brake lights at times, did you ever see at that point missing parts of its taillights?
No, sir, I wasn't observing the vehicle like that.
When the taillights were on, when the brakes were on, what color was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you ever see a missing piece where it was white instead of red?
No, sir.
Over near the flagpole where you saw this SUV, did you see any human being, any person lying on the ground near the flagpole?
No, sir.
When you drove by the SUV, you said you couldn't see past the woman. Could you see inside the SUV when you drove past?
Repeat yourself.
When you drove past the SUV, you saw a
Repeat
woman in
yourself.
the driver's seat.
Yes, that is correct.
You didn't see anybody else.
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
I'll allow it.
It could have been.
From when you were driving by the SUV and you could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman, could you see on the other side of the SUV if there was anybody standing on the other side of the SUV?
No, sir.
Was there anything obstructing your view as you drove by and saw the woman to prevent you from seeing on the other side of the SUV?
The woman and the vehicle
A
itself.
plow?
You mentioned that there was a dome light on in the SUV.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver's side door open?
No,
when you
sir.
drove by?
No, sir, it was closed.
Can I have Exhibit 16, please? Did you ever see this man at any point
No, sir. I've never
walking
seen- Oh, sorry.
walking across the yard, going to a door, or entering the house the entire time you were there?
Objection.
Sustain.
No, sir, I've never seen
That
that.
means you
It's
don't.
just
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry
you
about that.
Can you
dummy.
take that down, please? And after you left, you never went back.
Get it
that
through your
night, did you?
tiny
No,
ears.
sir.
Thank you.
Just briefly, on those issues, sir, you just testified on cross-examination before Mr. Brennan stood up again that you saw that the passenger's seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. You're not changing that testimony?
No, I'm not changing that. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now go back to your job DJing at the roller ring.
You are all set, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
Actually, the roller rink DJ is cool. That was mean.
Your
Sorry.
next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth
you.
calls Heather Mason.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a reminder that if you want to have some fun with participating at the show, there is the super tip system. It's pinned at the top of both chats. There you can use, we have 25 different AI voices and more to come to kind of say whatever you want. You can make jokes. You can come up with questions. You could make fun of my shirt or hair or face or sordid past. Whatever you want to do. But yeah, that's supertip.gg/RL. Oh, God, she looks way too excited.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Look, I'm going to
morning,
tell you
ma'am.
about my cats and how
Could
I
you
grow
please introduce
orchids.
yourself to the jury.
Hi, I'm Heather Maxon, Maxon.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you
Really?
live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the
Like
name of
moles
Ryan
just
Nagel?
migrate
Yes.
around each of
And
their
how
faces.
how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
I want to have you take us back a few years to
Sure.
January 28th, during January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28th, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house, just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Right. Were you with anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually, we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Did you end up at one restaurant or bar in particular at the end of the night?
We were first at CF McCarthy's, and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
She looks
Do you
like the girl
remember
that's
about
going to
how
bring you
many
to her
drinks you had?
improv group.
No.
Did the alcohol affect your perception
I can't
or your
remember
memory
it.
at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired in any way?
I believe so, yes.
After you left the establishments, after they closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend's house. She needed a ride.
Before you went to pick Ryan's sister up, did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, was there other plans that you were?
No.
Okay, that was just the plan to go get her?
Yeah.
Do you
get her.
remember generally
just
or
fine.
specifically what time that was?
Late midnight?
Do you remember the time exactly?
No.
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
Not necessarily, no.
So is that a generalization or a guess?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to pick up Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
No,
Were you driving?
I was not.
Who was driving?
Our friend Ricky
Where were you sitting?
in the back seat.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It was a truck.
Are you familiar with the area?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you remember at some point taking a turn onto the road
Yes.
that had the house where you were going to arrive?
Yes.
How do you remember that?
With my
Just
mind?
a visual bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember?
How do you
the
remember
turn
things?
before you got onto that road?
There was another vehicle also on the road coming from the opposite direction, and we had let that other vehicle turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located. But the car coming from the opposite direction was taking a right onto the same street. So we had somewhat yielded to the car coming from the opposite direction to have let them take a turn onto the street before us.
Did you see if the
Wait,
driver
is this the
either
girlfriend of the
vehicle
tiny ears guy?
gave any indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily recall, but I'm assuming maybe
I don't want you to assume. That's
Oh,
okay if you don't
okay.
recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
The other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
It was a big, like a SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside
No,
the
she
vehicle?
has 1/4
I did see
the
inside the vehicle,
forehead of the
yes.
other person.
Describe to the jury what you
Y'all are
remember
mentioning in
seeing.
chat.
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was the female?
Female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was the male in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Were you able to recognize either the female driving or the male in the front passenger seat?
Recognize?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand the
Did
question.
you know who they were?
No.
Strangers?
Yeah.
When they turned and then Ricky turned after them, how far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No.
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
A couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview?
Oh,
That's
maybe.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anything about its lights?
No.
Did you see whether the interior light the dome light was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
Before you left,
No,
did you ever see that dome light come on?
no,
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
no,
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's tail lights, whether they were intact or broken?
nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
I do not.
Okay. When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV that was in front of the truck?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody travel across the front yard to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck in front of you or behind your truck and walk on the driveway?
No. Well, besides Julie, sorry.
So Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night.
Yes.
And then you left?
Yes,
When you left, did you drive by the SUV?
we did.
When you drove by, what were you looking at?
The
My
tail light.
surroundings.
Okay. What did you see?
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in
female.
the car,
Where did you see her?
in the driver's side.
Was there at that point any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
Chris Mack, my money's
The
on
dome
Swinger
lights.
Party. Yeah.
Was the driver's side door open?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else inside the SUV?
I did not.
Was there anybody else inside the SUV?
You didn't see anybody inside the car?
Besides the driver, no.
Okay, next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
No.
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
No.
How long did you look inside the SUV for when you passed?
It was just passing, so I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
Outside the door?
No,
Did you see anybody lying on the front lawn?
no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You tell Ryan he'd be more of a man if he had an F-350 instead of an F-150. David,
Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning.
Dominici, that's because it all is with the right
Before
amount of persuasion.
Ricky turned onto Fairview Road. You saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck, facing it, taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed, good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time.
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that that SUV was in front of that house.
She broke up with him
Now,
because he never
further
seemed
down
to
ahead of you,
listen.
Correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall whether there was any conversation at that time between you, Ricky, and Ryan?
Possibly. I don't recall or remember what, but most likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was discussed?
Not necessarily, no.
You had your cell phone with you that night?
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone
Her smile
something that you
disappeared.
tend to
Her optimism
check
is
when you're
gone.
bored, or there's a break in a conversation, or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting for Julie to come out of the house, do you recall whether you were checking out any web page or Instagram or text message or app on your cell phone?
I don't recall.
Can you testify with certainty that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Not with certainty, no.
And so you can't say for sure how long, if you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
More shoddy investigation evidence. That's nice.
All right. Well, you testified that
Testimony,
you
I
didn't see
should
anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't happen before you, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
Correct.
While you were parked near the driveway, you weren't thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe what was going on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a female driving and a male in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, you didn't know either of them at that time?
No.
Fair to say that what they were doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so. Yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Mm-hmm.
You did not want to continue to drink and socialize, correct?
She wanted to continue to drink.
Looking
I'm
forward to
guessing.
ending the night at that point.
Yes.
And so you were more focused on hopefully getting Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We found the mic. She's like, I wanted him to take me home and split
And
me
Julie
like a
came out,
log.
And it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be a discussion,
Right.
right? And she came out to speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so,
I'd say.
like a back and forth about who's going where.
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly did not see a 6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Did I do good? Did I do a good job? Wolfgang Deo says, pass the cocaine, dude. Sheesh, snuff fluff.
When Ricky was speaking,
That
to
window's
Julie
gone,
and you were in
man.
the back cabin of the truck, what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Were you paying attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation. Yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house in the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the car and Ricky was having a conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions. Thank you.
So not much there. The prosecution's trying to establish that John didn't go to the house, or that they didn't see John go to the house. But the prosecution is also bitches.
Hibbity jibbity, hibbity jibbity. Back in my day, I used to do hip hop dances.
Is that another term for dancing like a homosexual? Like a flamboyant peacock?
Ms. Maxon, you are all set. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Brennan, your next witness.
I feel like Ronnie O'Neal could just give everybody life advice. Guys, in 20 minutes ish, I have to run. The stream will keep playing. I'll be back. We need a second driver today just for one of the drop-offs. So sorry about that, but I will be back. I'll keep the stream up and everything. I'll be listening along with you guys if that helps. Drug test? I haven't checked if I have to drug test today. Let me see. No. If I had to pee in the cup, I'd just tell you. I haven't checked yet. Let's see what we got. Da, 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 da. Do not test today. No drug test. Wait, how did Bronca die? I don't know.
20 minutes.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and
They
follow
must
me.
not be able to find the witness. Witness is probably taking a dump. So we have 20 minutes. That'll be right around the time. Of course, that'll be right around the time I have to pretty much come back or pretty much leave. But no, Lady Ragged has a dental thing today. And so my daughter has to go into, she does a Spanish class because I can't fucking teach Spanish. Oh, she did. So last night she tells me at 11 p.m., it's like, Dad, by the way, I need to bring in a traditional Ecuadorian dish to school tomorrow for my project on Ecuador. And I'm like, oh, do you? You just need to go ahead and bring in a traditional Ecuadorian. You know who doesn't know what traditional Ecuadorian dishes are? Me. So I had to learn how to make a soup. This potato stew, it's really good. But yeah, so I have to go to the grocery store at 11 p.m. last night. And I'm like, I'm tired. And then I had to come back home and make soup. So it's great. Thanks. Matthew Austin says, I wish they'd stop referring to the taillight globe. It is an LED light. And if it was smashed, then no light would be emitted because it uses a diffuser. There's a great video demonstration on YouTube. You know, but they're probably just using colloquial terms. They'll have the experts describe it more specifically if they believe that that's necessary or beneficial.
Exactly how much blow did you do while wearing that horrible shirt? The world needs to know.
Not enough. Not enough. I didn't wear this shirt very often. I'm sure I did some in it, but I couldn't tell you. There are other ones that were probably powder coated by now.
Kurt has a micro penis, Your Honor. I rest my motherfucking case.
The emphasis of my motherfucking case. It's perfect. It's perfect. Oh, gosh. Here we go.
I am going to be declaring a mistrial. Kurt's micro penis infected my mind, and now I want a cowboy hat and to stuff my face with any food I see. I may also spurg out if ChatGPT doesn't agree with me.
So we do have a Judge Bev voice. That one's pretty good. That one goes well. They need an option to slow it down. Like I would turn her down about 15%. What do we got here? So these are the super tips, of course. If you are not aware, instead of super chatting or rumble ranting, you can have the option to do super tips, and they allow you to have your message read by AI voices. Like my favorite one is still Ronnie O'Neill.
If it would please the court, my name is Ronnie. Your Honor, I will yell at you like I yell at juries. It's not racist to say the last dude looks like a depressed orangutan that needs he refill of Paxil.
Needs he refill. Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, we've gotten some interesting testimony moving through witnesses today. We started off just a little break time recap. We started off with the forensic blood alcohol analyst, and it was cross-examination. The goal of Yannetti, who is doing the cross-examination, was to dismantle the reliability of the blood alcohol level that's reported for Karen Reed. The intoxication is, I believe, an element of one of the charges, the murder charge that she has, or it can be something like that. should probably look up the actual charges and what the Massachusetts law is around them. I believe there are 3 major charges, but that's something that, again, lunch break is probably good for this stuff. So we'll do that then and check that out. But eliminating the test showing her over the legal limit is if it's an element of the crime in Massachusetts, they could have it thrown out, but I don't think they're going to get there on that one. But at least raising the amount of doubt in the minds of the jury. And again, it goes just to the shoddiness of the investigation. They used the serum version of blood alcohol testing. They used from an unaccredited hospital that took the sample. The forensic lab that did the chemist was testifying from was forensically accredited, but the hospital where the blood was drawn and the sample was first tested was not. We saw that from the prior forensic analyst who testified. The guy looked like a fucking vampire. So that was the first order of business, was to discredit the blood alcohol concentration. And the thing that infuriates me is listening to testimony from lab techs on drug and alcohol testing. And you realize that, again, it's like they call it a science and everybody just assumes it's like, oh, you just like pour the blood or the urine or whatever into a thing. And then it's right. It just tells you the answer. But it's actually a much more complicated process that is based on, statistical averages spread across a population from a series of studies. And these assumptions are baked into the calculations. So you get this range of possible blood alcohol concentrations. And that range is based on a specific, a population of people. But here you've got a potentially very unique defendant. She has multiple sclerosis. She's a petite woman, I would think. I mean, she looks pretty small. You have some other complicating factors of the night itself, like how long it went, there was between her drinking at the bar, her being tested, 5 or 6 in the next morning. And, if she had done any drinking between that time, they don't want her up on the stand testifying either. So they want to introduce the idea that she could have had drinks without her actually having to say it. Because maybe she didn't have any drinks and she was just driving around like an intoxicated monster, but maybe she did. But either way, if they don't have her go up on the stand, but they can introduce it into the mind of the jury that, you know what, she was probably sitting around drinking, because it seems like something you would do while waiting for your boyfriend or whatever to show up, then they can accomplish that in a way that can't be cross-examined. And that's a really good thing. So they asked her questions about, is it possible to do this? And if there were drinks that happened at this other time, that would mess up your calculations. It's not precise. It's not an accurate way to do blood alcohol, blah, 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 blah. And I thought it was very effective. Honestly, it's boring, but it was effective. And then we moved on to Ryan Tiny Ears, and then his girlfriend, who was rather bubbly. And both of them were there from the state to establish that they did not see anyone go into the house. So they didn't see John enter the house. But their testimony is a weird attempt to prove a negative. They're just, you didn't see this happen, did you? Well, no. It's like, well, but so? Like, that doesn't mean that they were watching the entire time. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. That doesn't mean it didn't happen prior to them getting there. They didn't say, or they didn't, whatchamacallit? They didn't seem to see him standing around or anything. So who knows? But, and then of course on, cross-examination was rather short. There wasn't much to dismantle from them. It was mostly like, yeah, you didn't see anything, did you? Kind of useless.
Wow, you are a great guy. I want to hire you for my comic book company.
Sure, I'll write about a superhero based on my true story. A great defender of the peace. He defends himself from a rabid she-wolf and her pup. I'll call it The Adventures of Chris Benoit.
Oh my God, that sounds amazing. I will sell millions.
No, don't write that book. God, it's such a horrible story. And son, you remember I'm your dad, right? And then what happened? You stabbed me. Oh shit, Ronnie's guilty. Let's see, any word on if Carmelo's case will be televised? I would assume so. Have you donated $1,000 to apologize for your whiteness? No, as an honorary black, I don't have to do that.
Nick takes the stand like he takes a shot neat. Quote statutes while he's 2 inches deep. Parodies law and he plays it slick dick with a half-joke line about coke real quick.
Oh, hey, that was a nice little poem there. I'm proud of you. It's like you're all growing up. Thermacy is over on Local, says Bronca wants to die with how the defense is doing in the case he's covering. Oh, no. There's no, I mean, look, Bronca, I have not thoroughly analyzed that, but you're going to have real trouble with defending the narrative of cop shoots guy in back of head. Like, my gosh, that's a tough one to sell to a jury. It's like, there's just a negative association with shooting someone in the back of the head. You typically think of an execution, even if it's not. I think there's body cam footage on that one. I can't remember. Here, what do we got here?
This voice has been in my family since before my daddy left. Using it is a violation of the Texas Penal Code, and all your white bread ass partners are getting warrants. Maybe, potentially, nonetheless. Based on this trial so far, of which I am not the prosecutor, nor the victim, nor the assailant, nor the gas station snitch, nor the hoe ass, would you say it is that Karen Reed has rock star lawyers?
Karen Reed's legal team is very well prepared and seems to be doing a rather great job. They said there's only one thing that I think that was missed, and that was I've covered, I've talked about it several times. I really need to do an independent video on it, but the big thing that was missed was on the objection with the consciousness of guilt video clips, and mainly not for the video clips themselves, but for the legal argument and the closing argument material that they generated. That's the real miss there.
Everyone knows Kurt is a raging fat. Imagine losing your mind when ChatGPT says your brief is bad. Even when ChatGPT makes up fake case law. Get to the gym and start crushing pissers.
Start crushing pissers. See, again, I would slow down Camelot like 30%. Like if he was just like when he's driving, I'd slow him down a bit for that voice, but it's got the accent. Let's see. Raceland 9000 says, was your narcolepsy medication a gateway drug for coke? No. And are you still allowed the prescription coke? You mean the narcolepsy med? Yeah. Modafinil. I have that. I also have Adderall. Just a tiny dose though. It's funny. A retard suggested that I would be like abusing my Adderall dosing. I get 10 milligrams of Adderall and I get 30 a month. And I don't know if you know this, but you don't get to refill Adderall like more than your prescription. They don't do that. You don't get to like do early refills or anything. So there's 300 milligrams of Adderall total for 30 days. Abusing it, it's not very much from what I hear. I think people do like 70 milligrams at a time or something like that to really kick it up. 50, I'm not sure. But no, I specifically I don't use the Adderall for I use it for very small bursts of like whatchamacallit. Hold on. What's up? You need to go in a little early. Okay. I'll be there in just a second. Are you ready to go? All right. Can you go unplug the crock pot? All right. Okay. Well, looks like I'm going to leave a little bit earlier than planned, and I'll bring the court back, like I said, but my daughter has to go in just a little bit early. Dang, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the Adderall. It's like the first of all, Adderall, I've never had Adderall do anything more than just mildly keep me awake. But that's because I only use it for spot fatigue for my narcolepsy. When I get stressed out a lot is usually when it happens, but when I get stressed out, my narcolepsy kicks in a little harder. And so it's nice to have something just that isn't an all day thing. Like my modafinil is like, that's all day. That's 12 hours or whatever. But just a 10 milligram boost of Adderall helps get through those things. So yes, I'm still allowed to have anything I'm prescribed. And I have that. I don't know. It is not the same by any stretch of the imagination. Believe me. But that's fine. Like, you know, Coke is very intense in its own way. It's a lot. Like I say you wouldn't want to do it all day, all the time. You kind of do, but it gets really exhausting. Whereas these are both much more subtle. Oh, here we go.
Hibbity jibbity, what it is thank you for not killing yourself, white bread ass knicker.
Thanks, Coof.
Hickory dickory dock, Kurt has a tiny cock. The
Oh my
pants fell down. Everyone laughed at the clown. The mirror cracked in shock.
There's like a theme going on. I think micro penis is the most commonly used phrase in the super tips here.
Hey guys, I drive cars as a hobby really fast.
Whoa, what a coincidence. I drove a truck really fast too.
Don't worry, Nick. Only 5 more long, crushing years of no booze or cocaine for you. It's really not that big of a deal. The principle behind it is way more annoying than the practical aspect of it. I do think that's one, you know, I mildly disagree with something a lot of people say. They say, oh, you get this stuff out of the way in your 20s or whatever. I get the sentiment from let's see, from sort of a life progression standpoint. Obviously, I had kids, which is a big thing that a lot of people had problems with, is that I was doing this stuff while having children. And though, like, again, I kept it away from the kids all the time. They had no idea it was in the house. They've never seen drugs. They've never seen us on drugs or anything like that. That being said, it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter that you could like try and be safe and do all that stuff. When you have kids, you have a family, like that's just way too much risk to expose them to. And that was me being stupid, man. There's no way around that. So that said, one thing I disagree with, all in a vacuum, I actually think that that there may be some advantages to doing drugs later in life rather than earlier in life. One thing I don't think people consider is, like, I didn't really drink until I was about 35, and I didn't do any drugs until I was 40, which means I spent a lot of time as an adult not doing those things. Going back to them is really, really easy. It's actually easier than I expected. So I'm not too concerned with it, but you know, doesn't matter. Anyway, I will be right back. Let me add the court back to the thing here. And I was hoping it would be back before I left, but I will be back in just a little bit. I'll be watching along from the road so I can be caught up and, well, listening, so I can be caught up with you guys when I get back, and we'll see you then. See you in a bit.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Do you have your next witness?
I do. I'm also going to call Sarah Levenson.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
You tell them straight the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I'm sorry.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sarah Levenson.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
So it's Sarah with an H and then Levinson.
Ms. Levenson, do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you work?
Yes,
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Before you became a nurse, did you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background, please.
I got my bachelor's at Regis College.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel?
Yes.
To this day?
Yes.
Were you with Miss Nagel back on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day, the earlier evening hours of January 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie were going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house to celebrate his birthday, which was the next day.
Who was Brian Albert Jr. to you at that time?
One of my good friends.
How long had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in high school?
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere. But we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
Do you know the address where Brian Albert Jr. lived?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
34 Fairview Road, I believe. Road.
Had you been to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with them before?
Well, I was friends with him for, like I said, about 8 years. So I knew his older sister, Caitlin, pretty well. We went to high school together, but the younger siblings, I don't believe we overlapped in school. And then his mother, I had met, a good amount of times. And then his father, too, I would say.
How many times would you estimate you had been over 34 Fairview prior to the night of January 28, 2022?
Over the years, maybe like 20. I don't know.
Do you remember what time you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on that evening?
It was between 7 and 8 o'clock at night.
Who did you go with?
Myself and Julie Nagel.
Could you tell us how both you and Julie Nagel got from where you were living, your home, to 34 Fairview?
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
When you first get to 34 Fairview Road, before you walk in the front door, what's the weather like outside?
It was cold, but it wasn't raining or snowing or anything.
No snow on the ground?
No.
When you walked in the door, did you go in the side door or the front door?
The side door.
Okay. Take us through walking into the house. What do you see?
So we walked through the side door, and then it's their like family room, they call it, with like the TV and everything. And then at the back of the family room is like a sliding glass door out into their porch. And then if you turn left, it's like the kitchen / dining room. And then there's a back door. There's like a small bathroom over like near the back door. And then if you walk straight through, it's the front door, the stairs, the door to the basement. And then they called it like the library is like their formal living room.
If you walked in the front door, would the stairs leading to the next floor upstairs be right in front of you?
Yes.
If you were going to go downstairs, would you walk around that staircase to the back side of it?
I don't believe the back, but the side.
Okay. You mentioned you walked in the side door near the garage. When you walk in the side door, you're in a living room, did you say?
Yeah, their family room, they call it. Yeah.
Can you walk into the garage from the family room, or do you need to go back outside to get into the garage?
No, you would have to go back outside.
So there's no door in that family room that leads directly to the garage?
No.
After you walked into the family room, did you stay there or did you go somewhere?
We stayed there for a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes probably.
Tell me who's in the house when you get there.
It's Brian Jr., his mother, Nicole, his sister, Caitlin, and then his aunt, Julie.
What do you do?
I think we were just sitting on the couch, hanging out, waiting to see what the plan was, to see like when other people were going to show up.
Did other people arrive or did people leave before other people arrived?
Brian's mom, sister, and aunt left before anyone else arrived.
Do you know generally around what time his aunt and mother and sister left?
We got there, like I said, between 7 and 8, and they probably left within 20 minutes of us getting there.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure.
When his sister and mother and aunt left, was it just a time when it was you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. alone?
Yes.
Were you doing anything other than watching TV? Were you eating, drinking?
I don't think we were eating yet because we ordered later on food, but we might have been drinking.
Tell us what happens over the course of the next couple hours.
So at some point, probably between like 8 and 9, 4 other girls showed up. So Courtney Alba came by herself, and then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Are those friends of Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, yes. We were all friendly, but not friends. That makes sense.
So what's the atmosphere like when the visitors come?
Celebratory, light, joyful. It was fine.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you order food?
Yes.
And did anybody else come at that point? Any other friends or family?
No.
Did one of Brian Jr.'s cousins come at some point?
Yes.
Is that later?
Yes.
So over the course of the next couple hours, eating and drinking, anything significant happen?
No.
Any arguments, any tension, any problems?
No.
Was it a positive night?
Yes.
At some point, did anybody else come to the house?
Later on, yes.
Okay, about what time?
Around midnight.
So before midnight, it's a group of young people having a party?
Yes.
Any trouble?
No.
Did the friends of Brian Albert Jr., the 4 women, did they leave before midnight?
Yes.
What time did they leave?
Between, I would say, 11 and 11:30.
Did they arrive and leave as a group, or did they arrive and leave separately?
The 3 girls that I mentioned that came together, Catherine, Emily, and Mary, all left together. And then Courtney left, I believe, before them separately.
I want you to tell us generally where were you spending most of your time that night, the eating and the drinking and the party?
In the kitchen/dining room area.
Is there a table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you sitting at a seat at that table?
At that point, we were more around the island, but later on, yes, I had a seat at the kitchen table.
If you're in the kitchen seated at the table, can you see outside?
Not really. If I looked through the windows above the sink of the kitchen, I guess I could if it was light out. And then the windows to the front of the house had a little half curtain, I don't know what it's called, thing on it. So I could see above that, but not.
If you were to walk to the windows in the living room area, what area was it, did you say, the half window?
The dining room.
If you were to walk to those windows, could you see outside?
Yes.
Would you be able to see the driveway?
Yes.
Flagpole?
Yes.
Street?
Yes.
The door, do you remember the front door, if it was solid or glass?
They have a storm door that's glass and then a solid regular door.
If you opened up the solid door and looked, could you see through the glass door to the front yard?
Yes.
At any point, did you have a chance to look outside that night?
No.
If you're in the living room, the kitchen, can you see where the basement access is?
Yes.
Can you see the backyard door?
Yes.
You mentioned that the visitors, the young woman that came to see Brian Jr. left. After they left, did somebody else come to or arrive at Fairview?
After they left, yes.
And who was that?
It was Brian's father. His name is also Brian. Mr. Higgins. Brian's mother came back, his sister Caitlin, and then his aunt Jennifer and his uncle Matt.
If I can just step back just a little time before the adult group showed up.
Yes.
Did any other of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left?
Yes.
How long did you see him stay for?
Probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Did the mood change at all in the house?
No.
When the adults came to the house, do you know about what time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was somebody else you said, Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes, and then his sister.
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before, no.
Anybody else, any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together. Caitlin, Nicole, Jennifer, and Matt.
Other than you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr., had the young group left at that point?
Yes.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday. So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we're all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like 70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate it, but
Were you drinking?
I don't believe I was anymore at that point. No.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, were talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up. And we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
You weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this second from Julie.
Yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out?
Yes.
For about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue after Julie came back in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who was already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No.
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
No.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left generally?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed? The wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was there any type of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I wouldn't say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
Which seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabe's get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread, which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen was turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, "Does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly?" Joking around.
Do you remember that moment, having the conversation about the bread?
Yes.
It stands out?
Yes.
As you drove out of Fairview, you were in, the McCabe vehicle was in the driveway?
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed out.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes. Was it
Okay.
I'm sorry. Was the passenger side of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area or in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not like at the front yard, but a little ways up the street. Yes.
Next to 34 Fairview, up the street is 32 Fairview?
I believe so, yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 32, 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses. So it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, Ms. Levenson.
Good morning.
You've been longtime friends, as you've described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Yes.
You obviously know much of the entire immediate family, Brian Albert Sr., his wife, Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle, Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and his cousins, by the way, which cousins are they? Last names?
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and the McCabes.
Okay. You indicated that you've been to the Albert home probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known Brian Albert since high school. I mean, in the last 8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know why you hadn't Met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there.
Yes.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under questioning by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jen McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door. It's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway. You could see to the right, over toward the flagpole. Nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at that time when you left just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30,
1:30.
1:45. Yeah.
Got it. So you leave at 1:30. There's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground.
Yes.
The yard is flat.
Yes.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole.
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out of that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You were looking in that direction when you walk out of the door. Obviously, you're standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct. But as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again to walk over to the car.
Yes.
And as soon as you walked out of the stoop, you had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up like normal, correct? At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out on Miss Levenson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house.
Yes.
You indicated that you did, in fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Was it Jen?
Yes.
Okay. And she also mentioned it, did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He was at the car at least.
Yes.
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door as you did to go out to the car the first time?
Yes.
And then he got to the car, then realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door?
Correct, yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door down the stoop, looking out over the lawn and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably. I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Okay.
You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
A couple of quick questions about that. Nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No.
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week,
No.
the next month.
No.
It was 9 months later.
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited 9 months to contact you?
Objection.
Let me ask you a different question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted?
Objection.
May we approach? May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were finally interviewed, let me ask you a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone or was there anybody else with you?
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
Besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Had you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
If I may, don't tell me what was said. Okay. Did you speak with Julie before the interview? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And one more question, without telling me any of the words that were used, was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking if you talked to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed?
Somewhat.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Briefly, Your Honor. Can I have Exhibit 3, please? Do you see the windows on that house?
Yes.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house illuminating. Remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house, from your memory, illuminating the ground near the flagpole and that fire hydrant?
No.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Levenson, you are all set. Thank you. And your next witness, please, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Katie McLaughlin.
You solemnly swear to be able to give the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Katie McLaughlin. I'm 29 years old. I work for the town of Canton as a firefighter paramedic.
Did you study to become a paramedic firefighter?
Yes.
Why did you become interested in becoming a paramedic firefighter?
Objection.
I enjoy helping people. I have some family members who work in the healthcare field, and I just always thought it was interesting, and I wanted to do something meaningful with my life.
Did you have to have any special training or education to become a firefighter and paramedic?
Yes, you do about 2 years of schooling. It's divided in between a didactic portion and then a clinical portion in the hospital and ambulance. So it takes about 2 years to finish.
You completed that?
Yes.
Did you become a firefighter at the same time you became a paramedic, or were those separate educations?
They're separate. I became a paramedic first before I became a firefighter.
Did you work as a paramedic before you became a firefighter actively in the field?
Yes, for a few years.
Do you remember about when you first started working as a paramedic?
2016 or 17.
And when did you first become a firefighter?
2017.
Do you remember when you first began working for the Canton Fire Department?
I believe it was May of 2017.
Are you still employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes.
In your paramedic training, did you learn how to provide care for people who are in need?
Yes.
Had you, before 2022, responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About
Hey, I'm
how many
back.
calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law enforcement?
Law
Do you
enforcement, no one is.
investigate crimes?
No.
Do you write police reports?
No.
When you're going to a scene and using your skills to help somebody, are you interested in whether or not somebody was involved or responsible for an event?
No.
What is your focus when you go to a scene to help somebody? What's your priority?
To help the patient, to save someone's life.
Do you have a chance, or do you try to assess the patient, speak to them if they can speak to you?
If we can, yep.
Is there times when the person can't speak?
Yes.
If a person can't speak to you, is there a role that you take to try to get information to help assist the person?
Yes, you would go to a bystander and you try to gather as much information as you can to help the patient. More information for us helps the patient in their treatment, and it helps the hospital when we bring them there.
Is that responsibility or role separate and apart from police work?
Yes.
As a paramedic firefighter, are you involved in police work at all?
No.
Sometimes when you go to a scene and you try to help somebody, you write a report.
In some, if you're in a particular role, you would write the report.
So when you go and arrive at a scene, is it fair to say you don't always write a report?
Correct.
I
And the
missed
purpose
so
of the
many
report,
fat
is that
jokes
to
while I was
try
gone. I'm
to
pissed.
Help law enforcement?
No.
What's the purpose of when someone would write a report as a firefighter paramedic?
Depending on the call, there would be a report written by the officer on the call. That's just for logistics and dispatch information, what we responded to, and that's kind of simple. But the other report would be a medical report that the lead paramedic would write.
Were you working on January 29th?
Her nose cast a shadow
2022?
on my nose.
Yes.
Was that an assigned shift for you?
Yes.
Did you volunteer or ask to work specially that night, or was that already assigned?
Ask it differently.
Was that
Objection.
assignment already set before that night?
Yes.
When you get a shift assigned to you, is it
She
night
did it
by
on
night, week
purpose.
by week, month by month?
It's just we rotate through. If you're on a group and you rotate through a schedule, it's
One
set that
second.
you work 124, you have 1 day off, you work another 24, you have 5 off, and then the rotation begins again. So it's just a set schedule essentially, but it rotates through the weeks.
Was January 29, 2022 part of your set schedule?
Yes.
When you have a set schedule, are you assigned a specific role in the department that might change from shift to shift?
Yes.
What was your specific role on January 29, 2022?
For that shift, I was on the engine. I was the back step. So there's an engine driver. There's an engine
You were the
lieutenant,
back
and then there's one
handicap
person
ramp
in the
too,
back
incidentally.
who's just a firefighter status. And we call that the back step.
As the back step that night, did you have any specific or general responsibilities if there was a call?
What's up, Mary
Generally,
Lincolns?
If it's a fire related call, you deal with that. If it's a medical call, you're there to assist the paramedics that are on the ambulance, and you take directive from them. Whatever they ask you to do or need you to do, you're just there to assist them so that they can best focus on the patient.
When you arrive at a scene and you're on the back step, are you basically at the directive of the leader of the group?
Yes.
That morning, around a little after 6 in the morning on January 29, 2022, do you remember a call or a tone coming in?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was for?
It was for a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow.
Do you remember leaving the fire department that night?
I do.
Tell us as you're leaving what's happening.
So I'm in the engine, the command car with the captain who runs the shift started to 34 Fairview Road first. The ambulance was in front of us, and then we were behind the ambulance.
Did you know the address you were going to was 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
And when you left the police station, or the fire station, when you got on the back of the truck, did you know at that time who lived at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions outside as you rode to 34 Fairview Road.
It was raining. I'm sorry, not raining. It was snowing pretty heavily. There was definitely snow on the ground at that point. It was windy. It was very cold.
Was there a storm?
Yes.
How long do you think it took to get from the fire station to Fairview Road?
Probably within 5 or 6 minutes.
When you first started pulling up towards Fairview Road, did you see anything?
Police cruisers and a civilian vehicle. And then we pulled up all kind of in front of that.
How many police cruisers did you see as you pulled up to Fairview Road?
I remember seeing one.
There was an ambulance in front of you?
Yes.
Did the police cruiser have their lights on?
Yes.
Not just their headlights, did they have the lights that are often referred to as blue lights or overhead lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
How about the ambulance? Did the ambulance have emergency lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
The fire truck? the
Neither
fire
did
truck
Ryan.
Have emergency lights?
Yes.
Do you remember if those were activated?
Yep.
Does the fire engine have a siren?
Yes.
Was the siren activated?
No.
Why not?
We only use the sirens to kind of clear cars out of the road. So there's no need to use a siren when there's no cars on the road. So we're not just doing it in the middle of the morning to wake everybody up. It's just unnecessary.
When you first arrived at Fairview Road and you saw the emergency vehicles, did you see any people?
Yes.
While you were still in the fire truck or after you got out of the fire truck?
Probably after I got out.
After you got out of the fire truck, where do you go?
So I knew that they were working on a patient. So I knew they're going to need the stretcher. So myself and firefighter Walsh went right to the ambulance and retrieved the stretcher and brought it as close to the patient as we could.
At some point, did you see the patient?
Yes.
Was it a he or she?
It was a man.
Where was he when you first saw him?
He was lying supine on the side of the road.
That's a good word.
Up off the curb, like into a
word's good.
a lawn.
How close to him were you when you first
Ava
saw him?
and D, what? Thank you for the gift
Well, I
of
only
membership.
made it to the curb where I brought the stretcher. He was maybe from here to that table, maybe.
When you stood on the curb and you saw that man lying, was his feet closest to you, his head or his side?
Were his feet?
His head would be closer to me.
Did you lift the man from the ground?
No.
Did some of your colleagues?
Yes.
After you brought the stretcher or the bed to the side of the road, did you remain there on the side of the road?
They lifted him on the backboard, they put him on the stretcher, and then they pretty much immediately started moving to bring him in the back of the ambulance.
Around the area where you first saw this man lying supine on the ground, was there anything other than ground? Were there any objects in that
I'm
area?
sorry?
Was there any objects near him?
Palmyra Media. Thank you
I
for gifting
remember
5
seeing a fire
subscriptions
hydrant.
over on Rumble.
And that's all I can really remember.
When you mentioned that he was lying about as close to that table as you, Would 8 to 10 feet be a fair estimate?
I don't know that I could say.
Okay. At some
I
point,
bet he's good at
did
cocaine.
you receive further directions from anybody on the team asking you to do something?
Yes. Firefighter Flamati I was at the head of the stretcher with firefighter Flamati, and he asked me to try to gather more information and kind of see what happened and what's going on.
Did you have someone that you wanted to gather information from?
Yes. There was a woman who seemed to be really concerned and involved with the patient's status. And so I just kind of assumed that this would be the person that I could try to get more information from.
Did you take a guess?
Yeah,
The person that you try to get more information from, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point that person out and describe an article of clothing
Black
they
suit.
wear?
Black suit.
And do you see where that person's sitting in between?
I do. Her attorneys.
She sounded mad about
Did you
that.
approach that person?
Did you hear that tone?
I did.
Now, you mentioned you're not a police officer or a criminal investigator.
Sure you did.
What type of information are you hoping to get generally in these circumstances?
Some basic
Black suit.
demographic info. You can
That's
answer
it.
a lot of questions by just asking a few very simple ones. So obviously you're trying to get his name and his date of birth. And then you ask questions if the patient has a medical history, if the patient takes daily medications, if the patient has any allergies.
What did Karen
And
do to
that's
piss
all
all these
things that
people
can
off?
help to sort of maybe explain why this person is in the position that he's in. For example, if someone says, reported that he had a heart condition or a seizure disorder or he was a diabetic, that would help us sort of.
We'll be right back.
That's relevant information for us for his treatment and to pass on to the hospital.
Did you have a chance to speak with the person that you had pointed out?
I did.
When you spoke to that person, did you get a chance to ask any of those questions you would typically ask?
I did.
When you spoke to the person, what did they tell you?
She gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him, Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was...
Sustained. Jurors disregard that comment.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Ms. McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
All right, sorry about that. I'm
A
back.
few reasons. I felt at that point.
You know what's amazing is that there's no tire tracks in the yard or anything.
The situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation. The woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that.
No,
And it
Mickey,
was
as
also
much as I'd
really
like
not my
to,
place
cocaine is
at that
expressly
point,
prohibited by the
and
state
I
of Minnesota.
feel like that was something
for
that
me
the police
specifically,
were-
and I'm subject
that's
to
more
random
their role.
testing. So,
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I
look,
hit him
man,
would-
drugs
would
are fun,
that
but I
help
can't do them anymore.
Your diagnosis
okay.
and treatment of the man. in
There's
any
lots of
way?
other fun stuff. I'll be fine.
It could
Relax.
have.
But
Enjoy
you made
life.
the decision to stop asking her questions.
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
Why did you not decide to write it down?
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Did you have any other further role at the scene as far as helping the man or doing anything else
No, other than I drove the ambulance to the hospital.
with the gentleman in the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
Did you know at the time who it was?
No.
When you got to 34 Fairview, did you recognize the home when you got there?
No.
Did you later learn who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know somebody who had lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know that person lived there prior to that night?
I learned that she lived there.
Okay. And that person that you knew lived there, what is their name?
Caitlin Albert.
How did you know Caitlin Albert?
We went to high school together. We're in the same grade.
Are you still
we
in the
have
same grade?
Mutual friends, and growing up, we had different friend groups, but those groups would often get together in bigger groups and hang out. I see her in group settings. I socialize with her occasionally. I don't have a personal relationship with her. I wouldn't consider her to be a friend of mine, but I do see her occasionally because of social events.
You know, she's sitting there like this.
I don't
This
have a
bitch.
one-on-one. I don't have a close personal relationship with her.
Was she a friend on social media back at the time?
Yeah.
Oh, weird.
Since this event, have you been on any outings or trips with friends of hers, or in a group setting where she was present?
I don't remember ever seeing her since then.
Had you ever talked to her about your role that night?
Never.
Your
Did
role.
the fact that somebody you knew
It's a
lived in that
paramedic.
house that have anything to do with your treatment and care that morning?
Not at all.
When you saw the man in the back of the ambulance, did you make note whether he was missing any clothing items?
He was missing a shoe, a sneaker.
I'd like, with the court's permission, to play Exhibit 4, part of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you can start at 6:13:45.
Glad they put snow chains on that
Stop,
gurney.
Do you recognize whether or not you're in that video, ma'am?
Yes.
What color jacket are you wearing?
I'm in the red and yellow jacket.
Okay, continue, please.
Can't trust people with a big nose. We own your bank account.
Stop, please. There are two yellow jackets, one on the left, one in the middle of the screen. Do you know which one is you?
I'm now in the middle of the screen.
Continue, please.
I don't know if I should put the stupid thing up, like the Recollection Law banner. Do people not know what channel they're on when they're watching?
Stop, please. Do you know who that is on the left of the screen at the flagpole?
Which one? At the
To the left. If you could play a few more seconds, Ms. Gilman.
It's two officers and a civilian.
Dude, I
woman.
should never have
How about
asked
on the
that.
left? Do you know who that is?
You guys
Oh,
are
no.
hilarious.
That time is 6:15:12. If you could continue, please. Stop, please. Is that you, ma'am, in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please.
You guys are really taking to the super tip thing. We've had 435 total super tips come in since not today. That would be awesome. No, since we started. So that's really great. Hope you guys are enjoying them and find new ways to use them, particularly to make fun of people, because I think that's their purpose. When we really
Stop,
get down
please.
to it, what else are
Do
we
you see
doing?
yourself on that screen?
Yes.
What color jacket?
The red and yellow.
And who's to your left?
Miss Reed.
And across from you, with the blue or black jacket with the hood. Do you know who that is at this time?
Miss McCabe.
And you didn't know her at the time?
No.
You see the officer that's turned away from you?
Yes.
Do you know who he's speaking to?
No.
Do you know the exact moment that the defendant told you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I think it was just prior to that.
Continue.
Does Kurt still cry on stream about not having a girlfriend? I don't know if he does. I don't watch his show. I think I'm a little old for him. Plus, I have kids.
Stop.
He definitely wouldn't sex me.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Jackson.
Well, thanks for playing that very important video clip. Attorney Alan Jackson takes the podium.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning.
McLaughlin.
You indicated that one of the things that is paramount to the life-saving effort or the medical assistance that you and your colleagues provide is to determine what the cause is of the injury, correct?
To determine, just to gather as much information as we can about his history and like recent events that could have precipitated how we found the patient.
What you said on direct examination was, quote, what happened and what's going on, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So, for instance, the what happened, you want to find out and differentiate what happened. Is it a gunshot? Sure. When you're asking what
He was
happened,
in the middle
trying
of
to
it.
determine what happened, for instance, one of the things you're trying to do is differentiate between a gunshot and a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Or poison or ingestion of a poisonous substance or a heart attack.
Yeah, in this particular this
not asking about
scenario,
this
it's
sentence.
I'm not asking. Stop talking.
Next question.
Thank you. I'm asking about in general, when you're taking on information, trying to download
These
information
witnesses,
at
man.
a scene, you're trying to determine, as you said, quote, what happened, correct?
Yeah.
That's important to determine, correct?
Yeah.
You want to get the person's age. You want to get the person's date of birth. You want to get the person's allergies, for instance.
Yep.
But you also, paramount among those, you want to find out what happened. Why are we here?
Ouch.
Correct?
Yes.
Did a person fall out of a tree? Or
Right.
stumble down a stair step? Correct?
Right.
Yeah, he fell out of a tree, landed on a car. Dead in the snow.
In doing so, it's important to relay that information
She looks aerodynamic.
to others as well.
I bet she swims really fast.
Correct?
Yes.
That's the whole point, Ms. McLaughlin. You want to gather the information and then let others know exactly what happened.
McLaughlin.
Document that as best you possibly can so that the life-saving efforts or the medical assistance can continue for the patient, correct?
Yeah, you have to share the information that you got with the people who are providing care.
And one of the ways you do that is by writing it down, correct?
No.
Can I ask you, who did you speak with before your testimony today, in anticipation of your testimony today?
I met with the DA's office a few times.
Who at the DA's office?
Mr. Brennan, a witness advocate, and there were different troopers there at different meetings.
What did you and Mr. Brennan discuss?
How to
Well,
lie.
let me ask you first. of all,
101.
how many meetings were there?
3.
3. When were they?
One in maybe January was just a meeting. One a few weeks ago.
Next one was meeting
we
and dinner?
reviewed the
Like, what's
testimony
the next
from
one?
the last proceeding. And then yesterday, briefly to say that I'm getting called and I'm going today, and if I had any questions.
Let's talk about the one a couple of weeks ago. Where was that meeting held?
Remember, I definitely didn't tell you to say
At the DA's
exactly
office.
this.
And you said you reviewed testimony with whom?
I watched the testimony from the first trial. It was Mr. Brennan, myself, a witness advocate, and perhaps Trooper Tully
And
at
you
that
and Mr.
point.
Brennan went over your testimony at the last proceeding, correct?
We just watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There obviously were questions about that testimony once you finished watching it, I'm guessing, correct?
Not really. He said obviously,
I
but
guess so.
maybe.
Discussed certain aspects of the testimony, is that right?
I wouldn't have asked the question that way.
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan told you that, for instance, he was going to bring out on direct examination, his examination, your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
He said, I will ask you about the relationship.
And that was in anticipation of me asking about that relationship, correct?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan tell you that he wanted to make sure that he brought out that information so that it wasn't brought out on cross-examination by me?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did Mr. Brennan say about the reason he wanted to?
Objection,
bring out
that's
the
hearsay.
relationship with Caitlin Albert on cross-examination?
There was no reason that he gave.
But he did tell you that he wanted to make sure that y'all covered that on direct examination during his examination, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he say something like that?
No.
Did you say something like that? I would like this information brought out so it's not brought out on cross-examination.
No.
At the last hearing when you testified about a year ago, that wasn't brought out on direct examination, was it?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
Brennan's trying to get out ahead of it. Always be the one sculpting the narrative if you can. Stace on the case. Welcome to super lawyer status. Thank you. Thank you for joining up. Very happy to have you on board. Oh, hey, check this out. If you haven't tried out super tips, here's what they look like. If you're joining in here, if you haven't been around the past couple days, these are a blast, in my opinion.
The casserole just ain't cutting it, goddammit. Does anyone know how to make chloroform? I'm asking for a friend.
Damn it, well, blubber, your ass gonna end up in prison. If you ask me, your friend gonna be cellies with Big John, and he's about to pack him tighter than a can of sardines.
Whoa! Objection,
What?
Your Honor. Badgering. Poor Kurt is over in the corner crying his eyes out.
No, Kurt.
I mean, I couldn't give two shits about the pedo lover, pudgy wudgy pork fat.
I'll let it go. Kurt, are you okay? Yes? Then get that fat ass back in the witness stand. Nate, wrap this up, please.
Bring that big booty tank back, Kurt. Get your ass back on the stand.
There once was a lawyer named Kurt whose feelings always got hurt. He thought a casserole could get him a hairy hole. Damn, that white boy's a jerk.
Was it the Kurt limericks today? Ronnie O'Neill didn't speak in limerick. I mean, he does now.
Your Honor, can you please do your job and not let the prosecution lead witnesses? If you want to help them, leave the bench and join their table. Wu-Tang!
Wu-Tang! Here we go.
Hickory dickory dock, Rekieta still gay as fuck!
Why was he so into that? Gay as fuck!
May I continue, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, we were talking about very briefly your testimony about a year ago. In your testimony a year ago, you did not disclose in your initial conversation the fact of your relationship with Ms. Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
So the objection sustained. Next question.
Who was it that asked the question about Miss Albert a year ago?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone, Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, only
I swear
when
she just dice rolls
there
on allowing
started
the
to be
objection.
A lot of harassment and things that insinuations and stuff that started coming out online. I had said maybe once to them that I was concerned I was being harassed.
My question, Ms. McLaughlin, was before the information was disclosed, which was during the first proceeding.
Objection.
And the relationship, they mean her social media
Before
connection,
that,
or is she a
that
lesbian?
information was disclosed during the first proceeding. When any of your interviews, Michael Proctor or anybody else from the DA's office.
I mean, I assume they're just talking about her social media connections that she stopped having, right?
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA about the harassment and the insinuations. That was before the first trial when I met with them.
How was there harassment and insinuations that haven't been disclosed at the first proceeding?
Because it's out there everywhere on the internet and has been.
Before the first proceeding.
Yeah, but there's a picture of me with bikinis on at the beach. That doesn't make me a lesbian.
It's been going on since before the first proceeding.
If you hadn't testified at the first proceeding, at which point it was revealed, how could you have ever suffered any harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed yet, Ms. McLaughlin. Do you understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
The relationship that
Explain it to me,
I had with Caitlin Albert had been out there. It had been published and proliferated on the internet. So that was before the first proceeding.
And who did you tell at the DA's office about this before the first proceeding?
I don't remember who it was or the meeting, but
Was it Mr. Lally?
it could have been.
Do you have a memory of that?
Not specifically. I don't remember who it was.
Was it Miss McLaughlin?
Like I said, I don't
No,
remember
not you,
specifically.
obviously, Miss Laura McLaughlin. No relationship.
Like I said, not specifically.
Let's talk about that initial call.
Eric, I don't know where this story about me admonishing a judge in an elevator came from, but it wasn't me.
Male in the snow. That was early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, Mr. O'Keefe had been placed on a gurney and moved to the ambulance. You were instructed to go get information about the victim.
Yes.
You've described in a video the basic scene where you claim that this statement was made by my client, correct?
Yes.
That was a situation in which you're standing there, Ms. Reed is standing there, Ms. McCabe is standing across from you, and
oh my God! Ow!
Miss Reed was on the right, Miss McCabe was on the left, and then there was a officer kind of diagonal across from me.
Yes.
That was not me. That was them. That was Massachusetts. The Commonwealth of fuck you.
I recognize me in it. Yes.
And when is that approximately, does that approximate what you're describing as that time in which you're standing there, I'm guessing in the yellow jacket, Ms. Reed's to your right, Ms. McCabe's to your left, and there's an officer standing directly across from you?
Yes.
Is this the time that you indicate that that statement was made?
Around this time.
I'd like to have that marked as.
That hit me just as hard as you guys.
Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
None, thank you.
May I retrieve?
And my ear holes are out of practice. It was girthy and violent. Oh, God. My ear holes are crying in the bathroom mirror at a truck stop right now.
Standing directly across from you when you indicate that this statement was made.
I didn't know, but I am aware now.
But, and by the way, that officer's name is what?
Officer Sarif.
You're describing a situation in which you're standing there, Miss Reed is next to you, within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then he said, what? Is that right?
So it's, I hit him. Miss McCabe interjected, and then she said, I hit him. And then the officer said, you what? And then she said, I hit him. And he said, go get Goody down here.
Okay, so.
She didn't hit him hard enough.
That you indicate, she said, I hit him.
4 times.
So this is funny. I'm sure that the
You indicate that
prosecution found out this witness was damaging.
she made these statements, she was hysterical and somewhat out of control. Is that right?
Really tried to get out ahead of
She
this
was upset.
relationship.
I would say hysterical, yeah.
Did you describe her last year as obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical?
Yeah, I believe it. I remember that.
There are 4 lights.
Starting at 9, court submission, starting at 9:15,
Oh, God, I love these videos.
about 9:46. Can you stop it? Did you see the 2 people enter from screen right?
Yes.
Who is that?
That would be myself and Miss Reed.
Okay, this is the first point at which you and Miss Reed begin to converge with the other 2 individuals, Miss McCabe and the officer, correct?
I had started trying to gather the information prior to this, and then she was moving around, so I had kind of was following her, asking the questions, and then we eventually came, here to this point and came to a stop.
So my answer.
Why is she worried about being a lesbian
This is the point where
nowadays?
she converged with Miss McCabe and
Yes.
the officer.
Yes.
It's fine. Just go beat your wife like the rest of them. Don't worry, they're all cops' wives. They're used to it.
Pause it. You see yourself sort of in the foreground in the bright jacket,
Yep.
and Miss Reed's just on the other side of you, correct?
Yes.
Standing there.
Yes.
Worried about being a lesbian. That's a turn on for guys. Why is being a lesbian a turn on for guys? What a mess. I have to batter off lesbians. They're like, with those shoulders, there's no way you got anything down south. Like, show us your liars, Canyon.
Okay.
No, woman, leave me alone.
Okay, what are your thoughts on? Ms. McLaughlin, during that video, that's the time in which you say, or you claimed last year that
I'm calling vaginas liners canyons from now on.
obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Did she look almost hysterical in that video?
She was, well, in that video, that could not explain what that scene was like.
Did she look overly frantic in that video?
She was frantic throughout the whole scene. I think that was me describing the entire scene.
I see.
Yeah.
So she did not look overly frantic in that video.
She was upset for sure.
In the video, did she look overly frantic?
And almost hysterical in that video. Just now.
No, just say
I don't
no.
know that you could really see from that video.
Stop looking at you. Look evasive. Have your clients answer the questions.
Like I said, that video is not really you can't hear anything, so it's hard to.
This case is about the honesty of the witnesses.
She had been.
I didn't ask you if you had been.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that happened. When she's
Having
standing
your
there with
witnesses
you,
be evasive is dumb in this case.
No, she had just stopped running around.
was she gesticulating?
I don't know.
I was.
You know what that means?
I don't.
Was she using her arms and
You don't know what gesticulating means and you're a paramedic?
the hands and arms and running in circles?
She had been, but
And
like
a
I said,
lesbian?
Had been.
yeah, but I
I'm
think
asking you about what happened before you
You're-
got there. I'm asking
so-
you what happened when. I'm sorry.
Question and answer, please.
Thank you.
Thanks, Your
I'm asking you
Honor.
what happened
Very
before we got
helpful.
to that video. All right? I'm asking you about the video in which you described her previously as being overly frantic and almost hysterical. Did she look like she was just gesticulating and moving her arms and spinning in circles?
not in that video.
Okay, thank you. And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, I think you need to calm down, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, that's the point at which McCabe said, you're hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Just so I'm clear, who in that video, Ms. Reed or Ms. McCabe, appeared to be doing most of the talking?
You cannot see from that video.
Who in that video
Who in the video?
appeared to be gesticulating with their arms? My client or Ms. McCabe?
Which one? Who's
I think-
gesticulating?
Miss McCabe was doing that, saying you need to calm down.
Wait,
You're
wait, wait.
hysterical.
Objection, hearsay.
She's saying, calm down, Karen. You're being hysterical. calm down. You're
Calm down. You're hysterical, Karen.
She was trying to get her to stop and to
I'm
calm down because of the
gesticulating.
statement she was making.
I see.
And she
Oh,
was trying to
okay,
get her
yeah.
to stop, calm down.
I see. Okay.
Right, Karen, you want to
During
calm
that
down.
entire video, that was probably
Let me gesticulate at you.
so, maybe it's a minute. That's when you're saying now that Ms. McCabe was gesticulating and saying, calm down, Karen. You need to stop making statements. Calm down. Right?
You need to fucking calm down. Everybody's done that.
Well, you'll agree that Miss Reed was standing relatively quietly to your
I just
right.
got my workout in. Yeah.
No, what she had just said, she had seemed upset when she said that. And what she said was obviously Miss McCabe was trying to convince her that that was not, you need to calm down. Stop saying that.
Right in front of a police officer who never said he heard her say it.
Objection.
And again, none of these people have any of these very important things that she apparently said written down.
You were standing 18 inches, 2 feet from officer.
Strongest trials already at jury instructions. Oh, I
don't
hope
know
he
exactly.
comes back. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I mean, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever.
He was standing near me.
And he was standing even closer to my client, wasn't he?
Yes.
At this moment,
Man, I fucking hate
claim to have heard the I hit him.
Pro Vigil. I have to piss like
repeated 4
crazy.
times. Where was Officer Flamati? I'm sorry, where's firefighter?
Probably that
Flamati
plus a Monster Energy drink isn't a good idea.
In the ambulance.
with the doors closed?
Yes.
And the ambulance, this is my ignorance, I'm assuming the engine was running.
Yep.
I'm assuming that there's some sort of heating system inside that ambulance to keep it nice and warm for patients.
I'll be right back.
So that was running as
Fucking
well.
meds.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
So with that door closed, those doors closed, how many feet away, by the way, from where we're looking? How many feet away? How many yards away?
I don't know. We were fairly close to the ambulance.
Further than you and I are from each other right now, or closer?
I think closer.
Okay. How about now?
I'm not sure. The ambulance was behind us. I'm not sure how close we were.
Right. At least a few yards.
Sure.
Okay. And those doors are pretty thick, secure metal doors that lock. Is that right?
Yes.
Obviously, when you saw them, I mean, I know you don't know what was happening inside the ambulance, but when you saw them, firefighter Nagel and firefighter Flamati were engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. O'Keefe, one doing the bag, one doing chest compressions as they entered into the ambulance, which you did see, correct?
Yes.
When those doors closed, would you presume, from your experience, that those life-saving measures and their focus was on John O'Keefe, that continued?
Yes.
You testified that you went back to the ambulance at some point and you told firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nagel what you claim to have heard. You told this jury, correct?
I went back to the ambulance after that and I told them what was said and gave them the demographic information that I got.
Okay. So in other words, firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nagel heard it from you. You didn't say it to somebody else and they reported it to those two. They heard it directly from you, correct?
I went back and I said, I gave the demographics and I said, she's saying I hit him.
Right. So in other words, they heard that from you.
I gave them.
Objection.
Is that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question. Next question.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You were asked at a hearing about a year ago, back in May last year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
No, not specifically.
You remember saying in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert? Asked by me.
I don't remember specifically what I said.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
Have the page number in line, please.
May 3rd transcript. 10.
I'm back. Yo, YouTube's doing the weird thing where its view count starts skyrocketing even though they're not here.
Named Caitlin Albert.
Hi to the
I
not real
believe so.
people.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
Sure.
I'm going to take advantage. I'm going to run an ad when this thing peaks out. Sorry, I don't know if it's real. If they're going to give me a shitload of live viewers, I'm going to take advantage of it, damn it.
Okay, thank you, Brennan.
Oh, sorry I came in hot. I didn't mean to. It should mellow out.
You see that?
I don't know why I'm so loud. It's I think it has to do with StreamYard and how it processes audio and tries to fucking compensate for stuff. I apologize. I turned on my credit card camera to take out the credit card to pay for the bots. Bring on the bots. They're helpful.
Did that refresh your recollection as to what your answer was to the question, who's Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Did you say, quote, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
That was not a full and accurate.
How much Provigil did I take? All of it.
Correct.
Took all of them. All of one pill.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's
Okay, next question.
All right, I'd like to be seen.
I'd like to be seen.
Jackson, why don't you do-
Sorry, I didn't mean to come in hot. StreamYard does have it has a balancing with audio. And like if you're far away, it tries to pick you up. Like if you're far off the mic, it tries to pick you up and boost you or whatever. And then you can get too close to the mic and come in really hot. I apologize. It's my fault. I'm out of practice. Oh my goodness. You took all your pills today. It's important to stay on schedule. I only have one that I take daily. And well, I only take it really on these early streaming days. It's my Provigil. I take Adderall sometimes, but not very often. Let's see some super tips. We have none in the hopper right now. So waiting for any more of those to come in, guys. You can go to supertip.gg/RL
That question.
and get yourself some super tip love.
You didn't offer up in that first
But
initial
just a
response. You didn't offer up. You didn't say we're friends, did you?
We're not.
You didn't say that we are in the same friend group, did you?
No.
You didn't say we've been friends since high school.
No.
You said I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if you just saw her name in a yearbook.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not true, is it? I mean, that wouldn't be true, correct? Because you did know Caitlin Albert.
That is true. And you asked me if I knew her, and I said yes. And you asked me if I'm friends with her, and I said I wouldn't say friends.
You wouldn't say friends.
Right.
Even as you sit here today, you would not say that you're friends with Caitlin Albert.
No.
I
You would
can
say
actually.
you've been friends for years.
We've known each other for years.
10 days past refilling
We've known
Adderall.
each other for years, but we are not close friends. We don't have a relationship, just her one-on-one. It's just group settings.
You grew up in the same town.
Sorry, M. Wills.
We did.
Went to the same middle school together.
Correct.
Went to the same high school together.
Yes.
You socialized with her.
Yes.
You've taken day trips.
Went to the
with her and
bathroom
others.
together.
Yes.
You've taken beach trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken 4th of July weekend getaways with her and others.
This woman just doesn't understand what a friendship is, I guess.
I don't remember that, but
what is
One
this?
of your best friends named Michaela actually lived with Caitlin Albert at college, didn't she?
Yes.
And you visited your best friend at that residence where she lived with Caitlin Albert on more than one occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, occasionally I would go to visit the friends that I had there.
You would even spend the night in the apartment with them, correct?
Maybe a handful of times, yes.
You've taken photographs with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm in pictures with her, yes.
You've been to baby showers with Caitlin Albert over the years.
I have attended a baby shower with her,
And
yes.
celebrations with her over the years. Correct?
Yeah, we socialize, like I said, group settings, social events. I will see her.
Sorry, like I said, Lady Raggets is away getting some dental work done, so I occasionally have to address issues. Hello, fake 7,000 viewers. I love you all. Sorry to do this. I'm going to run an ad. We're going to see if YouTube pays me a whole bunch for this specific ad. I'm checking it out. I don't know how it just says it inserted an ad. Do you feel advertised? I'm sorry. I should have lubricated your ad hole before I just plowed into it like that. That was very rude of me. It was a non-consensual unlubricated ad. Oh God. You feel so advertised to right now. I don't know if it actually, like, I think that runs an ad right now. Is that how that works? I never use that feature, so I don't know. If some of you got an ad, please tell me when you get back. Hopefully you skipped it or whatever. You got 2 ads? Cool. Get wrecked. I'm going to click that button every 30 seconds. Well, thanks, guys. I love this. I don't know what's up with the fake view thing. It did that. It did that on Friday as well. People are like, you're buying bot views. I'm like, not very well. I didn't pay them long enough. Jesus. They only stuck around for about 30 minutes. That's terrible. Are those jurors on the screen? No, the jurors are not on the screen. Those are family members there all looking dour in the front. And then those are a bunch of, I don't know what those are in the back. Maybe they're people with MacBooks, so I don't trust them inherently. Let's do one of these. Here we go.
There is a fat cowboy named Kurt. He wanted to learn how to flirt. The fox told him to go seduce girls at the zone. And now the fat cowboy is hurt.
It got worse when we used super tips. Fat cowboy then said, cease, desist. And now that he's mad at the fun that we've had, we tell the fat cowboy, eat shit.
That's right. Eat shit. Not that shitty pizza casserole either. Real shit. You mean jerk? Taking your voice away from me? Making me cry. He's obsessed with Kurt. I'm not doing it. I'll make fun of Kurt all day, though. It's obvious you're sending these to yourself. You said fat cowboy, but no, when I send them, you can tell. It has a thing. It's here. I'll show you what it looks like. Did you miss it before? It says the name of who sends it, you weirdo. Here, check this out. See when I send it like this and make fun of Kurt, it's this way.
Why don't the girls like me? I should serve them pizza casserole.
See, it says Recollection law right on there when I do it. Maybe it's someone sabotaging the channel to make it look like I'm botting. Well, they should pay better then. They should hire better bots because these don't even click like. Bunch of stupid bots. Oh yeah, you totally can't make it say anonymous. I actually don't know how. I don't think I can. I know other people can. Can I? Where? Recollection law voice tips. No, I don't get to do the checkout screen. I don't get to do it anonymously. So you're actually incorrect there. Other people can, but I can't. But I don't have to pay for them when I do them because I'm super cool like that, I guess. Oh my gosh. So we're just waiting on this brief little moment. How much of Super Tip did you buy? Oh man, if I could invest in Super Tip as like a company, I would do it in a heartbeat, but I was not offered a buy-in. This is like it's such a fucking brilliant idea. I would do it immediately.
Nick, sorry to you and your viewers about the audio issue earlier. I wasn't expecting the microphones to pick up me ripping an ungodly among of ass ham.
Ass ham is disgusting. Lagging sent 5 memberships. Thank you so much for that. We have 21 new members. I'm going to have to start like doing member stuff over on the channel here. Make it worth it. Do you think this judge is impartial? No, I think she's very partial to the prosecution. The state seems to be getting very favorable rulings all the time. Rosalind Duke with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Rosalind. Very much appreciated. You thought court was back? No, court's not back yet. I mean, well, it kind of is. We're just at a sidebar. Power chat already existed for a few years to the text to speech. I do need to do the AI voice video because, you know, there's actually a really, there's a really interesting case going on right now with Meta and the use of some AI voices. Well, some AI voices that Meta is using, and it's happening right now. Now, of course, again, there's a difference going on here because these voices are obvious parody. Like these voices are here to mock something or to, you know, they're not, no one thinks that these voices are the real people. Whereas with Meta, people are trying to use the AI voices to be the real thing. That is a critical difference here. But this area of law is being developed currently, so it's kind of interesting. But if you think about how impossible it becomes to say, yeah, sorry, no AI voices at all under any circumstances if money's involved in any way. It's like, but that's not how we've done any of this law ever before. It's actually the opposite of how we've done the law before. So why would we start doing it this way now? Just because AI is good at doing the impression? That doesn't make sense.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Motu, you got me. Nailed it. I'd be sitting there like, I'm so fucking funny. I'm not that funny, but I think I am sometimes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Again. Oh, wait, no, not sidebar. This is an approach. Again, to the fake Chinese bot viewers or whatever, please click like with your algorithms.
First of all, take a quick
Algorithm, my like button.
series of pages and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those pages.
Please don't call me a comedian. No, don't do that to me. I don't want to be poor.
Yes.
How do you recognize those documents? What are they?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Are those photographs?
Yes. Oh.
The photographs. Next question.
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
Myself.
Do you see Does every one of those photographs include you?
Objection.
Why can't he ask about the photographs?
Caitlin Albert.
Objection. I'd like a curative instruction.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert goes back not just weeks or months or years. It goes back a decade or more. Matter of fact, more than a decade.
I grew up. We live in the same town, so we went through all the same school systems and everything.
May I approach?
Yes.
If I can have this, please.
Do you know the scent of her
The reality is
womanhood?
You did more with Caitlin Albert than simply go to the same school system. Is that right?
Yes,
One of these photographs has you on vacation with Caitlin Albert drinking, correct?
Sustained.
You've been photographed. You've been photographed.
Oh, look at that
Miss,
smirk.
Miss Albert on many occasions at many
What a bitch.
celebrations with your girlfriends, correct?
Take a sidebar, please.
I'm going to allow that.
Is that right?
Been photographed on occasions.
on occasions, yes.
That wasn't my question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ask
My
it.
question was, you've been photographed on many occasions,
Many
and many
occasions.
celebrations with Caitlin Albert and your girlfriends, that group of girls that we just looked at.
Yeah.
A group of girls that were your friends. You know what I mean? You know the girlfriend thing that like I can't. Not like you
Those include
guys are all in a muff party, just like
4th of July vacations, correct?
friends who are
not
girls. How
sure
do we
the
say
dates
this
on them.
anymore?
I didn't ask you about the dates. I don't know the dates either.
Well, I don't know that was a 4th of July celebration. I'm not sure.
Do you see a beach photo with American flags in the background?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
So you've had those photographs represent
Objecting to freedom.
Some of the celebrations that you have had with Caitlin Albert and others in your friend group, correct?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
You've gone on overnight vacations with Caitlin Albert, isn't that right?
There was one that I can remember.
How many
one
can't you
overnight that I can
remember?
remember with a big group of people.
Those are the more fun ones.
That was in Maine.
It was in Bethel, Maine, wasn't it?
Could have been. It was in Maine.
Have you been to more than one vacation in Maine with Caitlin Albert?
No, I don't know. That's the name of the town. I don't remember.
You've indicated that you've had baby showers where you've attended with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Albert's, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right.
Why are these objections being sustained?
A bunch of other girls, her friends.
Because the judge wants to.
She was in the photo, yeah.
Standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
He can't tell you that. Girl Friday, I agree. Like the fact that he's not allowed to impeach the witness
Next question.
and call into question her
I just glanced
credibility,
through them. Sorry.
specifically in regards to misreading the other witnesses.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school with somebody by that name?
I said that, and I described the relationship numerous times throughout that testimony to clarify it.
And you clarified it under questioning by me, correct?
Yes, and Mr. Lally, he asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year too.
Objection.
Sustained.
I would like to report the obviously fake 5,000-ish
The reason
viewers.
you clarified it is because you were confronted with photos of yourself last.
Those assholes aren't chatting enough. Chat more.
Sure. The reason you clarified it, as you just testified, the relationship, is because you were confronted with photographs of you and Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
Truth speaks.
Right.
What
And you were shown
changed?
photographs last year.
I was, yes.
Format. No, it's actually me doing a shitload of drugs and getting arrested.
Member
That's
of the
what.
Albert family
That's what changed.
that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
January 30th, 2022, you were contacted by a member of the Canton Police Department to set up an interview, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You remember being
The
contacted? by
format
anybody
changed.
to set up an
Yeah,
interview?
it was that.
The state police called me, and I met with two state troopers. I don't know which one of the troopers called me to set up the interview.
Isn't it true that it was actually a Canton police officer who coordinated that interview with
I have no knowledge of that at all.
Isn't it true that the Canton police officer who set up the interview with Massachusetts State Police and coordinated that interview was a detective named Kevin? Do you remember that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't it true that Brian Albert has a brother named Kevin Albert on Canton Police Department?
I know that now.
Isn't that who coordinated your
I love how you guys now chatting. Like,
I've
I'm at
never
work.
spoken to Kevin Albert
Jackass.
ever.
Can't remember who it was that set up the meeting. How can you say with such specificity?
Because it was the state police called me. The state police called me. It was a state trooper.
Can you wait till I'm
Just
finished with my
hold on
question?
1 second.
Oh, sorry.
If you can't remember who it was that called you specifically, how can you say with such specificity that you've never spoken to Kevin Albert?
Because I have only ever talked about this case with a state police trooper. So there were two of them there when I went for the interview. I don't remember which one called me, but I've never been contacted by anyone in the Canton police about an interview or about the case. So I know it's not. I just don't know which state trooper it was that called me.
Did you talk to Mr. Brennan about this issue when y'all met?
No, I did not.
This issue never came up?
No,
Why?
About Kevin Albert or the Massachusetts State Police or your first interview?
no.
You remember testifying about this last year?
I remember you asking me about who coordinated the interview.
And now as you sit here, you're saying it was absolutely 100% Massachusetts State Police that coordinated that interview.
It was I only ever spoke to the state police about that interview. I wasn't contacted by anyone else to go in for that interview.
Are you saying that you now have a specific memory of how that interview was set up? And that it was Massachusetts State Police?
My only memory is.
Do you have a memory or do you answer the
question? You have a memory?
Can you answer that question?
I don't understand the question.
Everything's been asked like 5 times in a row. It's like an echo chamber, literally.
That you have a memory of how that interview was set up. And it was by a Massachusetts State Police officer.
I always had a memory that it was a state police officer.
Okay.
I don't know which one. That's why I said I don't know.
Isn't it true that last year you were asked that very similar question? This is at 10-56, lines 10 through 15.
Like I said, while you're here, fake people, hit the like button before you leave or whatever.
Say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you. Come on to Canton PD. He wants to have an interview. Answer, I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up. Remember that?
Right.
I want to play a Kurt video and scare away 5,000 people again.
That interview was set up by Massachusetts police officers.
That's the only memory I have of it. And when I said I don't know, you said somebody other than Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there, because I didn't remember specifically who called me to come in for the interview. But I've never spoken to anybody in the Canton police about that interview or the setup.
In fact, Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so.
How many conversations did you have with anybody before you actually sat down with Michael Proctor? Either in anticipation of setting up the interview or otherwise?
None. I think once I got the call, I just called my chief that they're asking me to come in. And that was that.
And you got the call from whom?
I don't know which state trooper called me.
But as you sit here
Me
now,
either.
You're very specific in your memory. It was a state trooper.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the Canton police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Rossini, you seem angry. Sorry.
I want to talk to you for a second.
I'll do
about
better.
the role when you did, in fact, arrive at 34th Fairview, Ms. McLaughlin. How long had you been a firefighter paramedic at that time, January 29th of 2022?
Probably about 5 years.
You said that you'd responded to hundreds, you believe it's possibly hundreds of calls. Is that right?
Possibly.
How many were homicides or potential homicides?
None that I know of.
So this would be the first one on January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, if you had never responded to a homicide before, you certainly had never responded to a homicide of a police officer before, correct?
Correct.
I think you indicated as much on direct examination that you are not and are not now a trained detective. Is that right?
Right.
You never conducted any sort of a formal investigation, formal criminal investigation, had you?
No.
You hadn't been trained. You had no advanced training on how to preserve or interpret statements or memorialized statements for evidentiary purposes?
No.
Or for the use in trial, things of that nature?
Nope.
In fact, your role that morning was just to provide medical assistance and pretty much nothing else. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'll agree that it was a somewhat chaotic scene, right?
Yes.
Lots of first responders on scene. Right?
Yes.
Everybody working furiously, or at least people working furiously to provide life-saving measures to John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
People were talking over each other. There was a cacophony of engine sounds and noises coming from people talking and trying to speak over the wind and the howling, the driving snow and wind that was coming down, snow that was coming down. Is that right?
Yes.
You hear people in the background, in the foreground, people talking over each other.
Yes.
Emotions, your emotions, everybody else's emotions were on high alert. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were trying to do your job under pretty intense pressure and in a very limited context, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a tape recorder with you when you were asking my client any questions, did you?
No, of course not.
There's no audio recording of that conversation you claim took place between you and Miss Reed, is that right?
Not that I know of.
And you've already indicated that you didn't even follow up with a single question when she responded in the way that you've indicated she responded, correct?
Yes.
The words you claim you heard were, "I hit him." Is that right?
Correct.
It's your experience that people under pressure, people under stress, because you go to high stress situations all the time as a firefighter paramedic, correct?
Correct.
People in those kind of situations speak in broken sentences or rhetorical questions, correct? Not uncommon.
People react differently at different scenes.
But you certainly wouldn't say that that's uncommon. Oh my God, what happened? What happened? Things of that nature.
No.
Yeah, not common at all. It's very common. It happens all the time.
The question of confusion, or a series of questions of confusion. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
I did not hear that.
You never heard her say anything close to, did I hit him or could I have hit him?
I did not.
Ms. McLaughlin, where are your notes regarding this statement?
I don't have any.
Where'd they go?
It's not in the role that I was in. I'm not in a position to write a report on this type of call. It would be the lead paramedic or the officer on scene.
So you didn't write anything down. You didn't have any opportunity to write
I didn't.
anything. Just going by your memory.
Yes.
What to play exhibit 4, starting at runtime 8:50.
Yeah, why would you do anything to prepare?
Okay.
I am shirking the apology to Citizen M.
Orient us. Can you tell
I'm
me
not
where
even
you
sure what
are
I'm
in that
apologizing
video?
for.
I might be in the middle there.
Now she
Although I
doesn't
didn't
know where
get a
she
good
is.
look.
With the yellow
Amazing.
Yes.
thread. I'd like you to pay special attention, Mr. McLaughlin.
Just being intentionally difficult.
In your left hands as this video plays. Could we go ahead and play it?
She knew immediately who she was in the other video. She's like, but now I might be that person. I don't know.
What are you looking down at?
Oh,
You
I see what you're saying.
and your failures.
Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as I'm getting the information. Was that your question about notes?
So you were taking notes.
That's
thank
just
God, the
me
fake
jotting
viewers are
down
leaving.
The demographics.
Let's keep playing.
Castrum, don't tell me to screw off. I only screw on. Yeah, Bronca's covering the cop trial.
Still the part of the interaction where my client is overly frantic and almost hysterical.
Rumor has it there a
That's
jury
the point
instruction
where
already.
your client started to make the statements.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical?
I'll message him.
She was distraught.
Overly frantic and almost hysterical. We're using different words. I'm asking you about your words. Does this describe her as overly
I think the overly frantic and hysterical, I was describing the entire scene.
So you'll agree that she doesn't look overly frantic or hysterical.
Again, hard to say from a video, but
And according to you, well, that's actually
Again, she doesn't look frantic or hysterical in the video.
It's a video.
It's really easy to see in a video.
she's not totally in view, and
I mean,
she
like-
wasn't standing there calmly, I guess.
This makes the witness look worse.
She was upset. She was very upset.
Hysterical.
I might say hysterical. She was extremely upset.
Okay, and this is the point which Ms. McCabe is saying.
See, now she's giving the jury what hysterical looks like. And hysterical looks like a normal person just being normal. This is not a great strategy. Where's the hysteria?
So you indicated that this is the point at which, and we can leave the lights down for a second. I'm going to play it again. This is the point at which you said my client had just said, I hit him. Basically confessing to having hit John O'Keefe, correct?
Those are the statements she'd made.
And Officer Seraph is standing right there, right?
Yes.
You see any reaction from him right there?
I know he turned and told somebody to go get the sergeant. I don't know if that already played. I'm sorry.
Do you see any reaction from him?
He responded, "You what?" And she repeated it again, and then he told someone to get the sergeant.
I know that's what your statement is. I know that's your testimony. I'm asking about the video. Do you see him reacting right here?
You'd have to play it again. I wasn't looking at that part.
Do you see him handcuff my client?
Oh, no.
You see him call anybody over to handcuff my client?
He turned to signal to get Goody down here is what.
So they handcuffed her.
No.
They didn't handcuff her.
No.
Even though she just confessed in front of a police officer, according to you.
That's what she said.
I hit him. It's my fault. I did it. That's a confession, correct?
She said, I hit him.
And Officer Seraph just stands there and my client walks away, correct?
You'd have to talk to Officer Seraph about that.
Oh, we have.
You should.
Mr. McLaughlin,
Okay, so let's move on. Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you, but how much longer do you think you'll be?
Not long.
Okay, so,
I can wrap it in a couple of minutes.
okay.
Toward the end of this video. Your Honor.
Are you playing it again or should we put the lights on?
If we can play it again.
Okay.
Continue. Pause it. You appear to be writing something down,
I could be.
and according to you, you're writing on your glove.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of glove?
Just a regular latex glove that we use on the ambulance.
You didn't have a notepad?
I probably did. Sometimes it's easier to just write it down on your glove.
Right. Did you write I hit him on your
No, I did not.
Go ahead and play it. Still appear to be writing something down, looking down at your glove?
I might be looking at it.
Oh my gosh, my bladder shrunk like an addict's BMI. Jesus.
Pause it. Is this also an example of my client being overly hysterical and frantic?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to her.
You can have the lights up. Whatever it was that you were talking to Miss Reed about it was important enough that you had a pin out. You were writing things down.
Nick has a UTI.
Well, I was still finishing writing down some of the other.
I got a UTI from all
Yeah.
the sex I was having,
Yes,
fucking
I
my
wrote
life
down things
over.
that were some of the things that were said.
Some of the things that were important, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you'd write down John O'Keefe. That's his name, right?
Right.
You might write down a circle with a slash through it. Allergies. No allergies, right?
Right.
You might write down 46 for his age.
Right.
Yeah, cool.
You might write down how he was injured, hit by a car, correct?
Nah.
I did not know that was. Well,
I
I
didn't
didn't
know
know
that's
what
what
those
she
statements
meant.
meant.
It doesn't matter. Maybe she hit him. There's no way in which I hit him isn't relevant to an EMT.
4 times as you climbed, correct?
Yeah, I had that in my head, and I was going to go tell them that.
And you had a pen.
I was going to tell him, just forgot.
Writing things, correct?
Yeah.
You never wrote that down, did you?
I wasn't going to write that statement down on the glove. I remembered that, and I went back to the ambulance and told them.
It's amazing.
You did memorialize that statement on any note that we have, correct?
No.
You didn't memorialize
I'm in my memories. I memorialized it.
that you were wearing, correct?
No.
Whatever you wrote down on that glove, where is that now?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously.
Why is that obvious?
I don't know how obvious it is. What'd you do with it?
You just scratch everything out and you throw out the glove.
Just threw it away.
Oh, you know.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Amazing.
We don't know what was actually on or not on that glove, do we?
I wasn't I didn't write those words down on that glove.
As we stand here, we don't know what was or wasn't on that glove.
Name, date
She
of
said
birth.
she didn't write it down.
no
That's
meds, no
amazing.
history,
That's a
no
good admission.
allergies. And then I wasn't writing that statement down on the glove. I went back to the ambulance and just reported it.
And importantly, it was important enough, as you say, to go back and report the statement, but not important enough to write it down with that pen. It's very conveniently in your right hand, correct?
It's not about importance. I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out at the scene wrote that down either. Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have.
Mr. Brennan, can you do a redirect in 5 minutes?
I can.
Okay.
I can do lots of things in 5 minutes, sometimes twice. Ask my wife. Rach, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Dr. Schwartz Rising, welcome to Lawyer Status.
Jackson would show you part of your testimony from a prior proceeding. Was he leaving something out when he was showing you that, asking you questions?
Sustained.
When he asked you about whether you knew Caitlin Albert, and you said you went to high school with her, did you immediately then answer questions describing that relationship?
Correct.
Watch the phone.
Were you
Sorry, I'm loud.
asked
They're
immediately
quiet.
Other questions about the relationship?
I explained the relationship over and over again throughout the testimony.
In fact, you described the relationship over 20 times, didn't you?
I'm sure it was that many.
You didn't simply just say somebody named Kate. I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert. You didn't leave it at that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember saying, I would say more acquaintances, not close friends?
Right.
You remember immediately saying after that, I would say we had mutual friends. We might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly.
Right.
Objection.
I'm going to allow
You remember many more statements after that initial answer where you described the relationship.
Yes.
Similarly, you were asked about a meeting with the state troopers,
Yes.
and the attorney asked you a question about your memory or suggesting that Mr. Albert set up the meeting. Remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked questions just like that before at the last hearing, weren't you?
Yes.
Remember being asked
But not those
about
questions.
who set up the meeting and you saying that you didn't recall?
Yes.
And then remember being asked about whether a completely different officer set up the meeting, and you said, I don't remember exactly how.
Recross is going to be interesting.
Yes.
Followed by, so that was my next question. You may have told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up and you said you didn't?
Right.
And you were specifically asked, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
Objection.
Do you remember saying no?
The objection sustained.
Do you remember when you were asked at the last hearing, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar? Do you remember what you told Attorney Jackson?
I told him no.
And then you were then asked, do you know Kevin Albert? Do you remember your response?
I said no.
When you were there trying to help the gentleman that was on the ground, did you know this would become a homicide investigation?
No.
Did anybody tell you this was a homicide?
No.
In fact, when you spoke, or the defendant spoke to you, you were simply trying to get background information to help Mr. O'Keefe. When she told you, I hit him, did she say that she hit him with something?
No.
That's important literally in any context.
Or a foot?
No.
Homicide or no homicide.
No.
Car or no car.
You mentioned this was not
It's
part of
relevant
the
to
role.
medical work.
Why didn't you persist? Why didn't you follow up and ask more questions about that statement?
Because you're shitty at your job, right?
And the dynamics.
Tell me about the dynamics. Remember how we talked about the dynamics?
Why didn't you persist in getting more information from the defendant when she said, I hit him, I hit him?
I felt bad for her at the time. It was a very disturbing scene, and I did not want to push further down that road. It's not my job, and I didn't feel comfortable doing it. No.
Then how do you remember she made those statements?
I won't ever forget those statements.
I have no further questions.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, that was a disturbing scene, you said, correct?
Yes.
An emotional scene.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
A scene that was upsetting.
Yes.
A lot of people,
Yes.
for a lot of reasons, right?
Yes.
And that's when things start getting missed, when emotion starts playing a role, correct? That's when details start getting missed.
I guess it depends on the situation.
Right, but this was a disturbing, emotional, upsetting scene even for you, correct?
I felt that for a civilian to see it, it was very disturbing for them.
Probably wasn't
For
great for you,
civilian.
was it?
It's not.
Yeah, and your testimony is you never heard my client say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Correct? You never heard that.
I didn't hear those questions. No.
What you heard was, I hit him. Is that right?
I heard him. I hit him repeatedly.
And changing gears for a quick second, I'm almost finished, Your Honor. You did ultimately start talking about your relationship in more detail with Caitlin Allen under my questioning, didn't you, after that first date? Is that right?
Yes.
That's when I started showing you photographs, correct?
Objection.
Was that when you were seen showing photographs?
I don't know. I described it so many times. I don't remember.
But you knew I had information that I was going to ask you about.
Objection.
No.
Objection.
Finally, with regard to Kevin Albert, did Trooper Proctor tell you during that interview that he had texted with with Officer Kevin Albert about setting up your interview? Did he tell you that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that the reason we're here, the reason we set this up is because Kevin Albert texted me that he had already coordinated with you?
Never. No.
No.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, you are all set. Jurors, I appreciate you going a little later into.
Gates of Above says it's weirdo. All these witnesses said the same. I won't ever forget those statements.
45 minutes, can that be 5 minutes?
All rise for the court, please. Go to notebooks and follow me.
Okay. So we have the jurors getting kicked out for lunch here. It's about time. We just finished up the testimony of I don't even know what her name was. But look, it's clear that that lady had a relationship, and it goes to the credibility, a relationship with I can't remember her first name, Albert, the homeowner's wife, right? It's clear that they had a relationship. It's clear that that relationship is attempted to be obscured from the jury. And this is the strategy of the defense is to show that the state and the witnesses for the state look collusive and untrustworthy. They don't have to prove the conspiracy. And that's really, really critical for everybody who's watching, who watched the first trial and is tuned into all the facts and knows that there's this conspiracy that's going on. I say knows with air quotes. It sure looks like it. Don't get me wrong. Not his wife. It's Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Again, it's tough because I'm coming in so hard. Guys, you don't know how tough it is to be me. I'm coming into this fresh, but also there's sometimes where I do have to step away. And so I miss some of those details. I apologize for not knowing, but we'll just take it as the same way a juror might zone out or zone in, and they might miss something too. They're a little more keyed in because, they don't have to drive their daughter somewhere in the middle of a show, but that's okay. That's okay. But it looks like they're obscuring stuff. And the key here is that the defense does not have to prove the conspiracy. In fact, if the defense runs an affirmative defense that there's a conspiracy to frame up their client, then they would have to start proving things out. And that becomes a hassle for them. If they raise the specter of collusion going on between all of these people, then all they need to do is get the jury to the level of looking at the evidence that's come in from these witnesses as unreliable. The unreliability of the evidence is key. That is what raises reasonable doubt. Trying to prove out a conspiracy is really, really difficult, and they're not equipped for it. They don't have the right setup here, right? Like they're on the defense. They're not on the offense. They don't get to lead into the calling in witnesses to try and prove this out. They don't have any discovery specifically related to this. There's not a charge of conspiracy that they've gathered all the evidence for. They are just here to raise the specter of collusion to that level where we go, okay, we can't trust the evidence that's coming in from these people from the state because it kind of looks like they've been talking together and getting their story straight. And that then lines up with the lack of evidence and the shoddy detective work and all of that stuff. All of that ends up combining it, but the defense is still walking that fine line. I think they're doing a very, very good job of it. And I think that the cross-examinations today so far have been very useful in that front. These people don't look trustworthy at all. And they're being evasive on stuff that they really don't need to. Because if they just answer the questions that have, an obvious spot to answer them and no major downsides, it looks way worse when they try and evade that answer. And sometimes you get that with witnesses when they are committed to one side and they want to they get overly defensive, right? And that's why they've had so many meetings on the phone, frankly, where the prosecution is trying to coach them. And look, they know what they're doing. They can coach these people without coaching them. But what they'll do is they'll just keep calling their attention to the same facts, like the same set of facts. Like, this is what we're really going to focus on. We want to make sure we get this stuff, this stuff going. We really want to, draw the jury's attention to this line of questioning. And then they don't have to tell them what to say because they already know what to say. The most banned queen says, use the Sean super tips while you can. Will you read the take request? Dude, if it comes to me, I'd read it, but they don't, it's not me that is in charge of putting the voices up or taking them down. It's the company. So I don't get those takedown requests. If they give them to me, I'll read them, make fun of them, and all sorts of stuff. You heard it, guys. The Sean one is going to go away, I guess, because I guess Sean's going to be fat and sad, and he's going to stop making fun of me too. You can't use my voice. You can't use my voice. Okay. Go build a tank, Sean. Speaking of super tips, we do have some super tips here to go ahead and cover. And then we have another Kurt video. It's much shorter than the others to watch in a little bit. And we might, if someone can DM me the timestamp for Kurt versus ChatGPT, I would love to review that as well. That could be very funny.
Hickory dickory dock, Kurt's got a micro cock. He fucked Mr. Magoo, then came in his shoe and dropped him on the next block.
No, ew. Again, I'm noticing a common theme of micro penisery around here, and I'm very uncomfortable with this. I'm very uncomfortable.
Did you eat that taco? I wouldn't say that. Did you lick that sour cream from that taco? I licked a creamy substance from a hard shell tortilla with a meat-like filling. I wouldn't call that a taco.
I don't know if I should be hungry or disgusted or turned on from that one. I'm not sure. Like, I'm lost on that.
All hail King Grifter.
Oh, hey, what's up? All hail me too. Megan says, after all the shit Sean put out there about you, he can't handle an AI voice. I think he thinks he's pulling a epic move. He takes it away. He's like, aha, it's like a chess piece. No, Sean, it's not a chess game. If you take your voice away, I'm just going to make fun of you for being a bitch.
Hickory dickory dock, Kurt can cokey my black Glock. These Massachusetts crackers gonna judge this chick cause she said I did it a lot. She did Snow Bunny run over Mo Peeps than Daryl Brooks.
I don't even know what the first part of that chat was, but the last part of it really brought it home. Oh.
I'm not trying to rush you. How much longer do you plan on going?
Bitch, if you would stop protecting the prosecution and these plain white whores with horrible accents, I wouldn't be taking this long, Your Honor.
Bitch, if you... Oh my gosh.
Wow, let me on. Oh, that's is how that it is what it is, Nicka, please. Peep game, Nicka.
That's right. That's right. Don't forget.
White bread ass niggas, man.
White bread. No wheat. No wheat in this house. Only white bread. Doesn't the law say something like can't use image nor voice for advertising? What's being advertised? Like, assuming it were that simple, what's being advertised? Once you answer that, like, and you go, oh yeah, nothing. There's no actual advertisement going on. Then you immediately have a problem with that sort of line of thinking and that approach to the subject. But hey, you know, it's okay. Oh, hold on. We got to get. All right. We got to get, I'm sorry to do this to you, but we do have a video. We've been reviewing certain videos of Kurt lately. Cause look, I had Kurt on the show for tons of times. I can't even count, for countless hours and lots of subjects and all sorts of tomfoolery, but I never really watched Kurt's videos. And so reviewing Kurt's videos lately has been, kind of fun. Get to see what he was up to, especially while I was gone. Let's see. Real quick, Neurodivergent says you should tell the people on CommieTube to come over to Rumble, the free speech platform. Well, yes, you can watch on either YouTube or Rumble. We're on both of them live. Links to both are on Twitter and on Locals. You can also, if you're a Locals member, you can watch on Locals and you have a dedicated Locals chat as well. So hopefully you can find the chat of your choice. We have multiple options here at Recollection Law to service all of your needs sexually. Okay. There's no way around this, guys. We just got to do it. I'm risking it all. I'm down here in the clear danger zone. This is I can't take. Yeah. There we go. Yes. Marbury versus Madison. Oh, God. Yeah. Brown versus Board of Education. Why? Why would you do that? So it's a very short one. You know, I didn't want to go. That's not a long video. Oh, I need to bring myself back. Too small. Okay. We need to do the Kurt yelling at Chat GPT. That's gotta happen here, which it just happened the other day. I don't know if anybody has got a link to that and wants to send it on Twitter or whatever. I would appreciate it. Why would he record that? I don't know. I don't know why you would record half the Again, I didn't watch Kurt's content. I thought he's over there talking about constitutional law. Then I see these weird Datamax videos. I see him inviting people to be chained up to a chair while he feeds them pizza casserole. Baby birds it down their gullet.
Your Honor, if you want to suck the prosecution's cock, please do so on your own time and stop wasting ours.
Holy shit, Ronnie. That was very aggressive. Like, that's a judge. You just treat her with respect. Let's see. Someone says it's a quick YouTube search. So, uncivil law versus Chat GPT. Oh, here we go. We've got the uncivil law crash out. This is 20 minutes long. Holy crap. I don't know if we're going to do that whole thing. Well, we have time to go over Karen's charges after the Kurt video. Why don't we do those first? I'd forgotten. My ADHD kicked in. Sorry. So Karen Reed charges. Let's take a look at what the actual so she has, according to AI, she's charged with second-degree murder, manslaughter while operating under the influence, and leaving the scene of an accident causing death. So that's, those are the three charges that we have, which means we can go to Massachusetts. So many fucking letters in Massachusetts. Second-degree murder. All out of pocket. Don't worry. We'll have time. We will have time for this one. All right. Okay. Here we go. Kurt video is more important, bro. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll be fine with this. So here we have second-degree murder in Massachusetts. Well, this is from Fine Law. In the Commonwealth, the person commits second-degree murder when he or she intentionally kills another person, but does so without any premeditation. The killing must be done with malice aforethought. Now, see this. How do they get? Oh, we also have second-degree felony murder. We need to see the actual charging document. Give me a second. This damn thing is not useful at all. Karen Reed charging document. Let's see. Karen Reed indictment. That's from 2025. Oh my goodness. Where is this fucking document? I'm going to change this to indictment. Let's see. I don't care about the legal team. I care about the fucking charging document. Why is it so hard to find some of this stuff? Oh, 2022 is the one? Okay, what do we have here? Charges. Okay. Second degree murder, manslaughter. Well, we read that. Where's the actual document? How obnoxious. $5,000 people just knocked on my door and suddenly disappeared. No kidding. I don't know what's up with that. What I do know is that, YouTube, the way they count live viewers is not actually, like everything, the way stuff is done is not actually as straightforward as you might think. You might think, oh, there's just a viewer and then you count it. But that's not how they do it. They have a formula which actually, I would say, it pares down the number of maybe active links or whatever, and they actually do try and figure out viewers because they need to for ad dollars, right? Like they're selling ads based on how many people are watching. They have to have an accurate count, and so what I'm guessing is that something has happened the past 2 days or 2 streams where the view algorithm has messed up temporarily. Someone said Andrew Burkhardt had 47,000 viewers, which would tell me that probably something was going on with her count as well. Although she deserves 47,000 viewers, it seems like something maybe is going on YouTube wide on those things. You think it's the East Coast lunch people? No, I don't think so. Look, I've done plenty of streams with 7,000 plus people, and the chat moves very, very differently. Like very differently than having 2,000. And as all of those people joined in, there was no change in how the chat actually behaved or moved. Can I get the document? I just want this indictment document. That's all I want. I guess it's this. We'll just this one from 2022. All right, so here we go. It's nope, not that one. This one. Now we've got it. So we've got Karen Reed did operate a motor vehicle upon a way as defined in MGLC 90S1 or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees with a percentage by weight of alcohol in her blood of 8/100ths or greater. So this is her driving while intoxicated or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, and did so. See, there's an or here because, oh my gosh, that's terrible. There's an or here because just because you beat the blood alcohol content doesn't mean that you weren't under the influence of an intoxicating liquor. So this is why, they use field sobriety tests and other observations of people to make those determinations, just in case they don't get a test that blows over the legal limit. And did so operate said motor vehicle so that the lives and safety of the public might be endangered, and by such wanton and reckless conduct so described did cause the death of another person, John O'Keefe. So now we have, MGL C265 S3.5, but we have that there. I want to see the second degree murders. Did operate a vehicle upon a way or a place to which the public has right of access, blah, blah, blah. And without stopping and making known her name, residence, and the registration number of her motor vehicle, did go away to avoid prosecution or evade apprehension after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury. So this is evading or fleeing the scene that she's charged with. And then where? Fucking thing. Oh, did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder the said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the second degree and not in the first degree. Okay, so I guess that's the theory, is that she beat him. She just used her car to do so. I don't know. That seems like a stretch. But this is an intentional killing, right? This is with malice. With intent to murder, assault and beat them. And then they did kill him. So good job on that one. You made it, Karen Reed. Yeah, I don't know how they possibly sustain this under the facts that are there. The driving while intoxicated could maybe sustain. I mean, the biggest problem that they have, of course, in all of this is they have to prove that she hit him with a car. Right? Like, that's the first hurdle is, did she hit him with a car at all? And if the answer is we can't prove it, then, the two death charges go out right away. And then fleeing the scene kind of makes it difficult without actually having her cause the death or without being able to prove that. So, I don't know. There's not too much to look into here. The charges are pretty clear. One says she specifically assaulted and battered him, causing his death, and she wanted to. A battery, by the way, a car is not precluded as an instrument of battery. Any physical object by which one makes to come into unwanted contact with another is a battery. And it's a battery by extension of whatever that is. That includes throwing things or launching things or shooting things. That all counts legally as a battery. If you make a physical object to non-consensually strike someone else, you have committed battery. That's that. So I don't know that there's really too much to go through with the charging documents. It's critical then for them to attack the blood alcohol, the blood alcohol content. And now I'm remembering that this was sparked by a question about the blood alcohol content and whether or not, what happens if they get lower than the legal limit, or they show it to be lower than the legal limit. Well, remember, this is going to be up to the jury, right? The state has presented evidence that her blood alcohol content was above the legal limit. And what they've done is tried to cast enough doubt on that evidence to have the jury throw that out. But it won't be thrown out by the judge. They're not going to win. The judge is like, I issue you a win on the blood alcohol content. And now I'm going to she could dismiss out the case. However, the law specifically says that a 0.08 or greater or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor. And if you tell me that she's at a 0.078, you know, I think a jury could be persuaded that she was otherwise intoxicated. Now, the interesting thing, though, is how they're making that determination, because they don't have, we'd have to dig into this, but they don't seem to have a blood alcohol content measuring within 2 hours of her driving or striking, striking the deceased, if she did indeed strike him. And typically, well, at least in Minnesota, you have to get that measurement within 2 hours. Or you have to, sorry, let me rephrase that. What you have to do is prove that within 2 hours of driving, someone was under the influence of alcohol. And so in this case, it'd be hard to prove that that happened within 2 hours based on the information that they have, just because they don't have any information about her until several hours later. They don't have they have maybe eyewitness observations, but those people don't know what her blood alcohol content is. They could say she drank 9 drinks, but half these people don't know how many drinks they had. They don't remember the events of the night that clearly. Who's sitting there watching how much someone else drinks unless they've been asked to specifically, you know? People are all just sitting around having a good time. Trying to reconstruct how many drinks Karen Reed has sounds like collusion to me. But anyway, it's critical to get that element out of there to get this crime taken care of. If the state cannot prove that Karen Reed is operating the vehicle under the influence of alcohol, then killing him with a car and alcohol at the same time becomes pretty much impossible. So good job. Go defense team. You can do it. Now, they did a good job trying to do that today as well. Again, undermining the testimony of the forensic analyst who verified the blood alcohol content. So here we go. We've got you have some of these super tips here.
These state witnesses could have taken a lesson in integrity and reliability from me. State witness superstar. I always ask that people tell me when I'm telling lies. Yeah, boy, didn't do too bad, did I, Candy, Ohio County?
There you go. I guess not.
That butterball binger bitch still the world's biggest gainer. Fuck around and find out.
Damn it, Ronnie. Stop it. Stop it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we have the uncivil law versus ChatGPT video. And I want to do it, but I have to go to the bathroom. So give me just a minute. I'll be right back. And I apologize, but I gotta pee. So here.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited for what you have for us when your being is through. When you have small blur and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, drink some when the stream is over. When you have small blur
Oh my goodness. Sorry. That's what happens when you buy a fucking bladder from Chechnya. Good Lord. Okay. Okay. Much apologies on that. Here we go. So I was told that, look, people are a little frustrated with me because I did not disclose to them the level of actual legal practice experience that Kurt had, and I brought him on my channel because I didn't give a shit. And I don't know why anybody else did either. It really doesn't matter that much. Like, who am I to talk? I do not have tons of in courtroom practice experience. I mean, I have some. I've done bench trials in family law, and I've done motion practice and negotiated out criminal cases. I've never had to take a criminal case to trial. But Kurt is someone who came on and talked a lot about the practice of law and drafting motions, and it turns out like he didn't really do any of it at all. But hey, like that doesn't preclude anybody from commenting on things. So I never thought it was that important to do that. Kurt's a smart guy. He passed law school, he passed the bar. He ended up passing the Texas bar as well. Congrats to him on that. And so he's, fully qualified to talk about any of this stuff. But some people are mad that they felt I misrepresented his qualifications. I'm like, well, I didn't misrepresent him because I just didn't say him. I didn't give a shit. I knew he's an attorney, but he worked for the patent office. He used to work for the patent office. He was not, like a practicing attorney. So anyway, then Kurt got a client, I guess. I don't know who his client was, and I hear that he has since been severed from it, and this is related to that. That's where we're at. Well, real quick, this is very important.
Get you a damn catheter or a bucket, you overhydrated bitch.
But I feel like Ronnie would say bitch a lot. I really do. Okay. Be you, dude. Remember how you got where you did? I do. I remember it very, very vividly. Here we go. So we're gonna go through this. This is apparently like Kurt has a brief, and he asked GPT. I cannot say that today, to rate it.
A Supreme Court petition that yours truly wrote, but did not file because, as I mentioned, the client decided to ultimately hire a different attorney.
Well, that's too bad. I bet Kurt wrote a pretty good brief. I would have faith in him to do that.
File a different petition because the client had reasons for believing that attorney had a special in, and I was like, I don't think so. And they didn't get it anyway, but that's all right.
I don't know if they had a special in, but I know you've got a special out. Right there. That right there is why I would not hire you, and I'm really sorry. Like, I know that I sound like an asshole when I say stuff like that, but I would not ever put Kurt in front of a jury, a judge, a panel of judges, or anybody at all, except like a Luby's cafeteria line. That's about it.
I'd like to think my own writing's pretty decent.
Well, we know you like to.
I like to think it's Supreme Court worthy.
No doubt.
I'm not arguing it's the best writing of all time. I'm not arguing it's the greatest petition that's ever been written. I'm not arguing that, songs will be sung from heaven itself. But
don't worry, no one's concerned about that, Kurt. You wrote a brief, man. The fact that you wrote a Supreme Court brief that you didn't file doesn't make it particularly meaningful. Supreme Court briefs have formatting requirements that are very specific. You have to file them. They have to be formatted with the appropriate font and the appropriate way. And I think what that is just it's just the Supreme Court filtering out the chaff and saying, like, do the basic minimum amount of work to make sure that you're actually putting something into this, that you're not just wasting the court's time. They can administratively dismiss things that are, filed, but don't follow the basic filing rules. And so outside of knowing that, though, the Supreme Court drafting it's just extremely thorough drafting of a federal issue that is very, hopefully very well briefed, with more than adequate citations and appropriate synthesis of those citations into meaningful arguments that address the key issues of the Supreme Court, right? If the Supreme Court is taking up your issue, is because it's either got original jurisdiction or it's on appellate jurisdiction. If it's on appellate jurisdiction, then it typically has to have, a couple different things. Either it's a novel issue that is critical for the court to address, or you have a circuit split and the court is addressing the split between the two circuits. If you have a circuit split, then you have a bevy of resources on all of the briefing, because you can go to two different circuits that have ruled two different ways and find really good arguments made by really good judges on the appellate courts. So then you take those, you synthesize that into your arguments, and you synthesize the opposition into arguments that you dismiss away. You put your brief together and you write it. It's not particularly special. It's specialized in the sense of it's a little bit different approach than taking something through a trial court, obviously, or even a state appeals court or a federal appeals court, because you're now synthesizing from all of the circuits that have addressed this issue across the country. But that just gives you the best arguments filtered upwards, like a backwards coffee, like a backwards coffee press, to bring you the best arguments that you need to bring into your brief and address. And I mean, you might be bringing in new materials to that, but really what you're going to be doing is telling the court why these things match into the Constitution or the court's, sort of judicial outlook and why they should rule in your favor. But it's not particularly specialized legal writing. It's more of a strategy approach. So I don't know why he's talking. He's like, I think my writing's up to the level of Supreme Court. Any lawyer who can write a brief's writing is up to the Supreme Court's level. They just maybe have to polish up a little bit on how they do it. Make sure that they're, again, the formatting requirements so they don't get administratively dismissed. And then it's just a style adjustment in how you construct your arguments.
And I know I'm biased because I wrote it. I know I'm biased, but I think it's really good. I have
no doubt.
I think it's a very solid, well-written petition that's making a very solid, very credible argument.
He does not look confident at all in what he's saying, though. He looks terrified, like he's telling a train that's about to run him over. Like, no, it's fine. I'll be okay.
I think I did good work. Now, I mean, this guy has a lot more experience than me.
Yeah, any. Come on. I mean, they just replaced me because they thought he had an in. But I mean, or he's practiced before the Supreme Court before. That would immediately make me fire you and hire that guy.
But I still don't think it's as good. So this guy is a more seasoned attorney.
How's his pizza casserole?
But I still don't think it's as good. I'm probably too close to it to give an objective opinion.
Definitely.
As to which objectively is better. Maybe we can.
Yes, gravity has brought you too close to it. That's for sure.
We can ask ChatGPT which it likes better.
Yes, do that. That's a great idea.
We can ask which it likes better.
Because ChatGPT is a language model. So it's going to go through and analyze the writing style and see if one was written by an autism and the other one written by like an attorney.
That's objective, right? If we ask ChatGPT which it likes better and see what it says. Watch ChatGPT say it likes the other guy's brief better, though.
No.
Weaknesses of Kurt Mueller's petition: lack of explicit circuit split. A notable weakness in the Mueller petition is it does not clearly identify a split of authority.
Hey, I talked
While
about that a
argues the
minute
lower
ago.
court misapplied USERRA, it stops short of saying other courts have decided the issue differently. The petition focuses on a Seventh Circuit error in isolation, without saying a contrary circuit or state Supreme Court decision that conflicts with it, namely because I couldn't really find one, to be quite honest.
Oh no, Kurt. Okay, now this is a petition for cert. So what they're trying to do is to get the court to take up the case. If you don't have a circuit split, the Supreme Court is unlikely to take up the case. And again, unless it's a novel issue that needs to be decided immediately, the Supreme Court's going to defer to the appellate courts. Because what if all the appellate courts agree? Then the Supreme Court's wasted its time sitting there trying to figure out something that that they really may not need to. If all the appellate courts agree, the Supreme Court sits there and goes, you know what? Maybe this issue isn't for us. So yeah, finding a circuit split's really important. I think we're about to find out there's a rule on it, maybe.
Honest. In conclusion, Meyer's petition is recommended as superior choice. It's more likely to be granted, comprehensively covers the claim.
Hold on. Come on.
In conclusion, Meyer's petition is
stupid.
The lower court
Okay, so here we go. Under Supreme Court Rule 10, conflicts between different courts are a primary reason to grant cert. We skipped over part of this. Mueller's petition does quote general pro-veteran language from the Supreme Court and emphasizes that the decision below defies congressional intent, but it doesn't concretely show that another appellate court would rule otherwise. In fact, the petition doesn't mention the Fifth Circuit or any other circuit by name. This omission could lead the cert pool of clerks or justices to view the case as a one-off error rather than a broader jurisprudential problem in need of resolution. Given that a petition for cert is rarely granted, just to correct a misapplication of law in one case, failing to press a conflict argument weakens Mueller's bid. So here we go. Critical error. And this is where that experience that they were talking about comes in, right? An experienced Supreme Court brief writer who's petitioned for cert successfully in the past knows to find the circuit split and familiarizes himself with the rules. I have a hard time believing that Kurt didn't review the Supreme Court rules when writing his petition for cert brief, especially his first one ever. So I would assume he did and just still forgot to put that into his brief. And that's a problem. Good job, Kurt.
Misapplied USERRA. It stops short of saying other courts have decided the issue differently. The petition focuses on a Seventh Circuit error in isolation, without saying a contrary circuit or state Supreme Court decision that conflicts with it, namely because I couldn't really find one, to be quite honest. In conclusion, Meyer's petition is recommended as superior choice. It's more likely to be granted, comprehensively covers the claims, does so in a polished, authoritative manner that adheres to Supreme Court norms. Meyer's approach strikes the appropriate balance between legal argument and highlighting real-world stakes, thus maximizing.
Ouch. Ouch. More polished writing, more authoritative, and adheres to Supreme Court norms. Again, after reading a million briefs from the Supreme Court all the time, you'd think Kurt would know what he's doing there. But he's, in fairness, maybe Kurt isn't reading petitions for cert very often. You know, he's usually probably reading argument briefs on one side of the issue or the other, rather than petitions for cert. But hey, I don't know.
Appeal to the law's sense of justice. In contrast, while Mueller's petition admirably covers passion and core of the case, falls short on technical criteria, like the inter-court conflict. I mean, ChatGPT is giving a lot of weight to this conflict, man.
Yes, Kurt, it's a rule. What are you talking about? ChatGPT is giving a lot of weight to the rule number 10 that says you should really try and find the inter-court conflict. It's not like it pulls it out of nowhere. You know this. You know that in a cert petition that you should have a circuit split. And if you don't have a circuit split, you better have a damn good reason as to why the court needs to hear this right now. Jesus. I mean, this is pretty basic.
The ChatGPT is really like latching onto this conflict, man.
Yes.
They are really like, man, this is like the thing, man. It's like, okay, so like, how much do you really think there's a Fifth Circuit split? So I guess we can read it and see what he said for the circuit split. What is he trying to do to get to the circuit split? Because that is sort of where the thing is like, where is this circuit split?
He just probably mentions it and he brings a case that's even close. Like, tell the court that you need to resolve the issue because there's two courts that disagree. Figure out how to do it.
Really happening? What are you trying to make? What split are you trying to make happen? And then there's nothing. There is no circuit split. There's no circuit split. He's just making it up. He's just making it up. And he doesn't even cite. He just says, oh, district courts throughout the Fifth Circuit would say this, but he doesn't actually cite any Fifth Circuit case at all. There's no Fifth Circuit citation. How do you create a split with the Fifth Circuit without a Fifth Circuit citation? Even if you're going to try
like this, courts across the Fifth Circuit would disagree. That's how you do it. Exactly like he did it.
Try to cobble some district court decisions and say that's the same thing. Where's your citations to the case?
Where are yours?
Where's your citations? There's no citations.
There's no citations.
You're just saying there's a split and you don't actually say it. You cite a case from Pennsylvania talking about the Fifth Circuit. Okay, that's nice. You talk about fish gold. I talked about fish gold.
I did it
You talked about this escalator position. That's fine. You cite Torres. You cite Torres, but Torres is a Supreme Court case.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Kicking your ass, Kurt.
Are you trying to create like a split?
He's trying to.
What is this Torres case, incidentally?
Man, I hope he read Kurt's brief and was like, I can.
That
kick
he's
this guy's
even.
ass.
What is this case? No.
Yes.
No.
Get him.
No. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Torres deals with a completely different issue.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
You know, maybe it's not Torres. Maybe it's the part of the issue in Torres. I wouldn't know unless I watched Kurt read his brief. And then research Torres, which I don't really care. I just think it's funny. Liz Elliott says, Nick, with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Nick, glad to see you back. Never get to see live, but wanted to drop in and say nobody was able to fill the hole in your absence left behind. Well, seem to have a lot of that problem. The law tube hole and all the other holes. No, damn it. Knowing SCOTUS rulings before happening and impressing everyone was stolen law valor. Thank you, Liz Elliott, very much. Very much appreciated. Oh no, we've already got the court back. Holy shit. Just a second. I did not think we'd be back that fast. Was it really? That did not seem long enough to be lunch. I don't know. What do you guys think? Am I crazy? Did I just burn that much time on the altar of burning time? Here, let's do this while we're here.
Your Honor, Kurt is trying to distract the jury away from his micro penis by putting sour cream in his asshole and calling it a taco. I object to his sour cream asshole being entered into evidence.
Gross. It's disgusting.
You should bring your Sonichu medallion to Hackamania and force it upon Patrick Melton.
I got plenty to force
upon
upon Melton.
curse onto that hunchback. He's got it coming.
I told him I'm going to find the hole in that hump.
Snacky Chan versus artificial intelligence. Next stop is his level up to the rank of Osama bin Laden. Postal Piggy over his AI roasting.
Osama bin Laden? That's pretty good. I like that. Oh my gosh. Show a clip of the real Ronnie. Yeah, we should do that. I'll see if I can find it while we're Ronnie O'Neill. Open. Oh my goodness. Openings. Oh my gosh. Lawyer, you know. What? No, you're talking way too. Why is he so handsome? He's talking way too much over this. I just want the opening statements. Nothing else. Here, well, dude, he is warming up for this thing like it's like he's about to do the final scene of 8 Mile.
The evidence is going to show that we are under
Yes.
some of the most
Amen, brother.
vicious,
Whoa. It got way quiet. He walked away from the mic. That's not my fault. Look at how he looks. Fabricating.
fictitious government you ever seen.
Hell yes, brother. I'm with you. You can do it. I mean, don't do the murder part. That was bad.
By the time it's all said and done, you will see who is the mass murderer.
My man's got Super Saiyan hair. He was ready for this.
In Tampa Bay,
That's right.
the state of Florida.
This guy only killed 2 people. This is barely Florida.
Know why what occurred on March 18, 2018 occurred.
Yeah. I don't.
The evidence is going to show.
Okay. Oh.
Please, close your notebooks, follow me.
So I assume the volume went through or the sound went through, but she sent the jury back to the jury room for 10 more minutes. So that gives us time to go back to Ronnie O'Neill. If anything happens over there, I will of course switch back.
That law enforcement tampered with evidence to meet their such high burden of proof.
I agree. Yes.
Because originally
They didn't have it. That's right.
so we had to tamper with evidence. Since it was such evident already, but we still had to tamper with evidence.
We have the temple, whatever it is. Closed captioning cannot keep track with this man.
My son did not see me murder his mom.
I mean, ooh, that's a thin thread to hang your case, my friend. My son didn't see me murder his mom. I wouldn't word it that way. Just as your vocal coach, for the next time that you're on trial for murder, I would not word it like that.
The evidence is going to show he did not see me shoot his mom.
Oh, shit. Jesus.
The evidence is going to show my son said many things that are not true.
Oh. Saw the judge in the background like, oh.
The evidence is going to show that I called 911 during Kenyatta Barron's 911 call.
I called 911 also. This is not, no. What? I do believe part of his defense was that he was exorcising a demon from her.
But all of a sudden, it ends up after I called Kenyatta Barron's call was made. Now I'm calling 911.
Yeah. Yeah. So first it was during the call.
911 without even knowing she called 911 during her call.
Right.
But the evidence is going to show that your representatives and law enforcement, local law enforcement, wanted to make it seem like I'm some kind of menace to society. And I ran after killing Kenyatta Barron, knowing that authority was on the way to kill my own children.
Wait, what? I thought you had already tried that.
I would do something like that for no reason. And I'm standing here competent as can be, representing myself.
It's not the best way to do this at all. Look, I'm competent as hell.
The evidence is going to show. My son did not.
His hair is amazing.
Viciously beat his mom to death.
It wasn't vicious.
The evidence is going to show.
I beat her gently.
Khalil Brown, whom they are trying to keep out of this trial,
There, I turned it up.
witnessed me take 3 strikes. The evidence is going to show that law enforcement and this administration wanted to make me look like a menace to society.
Well, I mean,
So they added several mini strikes.
You're helping.
On that video and audio that you just heard.
Anybody count his hair things?
Statements that I did not say.
Because one of his hair things has the 3 little mini ones. Is that biblical hair? Is that Revelation hair?
They exacerbated it and made me say it consecutively over and over like Allahu Akbar.
Like,
I may have said once. They wanted to make me seem like a terrorist.
Say I said Allahu Akbar, which I may have said once or twice.
So you hear it 8 or 9 times, and you hear me calling Kenyatta Barron a bitch and a whore.
That doesn't help your case on murdering her. Was she, though?
The evidence is going to show.
Think about it.
I called my dad after calling 911.
So many jokes.
But that call is all of a sudden missing from the T-Mobile records that we have acquired from T-Mobile.
Okay, but like,
The 911
so how's the evidence going to show that you made the call? What are you going to, but it's missing. I guess you're going to pull up your phone and show like the log from the phone itself. Gosh, he's so good at this. I believe him.
call that
I made it.
911 and the 911 call that you just heard cannot be proven that it was made because after I called for an investigation of those 911 calls,
Wait, what?
All of a sudden, they become missing from all evidence.
But you just heard it. It's like, wait. The 911 call you just heard, but now it's gone. I'm very confused as to how this happened.
The evidence is going to show Kenyatta Barron supposedly made a 911 call, but you cannot find that on her call log, which we pulled from her actual phone.
Where can you find it somewhere else? I mean, like the recording of it? So I just love that. It's like the one you just heard, we can't find it. It doesn't exist. If it existed, we would tell you about it. There's endless sidebars going on in the court over there.
11:43. There's no 911 call at 11:43 on her call log.
Okay, but like you have a recording of it.
For an investigation of the original cause. That's what the evidence is going to show.
I think he
It's going to show I look alone,
What?
but I am backed by a mighty God.
Oh shit. My man is righteous.
Is going to show I love my children.
One of the children that he killed with an axe. The other one he tried to stab. I did stab.
Prove to you
That's love.
that this whole entire case has been tampered with and fabricated
Fabricated.
before it's all said and done. I can guarantee you that. Mark my words.
Mark my words. Spoiler, it didn't work out for Ronnie.
It's going to show that they say, I said, come out here, son, and help me kill this bitch.
Oh my God.
But my neighbor, Khalil Brown, nor my neighbor, Mona Lisa Brothers, Greg,
The stereotypes, man. The names. My neighbor Mona Lisa brothers Greg. Like, wait, what?
or any of my children, Mia Thompson or Gracie Diggs.
We'll go back to that later. If time, we've got Karen Reed is back. Guess who's back? You wonder what his criminal record was before this? That's a very, very rude assumption of you, Netflutter. How dare you? It's a first offense kind of guy. Trust me, I know. Hey, Camelot. We got your name in super tips. I think it talks a little too fast, but it's, you know,
I
it's there.
apologize for that, folks. Nobody likes wasting your time.
Liar, Judge. I do.
Thank you, Your Honor. Call Paul Gallagher.
Follow me, please. Face the card, raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear to be honest with the court and get in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
Gallagher.
It's a long
Mr.
ass
Gallagher,
last name.
Do you presently work?
No.
As a police officer, I'm retired.
The answer
When
is
did
no
you
then.
retire?
August 31st, 2024.
When you retired, what department were you working for?
Canton Police Department.
How many years had you worked for the Canton Police Department upon your retirement?
I was credited with 32 years, 8 months of service.
Did you have a particular rank when you retired?
Yes, I was a lieutenant.
I want to go back to the beginning of your law enforcement career and share your background with the jury. When did you begin your career in law enforcement?
I became a permanent intermittent police officer in Canton in 1992. What a permanent intermittent police officer is, it's basically a part-time police officer. You're required to attend a 16-week part-time academy. Your duties include regular patrol duties that a regular police officer would do, but you're only utilized during special events, short staffing, and you're allowed to work paid traffic details.
I bet he's good at short staffing.
It did in 1994.
1994, were you a patrolman?
Yes, and that required me to attend a full-time 18-week
I short
police
staff
academy.
my wife.
In addition to the police academy, did you continue your training over the years?
Yes, I did.
Can you share with the jury some of the training that you would attend over the years?
Oh, sure. So I did constitutional law. I did interview and interrogation.
You did
terrorism,
constitutional
international
law?
terrorism, domestic terrorism.
You did terrorism?
Domestic violence.
No doubt.
Buccal swabbing. And DEA basic narcotics course. And last
I did some
duties
buccal
were
swabbing.
I did background checks, so I attended background training, and I did internal affairs.
I didn't
Before
ask.
I talk a little bit more about your experience over the years and your progress through the Canton Police Department, I'd like you to share with us generally and briefly the structure of the Canton Police Department. The Canton Police Department, how big is it? How many officers are typically employed by Canton at the same time?
We would like to have 45, but unfortunately, we're short-staffed at this time.
At the Canton Police Department, is there different ranks?
There is.
And what are they?
They are patrol, sergeant, detective sergeant, lieutenant,
Sergeant.
deputy chief, and chief.
Given the size of Canton, is it a small department or a typically large department for that size?
I would say it's a medium-sized department.
Is Canton, do you receive traffic from other areas nearby?
We do.
Is Boston part of the crossroad through Canton at times?
It is. Route 138 runs from Boston, and it goes all the way down to the South Shore through Brockton, Taunton, etc.
Other cities or towns nearby that bring traffic through Canton as far as law enforcement is concerned?
They do, and other states. 95 runs through Canton as well and brings up traffic from Rhode Island.
For a relatively small town, is Canton a busy police department given all the crossroads and intersections?
It can be very busy at times.
You mentioned in Canton that there are different ranks. You started as a patrol officer.
Yes.
Did that change at some point?
It did.
When?
July of 2001, I became a detective.
Did you have any particular or special training to become a detective?
I started attending how to dust for fingerprints. My focus was narcotics. I had several narcotics classes.
Did you engage in those type of investigations on behalf of Canton?
I did.
Did you work with other agencies?
I did in 2005. I started working with the Drug Enforcement Administration in 2006. I was assigned as a task force officer for the DEA, initially out of Worcester Tactical Diversion Squad, which their mission goal was to eradicate OxyContin and oxycodone.
How'd they
distribution
do?
at that time? It was during our oxycodone phase. In 2008,
You guys knocked
was
it out
moved
of
to
the park.
Boston Division, and there we focused on all narcotics, not just oxycodone,
Narcotics, not just
heroin,
oxy.
cocaine, etc.
Hey,
How many years did you spend
How
as a
dare
detective
you.
before you received your next promotion?
Approximately 15 years.
What happened next in your career as far as progress?
I took the sergeant's exam and I became a sergeant.
In order to become a sergeant, do you have to pass an exam?
An exam and an assessment,
I
yes.
wouldn't call it
Is that enough
passed.
to become a sergeant, or is there another process you have to go through?
That's where they rank you after the exam and the assessment.
What year did you say you became a sergeant?
I became a sergeant in 2017.
Was that your first supervisory position?
Not actually. I also worked as an officer in charge, which you're
Chad.
not technically a sergeant, but when there's no sergeant to fill the shift, they'll use experienced officers to work as a sergeant, and you receive sergeant's pay.
How long did you work as a sergeant for at the Canton Police Department?
I worked as a sergeant for 1 year till 2018, and I was promoted to detective sergeant.
As a sergeant, did your duties change or expand from that of detective?
I was still assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration at that time.
And you just shared a year later, you were promoted to lieutenant. Did you have to take and pass an exam for that?
That was detective sergeant, and I did not have to pass a test for that.
Did your duties and responsibilities expand when you became lieutenant?
Yes, I was brought out of the DEA to work in Canton specifically.
Were there other lieutenants on the Canton Police Department when you worked as a lieutenant?
I became a lieutenant in 2021. At the time, there was 3 other lieutenants.
Were there any other officers above lieutenant at that point?
There was a deputy chief and a chief.
In 2022, January, were you a lieutenant?
I was.
Your duties and responsibilities, do they include actually going to scenes, or was it purely supervisory?
It was supervisory, but we were expected to respond to scenes.
What do you mean by that?
Our chief expected a supervisor on scene at all times, at all scenes.
Even if there was a ranking supervisor like a sergeant, were you still as a lieutenant expected to go to scenes?
Oh, yes.
Did you do that often?
Yes.
I want you to take us to January 29th, 2022. Were you working the overnight shift from January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022?
I was the outgoing lieutenant. I did not work into the 29th. I was the last lieutenant to work on the 28th.
In the early morning hours around 6 a.m., were you on shift or off shift?
I was off shift.
Were you planning on working that morning?
I was planning on working later that day, yes.
Do you remember what the weather was like that early morning?
Yes, there was a nor'easter, which was snow, wind.
Did anything interrupt your plan of working later that day?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Shortly after 6 a.m., I received a call from Sergeant Sean Good of the Canton Police Department.
After you received a call from Sergeant Sean Good, were you informed about a situation?
I was.
Were you told any basic details of where and what?
Yes.
Without sharing the actual conversation, where was this situation taking place?
I misunderstood the situation. I thought it was on Meadows Ave in Canton. I later found out through dispatch that it was actually Fairview Road.
When you heard that there was a situation in Canton, did you decide to change your plans about when you would come in?
Yes, I responded.
Why did you respond?
That's the expectation our chief had for us.
Was to
When you go into
respond.
work,
That's
do you use a police cruiser or do you use your personal vehicle?
On this particular day, I used a personal vehicle because of the weather.
Was that different than typical?
Yes.
And why would you use a personal vehicle instead of a police cruiser?
It was larger. It was 4-wheel drive. It was the only way I probably would have got there to the scene.
After you received the call about a situation, tell us what you did.
I loaded up the car with a tent, and I drove to the Canton Police Department, and I got some winter gear from the office, and I got on the radio and advised Sergeant Sean Good, who was at the scene on Fairview, that all officers were held to further notice.
What does that mean?
They weren't going to be going home at their end of the shift until they were relieved by another supervisor.
Why did you take a tent with you?
Because of the snow, the way the call was described to me was a person possibly not breathing. And if it was an unattended death, I wanted to be able to cover the person.
Why?
Respect.
That tent was a tent from your home, a personal tent?
It was an 8x8 pop-up tent.
You went to the Canton Police Department first before you went to the scene.
I did.
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department first?
I had some winter gear there, including a reflective jacket that I thought would be helpful, given it was dark out. Visibility was very bad.
When you got to the Canton Police Department, did you learn anything from any of your colleagues while at the police department?
The only one colleague at the police department at that time was Officer Kelly Dever.
After you got your gear at the Canton Police Department, did you head towards Fairview?
I did.
Other than the general
Be right back.
description that you had heard, did you know anything about what was going on there?
Just that a gentleman was found unconscious in the snow, possibly not breathing.
You mentioned the term unintended death. What does that mean?
An unattended death is a death where someone dies alone, and you don't know the reason. It doesn't mean there's foul play. In fact, 99% of the time, it's natural causes.
Is there a process for the Canton Police Department when they learn of any death, unintended or not? Is there a process you need to follow?
Yes, there is.
And what is that process?
That's to call the Norfolk County DA's office, their CPAC unit, Crime Prevention and Control. They have jurisdictions over deaths and unattended deaths.
You mentioned a CPAC unit. What type of officers or law enforcement is the CPAC unit?
It's manned by the Massachusetts State Police.
Are you required by statute to contact CPAC or the Massachusetts State Police, even if it's an unintended death?
Yes.
Did you follow that process?
Sergeant Lank followed that process.
Is that one of the officers who worked under you?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you know if Sergeant Lank was at the scene when you were leaving Canton, or did you learn at some point when you got there whether Sergeant Lank was at Fairview?
When I got there, I saw the black Toyota Tundra, which is operated by our detectives there, and then I saw him.
When Canton Police Department first contacted the Massachusetts State Police or the CPAC unit about the information, do you have an understanding whether or not the Massachusetts State Police were going to respond or not?
They were not responding.
So when you got to Fairview Road, were there any other law enforcement officers other than Canton police officers?
No, there was not.
When you appeared at Fairview Road or arrived, were you the superior officer on the scene?
I was the highest ranking officer.
As you're pulling up to Fairview that morning, what's the first thing you see when you get there?
As I pull up, I see the last of the fire apparatus pulling away. I get out of the vehicle. The first one I encountered was Sergeant Sean Good, who was the shift supervisor.
Did you see any other of your officers there?
I did. I saw Lieutenant Lank further down, and further down, I saw two other cruisers, which ended up being Officer Mulaney and Officer Sarif.
Did any of the cruisers or vehicles have lights on?
They did.
Did you hear any sirens?
No, there wouldn't be any sirens.
Why wouldn't there be?
Sirens are used to move traffic. There was no traffic. It was a blizzard. There were no cars on the road. You might see an occasional plow.
Did you ever learn the general area where the person was found?
Yes,
At that time, did you know who the person was?
I did. I knew him by name, yes.
Did someone inform you of who the person was?
Sergeant Sean Good did, yes.
Okay. And who was the person that you learned was on the ground?
John O'Keefe.
Had you known John O'Keefe?
I knew of John O'Keefe. I had never met John O'Keefe.
When you first arrived at Fairview, was Mr. O'Keefe still on the ground?
He was not.
Was he at the scene?
He was not.
So when you got to the scene at Fairview, Mr. O'Keefe was already gone?
Yes, he had been transported to the hospital.
So did you ever firsthand see exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
I did not.
Did anybody point out to you the general area?
Yes.
Did you have a chance at that point to, well, obviously you had a chance to examine or look at Mr. O'Keefe. Did you have a chance to look in the general area where you were told he was found?
I did.
Tell us a little bit more about the weather now that you're standing outside Fairview Road. What's the visibility like? What's the temperature like? What are the conditions like?
So it was terrible. It was blizzard-like. The wind would blow in your face. It would change directions. The snow was an icy snow. In the wind, you had to actually talk loud to be heard. Somebody right next to you, and it
was an icy
your
snow.
typical New England blizzard, basically.
At this point, did you have any position as you assessed the area, whether this was a criminal investigation?
When we had no crime at that time.
When you were there, were you looking for anything?
Yes, I was examining the scene.
At that point, did you have any reason to start a criminal investigation?
Not at that time, no.
When you learned that Mr. O'Keefe was found outside, did you go look at the particular area?
Yes.
Can you describe the area that was shown to you where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Sure. It was on the left side of the property of 34 Fairview. You could see where first responders and witnesses and police officers had walked up to the area. It was by a flagpole.
There's not an R there.
On the property line of number 32 Fairview.
What was the lighting condition?
What are these people talking?
It was dark. It was sun was coming up, but due to the weather and the cloud cover and the snow, its visibility still was not great.
Were the law enforcement vehicles providing any light for the area?
No.
How about the house? Was there any bright lights coming out of the house illuminating that area?
I didn't see any lights, window lights on. There may have been an exterior, the door light at one or two houses.
In addition to the law enforcement officers that were there, did you see any civilians when you got there?
No, there were no civilians there.
While you were outside looking at the area, did any civilians ever come out?
No, not at all.
Any civilians ever come out of 34 Fairview?
No.
How about next door, 32 Fairview? Did you ever see any civilians come out of that address?
Nobody ever came out of the house.
Nobody
Across the street,
came
is there
out.
homes across the street from 34 Fairview?
Still there
Did
today.
you see anybody come out of either one of those houses?
Did not see anybody come out of those houses.
Maybe they all knew a
When
murder
you
was taking place.
We're outside and you were shown the area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found. Did you try to do anything regarding that area to identify the area itself?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes. The area where you were told Mr.
Oh my
O'Keefe was
God.
found. Did you try to do anything around that area to identify the area?
Well, it was marked out with crime scene tape at that time. And what I saw was pink blood, and it was in a circular pattern.
Was the crime scene tape holding up at all?
No, it was not. It was blowing wildly in the wind. And at one point, it was actually blowing in. It was triangular, and it was actually blowing into the crime scene.
Was the tape helping at all?
No, it was not.
Was there any use of putting a tent up at that point?
No, there wasn't, not due to the high winds.
Did you learn whether any of the officers had at any point before you got there gone into Fairview Road?
Yes.
Who did you learn went into Fairview Road?
Both Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lake went into Fairview Road.
Did you know how long they were inside for?
I'll allow it. Did you know that?
I did not.
At that point, did you go and speak to anybody in any of the nearby homes?
I did not.
When you were at this scene and you saw what was happening in the weather, did you make a decision to do anything?
Yes.
What did you decide you were going to do?
Since the state police were not responding, I decided to process the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found and try to find out why he had the medical episode he was having.
If you understood this to be a medical episode, and at that point you didn't have any information it was a crime scene, why were you taking the time and effort to process the scene under these conditions?
Because that's what we do. Even the hospital, there could be a reason that there's obviously a reason he's there. I think we had a duty and obligation to check around where he was found and
I'm
see
a
if there
cop
was any
under all
explanation
conditions.
to what caused his medical condition.
Did you focus on a particular area when you decided to look around?
I did.
What area were you going to look at?
Where it was pointed out he was found and where the blood pattern was.
Were you thinking about looking in any other areas around that?
Not at that time.
Why not?
We didn't have any reason to. We only had the area where he was found.
And at that point, did you have any idea what caused his injuries?
We had none.
At this point, when you were pointed or you're looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found,
Area,
is the area getting covered up at all?
Yes, it was.
With
Cover
what?
your areas.
Snow.
How quickly?
Very quickly. I believe it was forecasted to come down to 1 to 2 inches an hour, if I recall.
Did you have any idea
It
how
was
hard
forecasted to come down.
It was frozen.
That's bullshit. It was not frozen. It's frozen. He'll allow what? What does frozen
How deep
mean?
was the snow
How
covering that
deep
frozen
was this
ground?
snow? Did
Approximately
you
4
love
inches
this?
at that time?
When you want to look around,
You
the
would
area,
know what
did you
4 inches is
consider
like,
using
wouldn't
a
you?
rake or a shovel?
I did.
And did you?
I did not.
Why didn't you use a shovel at that point?
I was afraid I would miss something or possibly break something.
What could you break?
What were
with
you
a
going to
shovel?
break? Dinosaur bones?
Anything, glass or anything of that nature.
He broke the glass.
What was your decision about how you would search that area? What did you want to see?
I'm so
I wanted
pissed
to
off
see
about the hard ground.
anything that was possible, whether it was any type of weapon or any type of medical bottle or any reason that he could have come to where he was.
Did you think of a way that you could look below the top of the snow without unresting the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude?
Because of the blood, the pink spots I thought might be blood. I thought a leaf blower would be the best method because I have seen it used and to remove light layers of snow, and it can be controlled.
And after having seen
I keep
that
having to do
before,
mild
making that
parenting.
decision, what was the benefit of a leaf blower over a shovel?
I wasn't going to miss anything with a leaf blower. Much better control.
In control, tell us what your intention, what was your hope with the leaf blower?
To clear the area, controlled, slowly, so any potential evidence of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe wouldn't be lost.
When I
Did
think
you have a leaf blower
controlled,
with you?
Did
slow,
not.
I think
So what did
leaf
you do?
blower.
Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a leaf blower.
Did you remain at the scene?
I did.
And during this time, are you still have no information that it's a crime scene?
We had no information on a crime at that time.
Did Sergeant Good come back with a leaf blower?
He did.
Did you try to get any other items to help you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. When Sergeant Good came back with the leaf blower, did you use it?
I did.
Was it successful?
Very.
Tell us what you did.
I started with low speed and began whisking away the snow. And then I saw how it was uncovering those pink spots would come.
You're
becoming
not
brighter
whisking
red.
away wet
So I
fucking
verified
snow
it
in
was
a
frozen or
blizzard.
coagulated
No
blood at that time.
way. That's
And
bullshit
so,
to the
out of
highest
the
order.
abundance of caution, I
Fuck
decided
you.
that
Fuck
that
you,
was
you
something we may
communist.
want to collect.
You liar. You're
Why
from
did
the
you want to
South.
collect that?
Just out of abundance of caution, DNA. I expected it to be John's DNA.
And
I wasn't going to get a second chance at it. It was either collect it or never have it.
Were you making quick decisions under these circumstances?
Yes.
Did you ask somebody to get a container to put the coagulated blood in?
I ended up getting the containers.
Where did you get them from?
I got them from Lieutenant Kelleher,
From the convenience
who
store.
lived in the neighborhood.
Did Lieutenant Kelleher ever come over to the scene?
He did not.
Did he work for the Canton Police Department?
He did.
Why didn't he come over to the scene with you?
Did he try and
because
follow
he
up your
originally
filling
thought
of
the scene was
containers
at
with a shot of
32
vodka?
Did you ask him to come over to the scene to help you?
No.
Did you expect him to come over to help you?
No.
Did you prefer he not?
Correct.
So when you get the containers, were they plastic cups?
Yes, they were red Solo cups.
And what was the purpose of using the red Solo cups?
They were plastic. They weren't going to leak.
Oh, yeah.
They weren't going to get soggy. They were large. I needed a small sample. My thought was because it was frozen or coagulated, that we could collect it,
Well, we couldn't have
transport
the
it, and
soggy
transfer
cup.
it to the crime lab, who could extract the DNA however they saw best fit.
Oh, leave some DNA in your cup, buddy.
Sometimes not.
Of course, yes.
Is that your decision?
No.
You were telling us about the leaf blower. Does it serve to excavate the area?
It did.
Did you begin that process?
I did.
And when you did that, did you try to memorialize it?
Yes, I did.
How did you
Bring
do
me
that?
some solar
I
cups.
had Sergeant
party,
Good
boys.
videotape it.
Why did you have Sergeant Good memorialize your efforts to excavate the area?
I thought someone may wonder why I
my
decided to use
God.
a leaf blower, so I wanted to demonstrate its effectiveness.
I'm going to move to introduce 2 videos that council has.
Is one of them this guy's wife two-stepping on the corpse like it's a table?
So there's no objection to these videos, right?
No objection.
Exhibit 51.
Thank you. With the court's permission, can I show the jury the videos?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we show number 1, please?
Blood from a dead guy. Look at this jackass. I've tried this. It doesn't work. You gotta get the shovel out, you bitch. Get a gas one. Hire a Hispanic guy. You can't do this alone. You weren't built for this. You're not even from a Home Depot. You're from Lowe's, aren't you, you liar?
Could you, Ms. Gilman, stop at the end of the video so it's a still frame? That's good right there. Sir, who's the person holding the leaf blower?
That is me.
Did the leaf blower work as you would hope?
You feel like a jackass because you look like a jackass.
You see other footprints around that area.
Correct.
Do you know how those footprints got there?
Some of them were from first responders. Some of them were for witnesses. The ones up top by the flagpole was for when the officers put out the crime scene tape.
Did officers try to wrap the crime scene tape around the flagpole?
They did wrap it around the flagpole, yes.
I see. And from that vantage point, could you see the side and front yard?
Yes.
Did the side yard have any footprints or evidence that anything was dragged through the side yard?
No, not at all.
How about the front yard? Did the front yard have any
How
evidence
about
that
your
anybody
dignity?
had walked across it or dragged anything across it?
It had one set of prints from Sergeant Lang.
Other than Sergeant Lang's footprints across the front yard, was there any other impediment?
No, not that I saw.
Impediment?
I'm going to
Were the
ask if we
footprints
could
an
see the second
impediment?
video, please, Ms. Gilman.
He looks like such an idiot each time.
Could you stop there, please? You see the end of the leaf blower?
I do.
There's an object just below it at like 7 o'clock. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you discover something?
No, it's
in
really
that
about
area?
4:30.
We did.
What did you discover?
It's a cocktail glass.
Was it, did it have any damage to it?
It did.
Describe that for us.
It was broken on the top.
Could you continue the video, please, Ms. Gilman?
It's like a YouTube video from the early 2000s called Alabama Blizzard. Hey, baby, I think this is working. I'm out here a little while. This stuff's going to be gone.
Stop, please. There's some red spots. Is that what you identified as coagulated blood?
That is.
Below some of those spots and to the left, there's an area that's not white. It's brownish. Do you know what that is?
That's, I believe, just bare ground.
Could you finish the video, please?
And they did.
Okay. Thank you. Could you have the lights on, please? Did you or any officer at your direction obtain and preserve that broken cocktail glass?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
showing you two photographs. The first photograph, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's a after we exposed the broken, I exposed the broken glass.
Is the broken glass depicted in that photograph?
Yeah, it is.
Is that similar or substantially the same way it appeared to you that morning?
It's exactly how it appeared. Yes.
Do you know if that photograph was taken as a still image of the video or not?
I do not.
Second photograph, can we take a look at that?
That's a close-up of the cocktail glass.
Of the same photo?
It is. Yes.
I'd move these two photographs into evidence, please.
Okay, do you want to be 52 and 52A?
Please, Your Honor.
It's 52 and 52A.
Lieutenant, what was done with that cocktail glass?
It was bagged and seized as evidence.
Was it brought anywhere that morning?
It was brought back to Canton Police Headquarters.
What happens when it gets back to Canton Police Headquarters?
It gets logged into evidence and it's assigned an evidence number. The
Number.
officer types in a description of the item. In this case, it
Slowly
was
with just one finger on each
broken
hand.
cocktail glass or broken glass. And once he hits the space bar, it automatically generates a property number for it. And I believe in this case, it was 22-18-PR, which means 22 is the year, 2022. 18 is how many pieces of evidence the department as a whole had collected that year so far. And PR, I believe, means property room.
18 pieces of evidence as a whole?
Everything is assigned a number by the computer.
You said it's brought to the evidence room. Is that a separate or a special place?
So we have two rooms. We have a temporary evidence room, and then there's a permanent evidence room. Only two people have access to the permanent evidence room.
Is there a reason why access to the evidence room is limited?
There is.
Why?
For security.
Even in a police department, the evidence room is limited as far as people who have access?
That is correct.
In the evidence room,
This is
is there an
insane.
officer assigned as an evidence officer?
Not full time.
Well,
There
what
is an
DNA
assigned
evidence in the blood,
admin
like what's
sergeant
blood
who's
evidence
assigned as
show?
the evidence officer.
Does anything happen specifically with the evidence? Is it packaged or stored in any particular
That's what I'm curious
way?
about.
The glass was put into a locker, I believe, and temporary evidence. And then it's the evidence sergeant's job to retrieve it. But in this case, we were going to transfer it to the state police.
Was it transferred to the state police at some point?
It was.
Were you part of the transition of that item to the state police?
I was.
And when was it transitioned and to who?
It was on February 1st, 2022, and it was to a criminalist from the Massachusetts State Crime Lab.
Do you know who the criminalist was?
I don't know the name, no.
Did the criminalist come to your department or did you bring the item to them?
They came to our department.
In addition to the glass, there was plastic cups with coagulated blood?
That's correct.
What did you do with those cups?
Those were placed in temporary evidence and placed in a refrigerated unit.
To carry them from Fairview to the police department, did you hold the actual
How many
cups or
people?
did you put them in-
How many people drank
They
them
were stacked in a bag.
out of the fridge?
What type of bag?
It was a craft paper bag. In this particular case, we utilized the Stop and Shop bag.
Is that any different than a bag from the police department?
This made of the same paper, craft paper, the same size and dimension, other than Stop and Shop and evidence and probably price. They're basically the same bag.
Why did you use one of those rather than a bag that said evidence on it?
I don't know where that bag came from.
The Stop and
personal
Shop.
car, Sergeant Lane
It's
was.
not
in a
that hard to
tundra.
figure out.
If that bag is upside down, you wouldn't know it didn't say evidence on it. I'm not sure.
It
Where
was
that
it
bag came
crumpled up on the
And the
floor of a
plastic cups,
fucking
do you know what
car?
happened to
Grab
those?
it from a shelf.
from. Yes, they were turned over to the criminalist as well.
Where did you store them before they were turned over to the criminals?
Temporary evidence in a refrigerated.
The lunacy of this shit.
Temporary evidence in a refrigerator.
Is the refrigerator part of the temporary evidence area?
Come on.
It is. Yes.
Did you bring that piece of evidence, the broken glass, with you today?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness.
Damn it. Sorry. Meant to mute that. This is unreal. Like the police department in this town isn't that far away. This guy's not conducting a murder investigation where he thinks that the evidence is going to disappear. He's like, oh God, I gotta preserve this DNA.
Ask me about that box. It has red tape on it. Why?
All he is
It's
just, hey guys, I found something.
Transfer of custody.
Yay! Sidebar. We'll put it all in evidence in solo cups. It's unreal. There's just nothing done that makes this investigation make any sense. Rossett says, as one of your first locals back. Yeah, man, I know. Sorry I had to cancel when you were going through hell. My financials sucked at the same time. Don't worry about it. I'll re-up soon since I can't give you something special anymore. Well, I mean, that sounds very sensual, but I appreciate it. If you want to join up on Locals, recadalaw.locals.com. I encourage people to go sign up. Like, you don't have to pay anything to get access to the announcements when streams go out. And that's the main freest benefit that's out there, is that when a stream goes out, I send out a post that'll automatically, it'll put a post up, but it'll also send an email to you if you have your email notifications turned on. And I think they default to being turned on. So I won't bombard you with emails. I don't do like 10 a day or anything like that. I just really send them out mostly when I'm doing a live stream, so that people have that notification, just in case YouTube, those bastards, decide not to send them out. I want to make sure people know that they can come watch the show. So recadalaw.locals.com. But of course, if you want to join on Locals, you're certainly welcome to. You're welcome to participate in the chat that's up for, we have a dedicated chat for the Karen Reed case. And then anytime I do a live stream, it'll have its own dedicated chat as well. So here we go. We've got one of these guys.
Cowboy Kurt is the type to moan and call himself daddy when he wipes that chocolate starfish.
Ew.
I bet he used a single ply for the finger surprise just to feel wanted.
No, that one was gross. I'm not a big fan of that one. That was icky. For those of you just joining and not aware of them or my overall return, because I know it's going to take a while for YouTube to figure out I'm back. I'm not under any illusions that it's, the distribution of these shows. YouTube has to, I broke faith with YouTube as well. They have to, the algorithm has to figure out what to do. It has to figure out when my show is happening, because in the past, over the past year, I haven't really streamed much at all. And leading up to that, my streams became very erratic, and the times that I would do them were not consistent. So it's going to take a bit for the algorithm to catch back on, and for YouTube to be confident in distributing it out. So I'm just glad to have you guys here. I don't really care about that. That's all the back end stuff, and that'll change as I'm streaming consistently again. So I'm just happy that you guys are here watching this damn trial with me, because some of this stuff is not acceptable. Not acceptable at all. Red Solo cupping some dude's blood, bringing it in for the vampires at the police station. I don't trust any of these people in Canton. Seems like one of those places that the Lost Boys would be filmed in. Canton's got the highest murder rate in Massachusetts. And I don't mean per capita. Oh my goodness. Who's out there with a damn leaf blower trying to blow away snow? Have any of you guys tried that? Damn it.
Lieutenant, before you open the box, were
I've
you
tried
one
it.
of the officers that
It's,
discovered that broken glass?
Not very effective.
Did you personally bring the glass from Fairview to Canton?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lang?
Yes.
When you went back to the station, you said that the evidence was then put into an evidence locker. Did you place it in the evidence locker?
I don't recall.
And then inevitably, it was transitioned to somebody from the forensic unit?
That's correct.
Were you personally there when it was taken from the evidence locker and given to the person from the forensic unit?
Yes, that was me.
Did you have a responsibility and role in that process, or were you a passive observer?
I had an active role. I was the chain of custody. I was turning it over to the criminalist, to the state police lab.
After that glass was given
Hey,
to
I
the
like my
criminalist,
shirt, Jenny.
Did you ever have possession of it again?
Never.
Did you ever package it or touch it again in any way?
No, never.
Did
He
you ever
packages it
process
and
it in
touches
any
it
way?
all the time.
Did you put it in that box and tape it up yourself?
No.
I've never put anything in a
May I
box.
now ask you to open the box, please.
What's in the box? Oh, what's in the box? It's a blouse. You're a blouse, JJ. You're going to get banned. Don't you ever talk to me about my blouse and my blouse's kids ever again.
Is there an item in that bag?
There is.
Would you
Sir,
open
please
the bag
try
and
not
show
to
us
drink
what's
the
in that
semen
bag?
sample.
Thank you. If you could put it back in the bag and the bag back in the box, please.
You should have held it up like Simba.
Lieutenant Gallagher, does that appear to be the same item that you found in the area where John O'Keefe was at Fairview that morning?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to have the box and the item marked for identification, please.
Okay. The Q Friday.
Thank you. When you were looking around the area that was pointed out to you as where John O'Keefe was found, did you expand across the front lawn into the street during your search?
No, we didn't, with the exception of uncovering the 6-foot asphalt berm.
Did you say 6 foot or is it?
Excuse me, 6-inch.
What's a berm?
It's a.
berms?
It's basically a curbing, but it's made of asphalt. It's curved. You probably have seen it. It's asphalt. It's curved. It separates the street from property line.
Why did you clear that piece?
Wanted to see. We were trying to find out why John was having a medical issue, and we didn't know if he could have tripped over a curbing or what turned out to be an asphalt berm and possibly hit his head.
After you made efforts to look in that area, did you return to the Canton Police Department?
I did.
About what time?
It was shortly after 8 a.m.
After you returned to the Canton Police Department, did you receive any information or have a reason to return back to Fairview?
Yes,
About what time?
a little after 9 o'clock.
Why did you go back to Fairview after 9 o'clock?
Sergeant Lank got a phone call that Jen McCabe had more information
And where did you understand Mrs. McCabe was?
at 34 Fairview.
Did you go back to 34 Fairview?
I did.
Did you go with anybody?
I went with Sergeant Lank
Did you travel together or separate?
together.
When you got back to 34 Fairview outside, what did you do?
We parked in the driveway. We walked up, and next to the garage, there's a side door. I don't know if we rang the bell or knocked, but Brian Albert, the homeowner, answered the door.
As you walked up to the door, did you have a chance to look around at the doors in the area in front of that side door?
Yes.
Did you see anything out of place?
No.
You've been a police officer at that point for a long time.
Yes.
Do you receive any training in observing areas or people?
Always.
What type of training? What are you told to look for when you're speaking to people?
I've been BOSAR trained, which is behavioral observation, suspicious activity training. and you look for clues when you're speaking to people. Whether they cross their legs, cross their arms, is certain behavioral characteristics.
At this point, did you have any understanding that this would later be a crime scene?
I did, yes.
What happened?
How
did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, not at that time.
Oh, not at that time.
No, not at that time.
When you went into the house, what part of the house did you go into?
I went into the room. It's adjacent to the kitchen, and I stood there with Brian Albert.
Can you describe what kind of room that would be?
Yeah, it was just a typical family room type room. It was not large. It was between the garage and the kitchen.
You met with Brian Albert?
Brian Albert answered the door and let us into the house.
Did you understand what his relationship was to that house?
He was the homeowner.
Did Sergeant Lank walk in with you?
He did.
Did he stay in that living area?
No, he went to the kitchen area and sat down with Jen McCabe.
Could you see the kitchen area from where you were?
I could see a portion of the kitchen area.
Did you see anybody else in the kitchen area with Mrs. McCabe and Sergeant Lank?
There were people in the kitchen area. There was nobody with Sergeant Lank or Miss McCabe.
Could you hear their conversation?
No.
Were you trying to listen?
No.
Were you speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Yes.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
Did he speak to you?
Yes.
Was there anything about his mannerisms or affect that caused you any concern?
No, it was just a social conversation. There was nothing of concern at all.
Was there anything about it that caused you to hone in or be concerned?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Did you get a chance to look around that living area at the
Sure.
items?
I didn't look around, or just with my eyes.
Did you get to see that area?
I did.
Did you see anything broken or looked out of place?
No. Nothing.
Anything that caused you any type of concern?
Nothing.
When you looked towards the kitchen, did you see anything that looked different or suspicious in any way?
Nothing.
Was the interaction, did it cause you any alarm or concerns?
No.
After Sergeant Lank had an opportunity to speak to Mrs. McCabe and you spoke to Brian Albert, what did you do next?
We left.
Where did you go?
We went back to the police department and were informed that the state police were going to respond to the hospital and that we didn't need to respond to the hospital.
When you heard that the state police was then going to get involved in the investigation, what does Canton do when the state police takes over an investigation?
Well, it was based off of a conversation I had with my chief in the detective sergeant's office.
Was there a decision about Canton's involvement in the ongoing investigation?
There was.
What was that decision?
That we should recuse ourselves from any further investigative interviews.
And why was that?
Because our best detective, his name was Kevin Albert, and he was the brother of the homeowner. And I didn't want any potential bias, whether unconscious or subjective, to be perceived by the O'Keefe's, by the O'Keefe family.
So when the state police got involved and you had the conversation with the chief, was that the end of your efforts towards this?
It was the end of our efforts until I helped facilitate during the search warrant on February 1st.
And so at some point, was the defendant's Lexus brought to the Canton Police Department?
It was.
Was it put in a particular area?
I'm fucking hungry.
It was.
What area?
The Sally Port.
What's a Sally Port?
Sally Port is where when we have an arrest, we bring our prisoners in. It's basically a extra large garage. It has 4 doors and numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We typically
the accents in this trial are worse than the accents here.
Door 4 is lowered, and then prisoners are walked into the booking area, which is also secure. The exterior doors to the Sally Port can only be opened by the dispatch council.
When crime scene services came to look at the car, was that the same day, the 29th, or later time?
No, it was February 1st.
Did the Lexus remain in the Sally Port area from the 29th until February 1st?
Yes.
When representatives from the crime lab from the Massachusetts State Police came on February 1st, who provided them access to the Lexus?
I was one of the people there that was there. I don't know if I provided them direct access, but I certainly would have. And I assisted them if they needed things. That's when the chain of custody, the exchange of custody for the blood samples, and the glass occurred as well.
And during their processing of the Lexus, were you there for parts of it?
I was in and out, yes, but I did not partake.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Mr. Jackson, is this video up there yours or is it the Commonwealth?
Not mine. Oh, is it?
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher, you have already established that you were at the scene on January 29th, early morning, January 29th, 2022. We've seen the video of the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
So you were integral to at least an initial search of the scene, which recovered the drinking glass you've shown us, as well as some of the blood byproduct that you've talked about.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You were the ranking person on the scene. You've already described that.
Yes, that is correct.
There were also several other officers from Canton PD who were there with you.
Yes, there was 4 other officers, yes.
Can you name those other officers?
Yeah, Detective Sergeant Lank, Lank, Detective Sergeant Good, Goode, Officer Mullaney, Mullaney, and Officer Saraf, Saraf.
Okay. When you initially, let me back up and ask a different question. Given the fact that you were the ranking officer, the way that it works in a police department is everybody sort of reports up the chain of command, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So they would have all reported up to you in some particular.
That's correct.
And then, of course, you report to the deputy
figured it
chief,
out.
and then the deputy chief reports on up to the chief, correct?
That is correct.
I drank 2 buckets of lemonade yesterday.
You were involved in not only the exposing of some of that blood byproduct, but also exposing the glass.
Why am I
with the
peeing so
blower,
much?
correct?
That is correct.
You were responsible for utilizing certain equipment. You chose a leaf blower at the time, correct?
I did, yes.
There was also, I'm guessing, there was also some use of your hands and or the gloved hands with some others to recover some of the items.
Yeah, I didn't use my hands.
How did you get the glass into a bag?
That was Detective Sergeant Lank.
Somebody had to pick it up, right?
Correct.
That's what I mean. The use of hands to manipulate some of the evidence, correct?
Yeah, I
Bag of
apologize.
salt,
I
I
didn't
doubt
understand that question.
That's okay.
I thought you were speaking about me.
It's probably my
I ate a
fault, not
Chinese
yours.
person yesterday.
There was also some plastic cups that we've talked about. We'll talk more about those in a second. Those were utilized as well, correct?
You were, yes.
And you were responsible for the use of those as well.
Yes, it was
So,
my decision, yes.
In terms of the search of the scene, the recovery of evidence, the recovery of biological material, the use of tools to recover those biological materials, all of that rested at least ultimately at the scene on your shoulders, correct?
Yes, it did.
Isn't it true that you weren't interviewed in this case with regard to anything having to do with this case until April 3rd, 2024, correct?
Yes, we can call it an interview. It's when I met with the prosecutor, yes.
And that was about 2.5 years, nearly 2.5 years after this incident, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Michael Proctor, you know that name?
I do.
Who's Michael Proctor?
He was one of the troopers assigned to investigate the case.
As a matter of fact, he was the lead investigator for the case, correct?
I don't know if he was lead or trooper mechanic. I don't know.
As you sit here, you don't know that Michael Proctor was the lead case agent for...
I know he was one of them, yes.
Okay. Do you know that he was the lead investigator assigned to the case?
I don't. I had nothing to do with the DA's office.
Right. I know you didn't have...
I don't know how they assign their cases, counsel. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't say
I don't know.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking if...
I did not know he was lead. I know he was one of the leads.
Okay.
Let him ask the question.
They do it in a tandem, but I'm not sure.
Okay. He may have had a partner, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But it's not unusual to have a lead case agent, the person who's responsible for most of the search warrant writing and the memorialization of documentation of evidence collection and the movement of evidence and booking into evidence, things like that.
That is correct, but I don't know anything about who wrote their affidavits or who logged their evidence in. I wouldn't know that.
I don't know.
You're also familiar with Yuri Buchanan, correct?
I know who he is.
You're also familiar with Lieutenant Tully?
I know, yes.
They're all Massachusetts State Police officers, correct?
Yes, they all are.
Did Michael Proctor interview you before April of 2024?
He did not.
Did Yuri Buchanan interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did Lieutenant Tully interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did anybody else from the Canton Police Department, your deputy chief or the chief, interview you formally about your conduct and responsibilities before April of 2024?
I don't understand that question.
Did anybody at Canton PD, separating out Massachusetts State Police, did you sit down at Canton PD and provide an interview with anybody at Canton PD about your conduct at the scene?
What do you mean by conduct?
What do you
Going
mean?
to the scene, collecting evidence, securing evidence, transporting evidence, booking evidence, those kinds of things. Your conduct at the scene, sir.
Yeah, I briefed my superiors, yes.
Okay, other than briefing, was there a formal report written?
No.
Or a formal interview conducted of you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Tell us when you wrote your report about what happened at the scene, memorializing what you did at the scene.
I didn't.
You didn't write a report?
About the scene that day at the scene?
Correct, about this investigation.
I only did the metadata report. I did not
Data.
write a report at the scene.
You never, in fact,
Metadata.
the fact is you never wrote any report about what happened at the scene, correct?
Correct.
You didn't memorialize that in any formal way on Canton PD letterhead to describe what you did and how you did it at the scene?
No.
Normally, when you report to a scene as a first responder, you would be expected to write a report about that, whatever that conduct is.
I'm not the supervisor, no.
What if you're the ranking person at a scene that ultimately turns into a homicide scene?
Well, we don't know it's a homicide scene at this time. We don't even know there's a crime committed at this time. My
Understood.
responsibilities are to make sure reports are written, not
You
to
said you-
necessarily write
you
the
said
reports.
you
myself.
always-
I'm the supervisor.
Always
My
were in
job to
that
make sure
mode.
reports are written, evidence
Always
is
collecting
logged,
evidence.
those types of things.
Under ordinary circumstances, you would respond to a scene as a supervisor and you would oversee what other people are doing. What your
That's
subordinate-
correct.
Can I finish?
Sure.
I don't want to talk over each other.
I apologize.
You would want to supervise or oversee what your subordinate officers, whatever he or she might be doing or they might
Jackson
be doing.
does a
You're going to oversee that. But they're the ones actually
really good job of
conducting
respectfully
investigation
controlling
or
the
picking up
witnesses.
evidence or doing the interviews, writing those things of that nature.
Correct. Detective Sergeant Likes investigation.
Let me finish my question.
You wouldn't be
For the
expected to
record, we don't want to speak over each
all of
other.
that conduct is memorialized by
Shut up
others
and listen.
subordinate to the supervisor, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, quite the opposite happened. You were the one that was in the video utilizing the leaf blower, correct?
That's correct.
You were the one that actually exposed the drinking glass, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You noted the drinking glass and actually called somebody else over to take a look at it, correct?
That's correct.
You directed someone, Sergeant Lang, to pick up the drinking glass and recover it as a potential piece of evidence,
That
correct?
is correct.
You noted the blood or the coagulation of blood in and around that area, correct?
That is correct.
You noted where you believe the drinking glass was, in other words, what location, if there were grid coordinates, where it would be, correct?
Correct.
And you instructed others to transport that important evidence back to Canton PD to have it booked, correct?
That is correct.
You
Just
also
mad the government
secured
steals
the plastic
vowels from
containers in
everybody
which
else.
to recover the blood.
That is
right?
correct.
You also directed someone to get a bag to put the plastic containers in and ultimately transport it, correct?
That is correct.
So you would agree with me, Mr. Gallagher, that in this circumstance, you were the centerpiece of the recovery of evidence and the investigation as it was at that time in that limited context. You were the centerpiece of what was happening at the scene, correct?
And I made sure it was documented by Detective Sergeant Lang.
But you didn't find it important enough to write a report yourself.
I think that's poor misrepresentation. There's a person fighting for their life. It was very important.
When you were there at the scene at what time was it, by the way?
I got there shortly after 7.
Okay, you knew that person who was fighting for his life had already been transported and was in good care, as best care we can provide at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So certainly you're not excusing away the idea that you didn't memorialize your conduct because you were too busy fighting for someone's life. That's not what you're saying.
No, it definitely is not what I'm
Okay.
saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Obviously, reporting to a scene and supervising a scene is one thing, but actually gathering evidence is a whole next level. You would agree with that?
Sure.
Because
yeah,
just to put a fine point on it, responding to a scene as a supervisor, you want to make sure everybody's doing their duty, but the officer or officers who, for instance, uncover, let's say it's a knife or a gun or some weapon or something like that, actually documenting and picking up that evidence and handling it in an appropriate way, that is all highly, highly technical. It's very important to get it right and memorialize it all, correct?
That is correct.
That's why you're highly trained to memorialize and report everything that you do in that regard in a report that can later be used forensically, in other words, in a courtroom setting, to recreate as best you can with as much detail as you can exactly what you did and how you did it and where it was done, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Officer Lank wrote a report in this case.
Sure.
Did Officer Mulaney?
I believe he did, yes.
Maybe.
Did Officer Seraph?
Yes.
No.
Officer Good? Sergeant
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
But you
What
did
about
not.
Sergeant
I did not.
Shit. Why didn't you write a report?
Who was the first officer to find any potential physical evidence at the scene, be it blood or glass?
I can't answer that. It was not me. I was not the first thing that was spotted was the pink spotting, not the glass.
Okay. Who was the first person to see the glass?
I think it was myself as I uncovered it with the leaf blower.
Oh, with it.
One of the important things that we've talked about Gallagher, is documenting the details of evidence recovery, not just
the
the
glass
fact that something
under
was
the
recovered,
snow
correct?
or in the snow?
So you'd want to know what time of day it was recovered.
Because it
correct?
looked like it was in the snow,
You'd
not
wanna know
under
who
it.
was there and who was around when it was recovered, correct?
Yes.
You'd want to know what the item is, the condition of the item, right?
Yes.
You'd also want to know exactly where it's recovered, correct?
It's in the snow.
In other words, as best you can to pinpoint the exact location where an item was found. That could play a huge role in any investigation, be it criminal or otherwise.
It could. It could.
Did you diagram or draw a diagram back at Canton PD or
I did
out
not.
at the scene?
No.
About where that glass was found?
No, I did no reports or diagrams.
Did you diagram exactly where you recovered the blood spots that you did recover?
No.
Did you at least, if you did write a report, did you at least take notes on a pad about what you were doing?
Yeah, conditions weren't
What about on your
pretty hard
glove?
to take notes at that time, but I did not take notes. No.
The conditions were not hard to take notes. He was clear out. We saw you leaf blowing. It was fine. You just needed a post-it glove like the other chick
At some
had.
point, you mentioned a person by the name of Tom Kelleher, Deputy Chief Kelleher.
That's correct.
Who is Deputy Chief Kelleher?
Do they not have paper in
He's
Canton?
the deputy chief of Canton Police.
He was active on active duty at the time. When I say active duty, I don't mean that morning, that hour. I mean just generally.
Yes, he was a lieutenant
Yeah.
at that time.
He was someone to whom, as a matter of fact, probably the only person to whom at Canton PD you actually reported, correct? Up the chain of command. He was the only person to whom you reported up the chain of command, meaning he was your direct report.
He was in charge of detectives at that time.
And then, of course, the chief would be above him, correct?
Deputy chief and chief.
Okay. When you responded to the scene, Deputy Chief Kelleher did not come out of his house and take over the investigation, correct?
Correct.
That was yours to detail,
That is correct.
at least while you were there.
That's correct.
So can you describe what you did to preserve the crime scene? I'm sorry, to preserve the scene, because at that time you said you did not know if it was a crime scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you do
I
in
mean,
terms of actually preserving the scene for later investigation? What steps did you take?
For later, can you explain later investigation?
So let me take a step back.
Sure.
Have you been trained to preserve scenes?
Yes.
Okay. What's the reason that you want to preserve a scene? What does that mean?
Collect evidence.
Collect evidence to make sure nothing is disturbed.
Correct.
Civilians can't kind of traipse through or walk through evidence, correct?
That's correct.
You've heard the phrase,
I can.
Evidence in, evidence out. Someone traipses through a crime scene, you bring
Correct.
evidence with you, and you take it back out, whether it's on your shoes or on your feet or your breath or your saliva, whatever it might be.
Very familiar with that, yes.
Preserving the scene is best efforts, it's best practices to make sure that nothing is moved, touched, messed with in any way, correct?
That's correct, and that's what was done here.
What did you do? That's my question. What did you do to preserve that scene?
So there were no civilians ever to trample through. Were rescue efforts made on Mr. O'Keefe? Yes, that's priority. So rescue workers do go into any type of scene. Medical life-saving measures come first. Once all apparatus was off scene, the original officers put out crime scene tape to mark an area. And later, it was documented, it was photographed, and evidence was collected.
And it was searched by you, at least initially with the leaf blower.
Correct.
Okay. So you were interested in the area that, by the way, I want to clear this up, make sure I'm not mistaken. You described for Mr. Brennan basically where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. Correct?
Yes, yes,
You never saw his body in situ. You never saw his body in place.
that is correct.
You were told by Sergeant Lank generally where his body was, correct?
Yes, and Sergeant Lank actually never saw Mr. O'Keefe either.
That's my next question.
Okay,
Sergeant Lank,
and Mr. Good and Sergeant Good as well.
right. Sergeant Lank never saw John O'Keefe actually in place, correct?
That is correct.
So you're receiving information from Sergeant Lank that he did not have personal knowledge of, and then you're providing that information later to crime scene investigators who are trying to establish a diagram or some sort of a chart about where that evidence was, where the drinking glass was, where his body was, correct?
No, I never spoke to anybody in that manner about that.
Didn't you ultimately go out to the scene along with others at Massachusetts State Police when they had a drone overhead?
No, you're mistaken. I can clarify it for you if you wish.
Sure.
So on February 1st, after the execution of the warrant, they wanted to go down to the scene. It was Trooper Proctor and somebody from the CARS team. I'm not sure of the name. Once they got down there, I did show them where I was shown John O'Keefe was. They did want to put up a drone, but they could not do it because they were too close to Norwood Airport and because of FAA regulations.
Okay.
And that was the last of my involvement with that. I hope that clarifies things for you.
Forget the drone. I'm interested in the first part, which was you accompanied Trooper Proctor to the scene, correct?
Correct.
There were other members of CARS, C-A-R-S.
I think there was one crash accident reconstruction section, I'm assuming.
Okay, so it's a forensic, a member of MSP who does forensic diagrams, correct?
I would say. I don't know if they do diagrams. I don't know what they do.
Or reconstruction of some sort.
Sure, reconstruction of some sort.
So you were there to help provide information about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
And be a Canton police officer present in case any neighbors had come out.
So you were there to help provide information about, or at least you did provide information to them about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Oh, sure, yes.
Except you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe's body, did you?
No, I did not.
So that was a guess on your part.
It was what I was shown. It's the information I had.
Yeah, it was the information you were told by Sergeant Blank, correct?
Yes.
Who also didn't see John O'Keefe in place on the ground at 34 Ferry, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So his would be a guess also, correct?
Well, we're going backwards. So he was told by Sergeant Good and et cetera. So it was information passed along, which is what police officers do.
Right. But the police officer that was out there at the scene, who was helping the reconstructionist established a formal report, and the CARS report was an officer who not only didn't see where John O'Keefe's body was, you got information about where John's body was from someone who didn't see it either. Correct? Can we at least agree on
No,
that?
you have to go back to the beginning. I didn't understand the beginning of that question.
Sure,
It was very
I'll try it
long.
again. The point is, Mr. Gallagher, you happen to be tapped as the person who is going to assist the CARS folks, the MSP, in creating their CARS, ultimately their CARS report.
No.
You weren't?
Isn't it true that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road and the scene of the incident?
Yeah, I thought I explained it could not be done.
Okay.
So
I'm not
I
asking
wasn't,
you-
I only went to show them where Mr. O'Keefe was and in case any neighbors came out. I wasn't there to assist in any documentation at all.
You were there. You knew who Brian Tully is.
I do.
Have you reviewed Brian Tully's report?
I have not. You showed me one section of it.
Is it true that
Still you another section, you son of a bitch.
you went with Trooper Proctor and you're already shaking your head now? I didn't finish the question.
No.
I got that part wrong. You accompanied Trooper Proctor?
No, what's wrong is I was interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That was a meeting I had with Prosecutor Lally.
Okay.
Trooper Tully was present. Trooper Tully never asked me any question. I don't recall Trooper Tully ever asking me a question, sir.
So let me be a little bit more defined. So in Trooper Tully's report, where he reports what you said, you were actually talking to Adam Lally, my colleague sitting up in front.
Correct.
Okay. So now we've got that cleared up. Let me ask you again. Did you say in front of Trooper Tully that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road?
Meaning they were documenting Fairview Road. It's not clear. The report's not clear. They were going to document Fairview Road, not me.
So you just said something that I want to follow up on.
Okay.
The report's not clear, correct?
That's correct.
So that's an inaccurate report.
I wouldn't call it inaccurate at all. I'm just saying you're misinterpreting the wording.
I see. And I'm misinterpreting it even though I just read it directly from the report.
Yeah, sometimes
Yeah,
sentences have different meanings. Yes, you are.
Okay.
Wait, what?
The
He read
reality
the
is
words.
you did end up going to the scene, correct?
I did.
And you accompanied, I don't want to use a word that you'll challenge, you went with Trooper Proctor, correct?
I took my cruise into 34
Okay.
Fairview, yes.
You were there at the same time Trooper Proctor was?
Yes.
And you were aware that the CARS team was there so that they could document the scene, correct?
I don't know what the purpose of the drone was. I'm not familiar with that section. I thought I answered that question. I'm not familiar with what they do.
But you do believe that as you sit here, you were there, we weren't. You do
Right.
believe that that's the reason that they were there was to document the scene.
Put up a drone.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by document. I don't know if it was to photograph, I guess, which if you mean by document photograph.
I don't know,
guess it could,
photographs and
I would agree.
documents.
If it
You don't know what
means take measurements, I
documenting a
wouldn't know.
scene
Okay.
looks like?
Did
Or
you
what-
tell any of the members of the CARS team where you believed John's body was?
I believe it was Trooper Proctor, but I believe he was there, yes.
Trooper
The
Proctor.
cop
obviously
pretending he doesn't know what
not there. John's
documenting
body was there either, correct?
That is
the
correct.
scene of a
So you
crime
got
is.
that information.
From you. That is correct.
So now that's 3 people.
It's probably more, quite honestly, yeah.
Well, I'm just talking
Yeah.
about this report.
Correct.
Yeah.
CARS report. Has 3 people in line, none of whom saw John's body, John O'Keefe's body, as it lay in the lawn with the truck.
That is correct, yes.
And there's no photographs
Of,
Mr. O'Keefe
oh, no,
at the location.
no, we wouldn't,
No.
nobody
No.
would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be
Ew.
appropriate.
There's no
Wait, are you
video.
kidding me?
Specifically.
They wouldn't take video of somebody
That's bullshit. Yes, they would.
undergoing
there's
life-saving measurements.
There's no
either.
body cam.
We don't have body cameras.
There's no dash cam that shows it.
Well, dash cameras would be on the road. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 8 to 10 feet off the road.
Well, hang on a second. You're not sure where Mr. O'Keefe was because you never saw him.
That's why I used a range, yes.
Right. So you don't know-
I know where the blood was. I know where the glass was.
Right. You don't know if he was 7 to 9 feet off.
That's correct.
Or 12 feet off. You can't say.
I could, only approximately. You are correct, yes.
You did meet with Officer Seraph You met with all the officers when you arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And Officer Seraph had been there from the beginning of the morning.
Yes.
Officer Seraph didn't report to you at that time any statements attributable to my client.
He did not know.
No.
You later went back to 34 Fairview with Sergeant Lank.
That's correct.
And you rode back. Did you ride back to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank or separate cruisers?
Which time? I
I'm
apologize.
sorry. That's a vague question on my part. You went back to 34 Fairview with just Officer Lank, and you described a circumstance in which you went in, you were let in by Brian Albert. He went to the kitchen. You were in the family room or some other place.
Right by the kitchen, yeah.
Right by
the
the
room
kitchen.
off the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so right next to where he was interviewing.
That's correct.
Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
Did you ride back from that meeting or that event to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
And Sergeant Lank didn't say anything to you about his interview with Jennifer McCabe at that time.
I don't recall our conversation on the way back.
Okay. And you didn't write a report about any conversation that you had with Officer Seraph. You didn't write a report about any conversation you had with Sergeant Lank.
No, they're responsible for writing their own reports.
Got it. You did say that let me back up and ask you a different question.
I'm gonna go grab a snack. I'll be right
You
back.
testified about a year ago in another proceeding. You talked a little bit about the evidence collection of the biological material, the blood, or I'm guessing at that time, presumed blood. You haven't done any testing.
That's correct, yes, sir.
But you assumed it was blood just because of your experience and it looked like it could be blood on the street.
That's correct.
How far were you from Canton PD? Approximately.
Mile and a half.
Mile and a half. You had your cruiser with you.
I had my personal vehicle with me.
Your personal vehicle. In other words, your ambulance where you could get from point A to point B if you wanted to.
Yeah, I was the scene supervisor. I wasn't leaving the scene.
Okay. But you also had subordinate folks at the scene that you could have dispatched had you wanted to.
Correct.
They all had cruisers
Yes, they did.
or personal vehicles. I'm not sure which.
I'm sorry?
Or personal vehicles. I'm not sure which.
I was the only one with a personal vehicle. Detective Sergeant Lank had a Toyota Tundra pickup truck that is not marked, but it's assigned to our detective unit.
So if you wish to, as the ranking officer out of the scene, you could have dispatched one or more of those officers to run an errand to go do something in furtherance of the investigation had you wanted to.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Okay, you did. What did you
Yes.
do in that regard?
Remember, I sent Sergeant Good to get the leaf blower.
Got it. You also know that Canton PD has evidence collection bags at Canton PD.
Yes.
You also know that they have materials and tools to gather biological material, correct?
We do have swabs, yes.
And those swabs go in little containers to maintain their sanitary nature, correct?
That is correct.
In other words, if you see a blood stain, you don't just walk up with a Kleenex that you find on the ground and wipe it up. There's your blood stain. There's a process for gathering that type of evidence, correct?
Sure. If you're looking for DNA, you can use a bloody Kleenex, to your point.
It'd be kind of an emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. My point exactly.
But if you're a mile from the Canton PD,
Yeah,
you could have gone back and gotten a swab,
could have.
but you didn't.
Didn't want to because of the weather, because you just said because it's an emergency, and we thought it was an emergency there. I mean, the storm was coming down terribly, and I believe if we didn't collect that biological matter, we weren't going to get that biological matter.
But Canton PD was a mile and a half away, 4 or 5 minutes.
In a blizzard.
Still, in a blizzard, it's 3 minutes in good weather, probably 4, 5, 6 minutes in a blizzard, correct?
I'm not sure.
So let's call it 12, 15 minutes. You certainly could have gone back. If you wanted to, you could have dispatched one of your officers to go back and get swabs and properly collect the blood material.
Sure. And I believed 15 minutes would have made a difference.
And what you did instead is, well, 15 minutes would have made a difference, but you asked Sergeant Good to drive to his house and get a leaf blower.
Yes, and while he was doing that, we were documenting the scene with photographs.
You could have documented the scene with photographs even if you went back and get a swab. What's the difference?
Because we were ongoing. It was ongoing. I wasn't leaving the scene.
I didn't ask you to leave the scene. I didn't ask if you were leaving the scene.
needed the other officers. We talked about scene security. I already let one officer go. I now have 3 left. We're securing that scene.
So you saw pink stains in the snow, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you said, Officer Good, probably called him Sean, Sarge, go home and get a leaf blower.
That is correct.
Could have said, Officer Mulaney, get your butt over to Canton PD and pick up 10 swabs, correct?
He wouldn't have had access to the swabs.
Oh, so now one of your officers could have gotten the swabs, even if the lieutenant, the ranking lieutenant had dispatched him to go get a swab.
Because he doesn't have access to the BCI, the office of BCI, where our stuff is kept.
Could you have made a phone call?
No, nobody there would have had access at that time. It was only Officer Dever on the desk.
So you're the only person that could have gotten those swabs?
Sergeant Lane could have gotten them as well.
So Sergeant Lane could have too?
Sure.
But you didn't say that?
No, definitely didn't.
Okay. What you did do, however, is you went to the neighbor's house. Happened to be Tom Keller, correct?
The lieutenant of detectives, yes.
Right. And Lieutenant Kelleher gave you red Solo cups.
Yes. I asked for plastic or glass containers. He had Solo cups, and I utilized them.
The same kind of Solo cups that we all see at backyard barbecues.
Yep, they hold liquid terrifically.
They're so good at it.
They're also
Somebody thought that was
not
funny.
sealed, correct?
They are not.
They're also not used normally. I mean, they were here. They're not normally used for evidence collection, correct?
Oh, absolutely not.
Why?
And then you decided you needed to transport that very important biological material back to Canton PD for storage and safety, right?
That's correct.
And why was it important to transport that blood material so quickly? What are the factors that you considered, weighed and balanced, in terms of getting that material back to Canton PD in good condition, sanitary condition?
So a criminalist could extract a proper DNA sample.
I'm a criminalist.
What would happen, for instance, if that blood material, I don't know, were contaminated?
Contaminated how?
You tell me. You're the professional.
So DNA is pretty hardy, pretty forensically stable. The only things that are going to harm it are radiation, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals such as bleach. That's not present here. I wasn't. Then you would have 2 sets of DNA when it's tested, which would benefit you.
Well, depends on whose DNA it is.
That's correct. That's correct.
Why is he such a hostile asshole? Which would benefit you. That's the type of shit you don't want your witness saying if you're the state.
While you were, I'm going to stay on this for a second. So obviously there's a reason why
This guy's not supposed to be on his side.
swabs are handled with such care. For instance, a DNA analyst is going to put on gloves.
Correct.
Oftentimes they're going to put on a mask. Right?
I don't know about that.
Oftentimes they put on goggles. Is that right?
It depends what they're testing.
Right.
Yeah.
But in order to go out and collect something, you'll see CSI, crime scene investigators, in full body suits when they walk into a crime scene.
Yeah, you can.
Because you don't want to contaminate the scene with your own hair off your arm or an eyelash falling into a blood stain, correct?
That is correct.
Right. So there are protocols. I mean, you said just a second ago, Gallagher, well, it's DNA. Unless somebody pours bleach in it, you're pretty much golden, right? That's not quite the fact.
And that's not quite what I said.
No, it's not quite what you said. You were suggesting that it's hardy enough that it doesn't really matter
No.
if it's contaminated or not. If there's multiple people's DNA, it just benefits everybody.
No, I simply asked what you meant by contamination.
Okay. So it could be contaminated with debris, is that right?
Sure, it can.
It could be contaminated with other people's DNA, is that right?
It can.
It could be contaminated with foreign items, foreign either aerosols or somebody's spittle when you're talking, correct?
Sure.
Contaminated with 1,000 things.
Hypothetically.
Right. Of course, these Solo cups didn't have lids on them, right?
They did not.
They were open.
Yes.
You didn't photograph where you picked up the samples.
No.
You didn't document where you picked up the samples.
No.
So if the samples were in 6, how many Solo cups were there?
6.
6 Solo cups. We don't know as we sit here where each of those Solo cups contents came from specifically, do we?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Then those solo cups with no lids were placed into a bag, right?
That's correct.
You said on direct examination that this was a brown paper bag, right?
It is. Stop and Shop, I believe.
And you said that that Stop and Shop bag is, other than having the words Stop and Shop on it versus evidence on it, basically the one and the same thing.
Same dimensions, made out of the same materials, yes.
Right. But with an evidence bag, you know exactly where it came from and who's handled it.
Not necessarily.
Comes from a manufacturer
Sure.
whose job it is to secure those bags so that they are not mishandled, so they can have some sort of bona fides that they're clean and ready to accept evidence. In, say, for instance, I don't know, the investigation of a homicide of a police officer. Important stuff, right?
We're not at a homicide of a police officer at this point.
I'm just talking about evidence bags in general. Evidence bags in general. In other words, I'm trying to think of some of the most important investigations around. The manufacturers of those evidence bags manufacture them and send them in a way so that their bona fides, the provenance of those bags is maintained, correct, and protected.
That's the way they ship them, yes.
Right. And Kenton PD pays extra money for those bags for that very purpose.
I'm sure they do, yes.
You mentioned almost tongue in cheek, look, except for the price,
Yeah.
they're probably pretty close.
Yes.
There's a reason that there's a price difference, right?
What would the reason? What's the reason?
Well, it's not the shop. I can go pay 10 cents
Yeah.
for that bag because I don't really give a hoot where it's been or who's handling it. Right? It's got my milk and my eggs in it. Really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they price it because of how they package it. I don't have any knowledge of that.
Well, you're the one that mentioned the price. I'm just
Oh,
trying
no,
to
no,
make
no.
a point.
Yeah, I
There's
agree
a
with
reason.
you on that.
I'm sorry. We're speaking over each other. Okay.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yonder. You know,
Yep.
there's a reason. My point is there's a reason, right?
Yes.
That evidence bags are more expensive because there is a way they're manufactured and they're taken care of, and Canton PD is willing to pay that extra price, like every other law enforcement agency, because of that, correct? All right. So they're not quite the same, are they?
No.
Trying to find a good place to put my chips. I got chips and salsa as a snack.
Those solo cups were placed in the evidence bag uncovered.
Yes.
The evidence bag was then placed in Sergeant Lank's vehicle.
It was closed and
I
Sergeant
trust
Lang
some.
transported it to his vehicle. Yes.
When you say closed, you mean the top of it was rolled up?
Correct.
Or folded over?
Correct.
It wasn't forensically sealed.
Not at that time, no.
There was no evidence tape that went on it.
Not at that time, no.
Matter of fact, the cups were still open. You
There's
could slosh
no
around.
way, like, this would not hold up anywhere.
Assume they melted.
Yes.
There's liquid blood and liquid water, like
That's correct.
snow.
That's correct.
And you indicated that those were, at least you believe, those were placed in an evidence locker, a temporary evidence locker, correct?
No, the blood samples were put in a refrigerated unit.
My mistake. I thought the refrigerator was the temporary storage locker. It's different?
Yes, lockers are not refrigerated. That's where the glass would go into a locker.
Okay. This was placed into an evidence refrigerator.
That's correct.
That was to maintain the integrity of the sample, the biological sample inside the cups, correct?
That's correct.
You have an evidence log of that.
I don't know.
You've never seen an evidence log indicating that those were actually put into a refrigerated evidence locker.
I removed them myself, so I know they were in the refrigerated unit
When did you remove them?
on February 1st.
Right. We're talking about January 29th. They were taken to Canton PD by Officer Lang, Sergeant Lang, on January 29th. I'm just asking, well, let me ask a foundational question. Does Canton PD maintain something called evidence logs?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not the evidence officer.
No.
There is, it's all computerized.
Right.
So like I explained earlier, when they do get logged in, the officer puts the description of the property, hits the space bar, and the computer generates an evidence number.
Right. And that evidence number is associated with just that piece of evidence.
Just that piece of evidence, correct?
And every time it's checked out or put back in, there is a log created, correct?
Yeah, they do it by computer, yes.
It's a digital fingerprint.
Correct.
All right. I mean, you're a former narco narcotics specialist, right?
Mhm.
You did narcotics for years, right?
I did.
Drugs, about the most sensitive thing out there, right? I mean, you get a bottle of fentanyl, you're not just going to set it on the evidence subject's desk. You're going to make sure that damn thing gets logged exactly how it's supposed to, correct?
Of course.
Because it needs to have a trace of where it goes and who touches it and who has access to it, correct?
That is correct.
You've never seen an evidence log for these items that were taken from 34 Fairview and supposedly put into the, well, not supposedly because you took them out, and ultimately went into a refrigerated evidence log.
Yeah, I wouldn't have access to the evidence log. Our evidence room is a very strict process. There's only 2 people that can even have access to the permanent once it goes into permanent evidence. And it's the admin sergeant that changes the custody when it comes out for court, if an item has to come out for court, or if it has to be transported to another agency, or if an officer needs it removed from evidence for further inspection, the admin sergeant would take care of that.
That's the way it's.
Ms. Mr. Jackson, you're not going to finish today, right?
No, I'm
In
not.
2 minutes.
Two questions. I'm also.
All right, 2 questions.
Thank you. That's the way it's supposed to work, correct?
Yes.
But you've never, as you sit here, you've never seen an evidence log determining where that blood went and who was handling it between January 29th and February 1st.
I have never seen an evidence log.
That's all I had, at least at this time.
All right, Lieutenant, we're gonna have you come back tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
No evidence log.
Thank you.
So juries, that's it.
Where's the chain of custody on any of this shit?
Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about it, please disregard and let us know tomorrow, and be very careful with your social media use. All right, see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All rise for the call, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Goodbye.
All right. Well, that was fun. This guy comes in, he's like, yeah, I just grabbed some baggies, couple of cups, my leaf blower to find evidence. I want to know if the glass is under the snow or in the middle of the snow, because it kind of looked like it was dispersed in the middle of the snow, which doesn't make any sense, right? Because the snow starts falling later and covers up the body.
You don't need me for anything, right?
No, nobody needs you for anything.
One very short issue.
Please be seated.
Okay, we've got a short issue. Back at the front. But if you have like glass and you take it out to the scene, you throw it out there, it'll kind of find its way down a little bit into the snow, but depending on the snowfall, it probably won't make it all the way down, especially after a blizzard. So I don't know, man. I can't with the leaf blower. So I wanted to get a way out to observe the scene without disturbing it. So I got a fucking leaf blower. Come on. Why is that your plan? Look, everybody who's tired has thought, I have this leaf blower and shoveling sounds terrible. And you go outside and you're like, I can do this, but it's got to be really, really cold. It's got to be really cold outside because you have to have that powdery snow that doesn't stick to anything. It just blows away. That's the only time. And a leaf blower still sucks at it. But if you have wet snow at all, you're not getting anywhere. This guy's why you don't eat food from just anybody's house. Yeah, no kidding. No, don't use the cups in that fridge. I'm holding those for work. You don't want those. It's not a Bloody Mary. It's a Bloody John. What's that? Don't worry about it. So I don't know if we're going to get, like a specific, any more court action. If we do, I'll of course bring it up. Right now we do have this.
Eat, bite, fuck, suck, gobble, nibble, chew. I think Nick's nose just might be a Jew.
I mean, I don't know what to do with that.
Cookie and her BF causing have awk or why I haven't renewed locals. I'll be back when they're gone.
I don't know if they're going to leave. I think they're very cozy in there. Like they've been thrown out of everywhere else on the planet, and that's their last place to go.
Nobody in this town works without a retainer, guys.
That's true.
You think you can find someone who does? Let me tell you, you have my blessing. I think we all know that person can't represent you as well as I can. Retainer. Retainer.
I think this is supposed to be like a Ricola reference. Retainer, like something like that. Are bars in Massachusetts allowed to let people take alcohol out? I don't know. Probably not. But, you know, some people just steal stuff. Have you guys ever been with people like just steal like a glass of liquor from the bar? I've never done that, but I've seen people do it. And I was like, what are you doing? It's the bar's glass.
Oh, Tubby McRed, with your wispy red strands, a sensitive snowflake with sausage link hands, your ego's inflated,
Damn.
Your hair's jumping ship, and your micro dick's smaller than a goddamn pip.
The micro dick thing I am laughing at. I don't know how to not laugh at it. It's just there. I don't know how it got there. I try to think back. I'm like, did I do this somehow? I don't think so. Just so we're clear, Cord is done, but I'm not done. We have Ronnie O'Neill. We have Kurt. Still, each of those have got a lot of Kurt left. Ronnie O'Neill, we have about 5 minutes left. I feel like I owe it to the world to finish that up. And so I was going to do that. We've got some chats and all that stuff. If you guys will bear with me, I mean, I think we can hang out, right? A little bit. Go away. And all right, we're back to Ronnie O'Neill. Let's finish him up. I love Ronnie.
Or Mr. Gray heard me say any of those things. In fact, the evidence is going to show that Khalil Brown heard me say she killed me twice and then nothing else.
She killed me twice. She didn't kill you at all. You're alive. I'm looking at you right now, Ronnie. Not Robbie. Not Robbie. I left my cherry Coke right. Hold on. I'll be right back. Like, it's 30 seconds. I'm pissed. I figured out why I have to go to the bathroom so much. So I got a bucket of lemonade yesterday. Because in Minnesota, we do things in buckets. And I drank 2 of these. I think that's why I'm having to have a new bladder installed tomorrow. The audio's low. I'll crank it some more. Problem is when he gets close to the mic, it's deafening. Look at how peaceful his face is. You can see he doesn't have a tight jaw. He looks like he's calm and collected.
The CRA is going to show. For some of you who don't know what that is, that's the criminal report affidavit.
Not at the Navy, affidavit.
Lead Detective Thomas Sturks is the author of. The evidence will show that in that CRA, I told the neighbor, don't come outside, call 911 now. But you don't hear that on this audio for some reason. But you hear
All these other what?
that I did not say.
Wow. How do I hear him then? Who said him?
That same CRA
Did the government say the words?
of Khalil Brown saying that he saw me take 3 strikes with that shotgun.
Shit. But it was 4. Three strikes with the shotgun is 3, like, blam! But he didn't do nothing else, so I guess it was okay.
Going to show that Mr. Harmon here said that big chunk missing out of her arm was a bird shot.
Oh!
It was not a bird shot. And whatever kind of shot it was, if it was a slug shot or a bird shot.
Wait, what?
Where's the missing pieces of her arm?
That's your theory? No wonder you lost.
You will not see any
Where's the missing arm pieces?
arm in that closet where she was shot. You should see some evidence of
Where? It's freezing up on me here. It's not me. This is actually go. I don't know what happened. Like they just stopped it in the middle.
but there
Oh.
were several shots added to the wall to make it look like I aimed at her head.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't matter if you're aiming at her arm or her head, brother. Like, whichever one you point at that's intent to murder. I don't know. Someone's smoke detector's going off, I think.
Remember I told you the evidence
Stop. Fucking stop. Stop.
In fact, he didn't witness much at all.
No, Jim, he stabbed the son, but the son survived.
Show that my son said my dad shot my mom is the correct statement. If you want to cite statements, if he even said it. Because I can guarantee you the evidence is going to show you we are under the most corrupt administration you've ever seen in your life. I guarantee you I wouldn't waste your
Oh, there we go. Whoa! Okay, this one has even more. But anyway, we don't have to watch all of it right now. We can. Ronnie O'Neill will always be with us in our hearts. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he didn't do well. He did avoid the death penalty, and the judge gave him props. Hold on, I'm sending my sandwich order to Lady Rackets. The judge gave him props and was like, I would have given you the death penalty if you would have had somebody else defending you, but you were so good at it, you get to live. I don't know. Thanks. Yeah, actually watching his son say that his dad stabbed him, like jokes aside, was really fucking heartbreaking. Cause like, dude. But that guy's got demons. He just tried to kill him from someone else. What do we have this here?
What's the deal with the missing Ring doorbell camera footage on John O'Keefe's house? I haven't heard about that recently. Did that ever get addressed?
I have no idea. Again, so the hard part about these things is trying to confine what gets introduced in the record in trial, or confine your mind to what's introduced in the record at trial, because you may know about these other things, and they may even seem like things that are really important or would be really useful, but they're maybe not for the defense. The defense might be looking at this going, this actually didn't play. Remember, the defense hired one of the jurors to be on their team, and they have probably quite a bit of insight as to what played well in the deliberation room and what didn't. So always try and segregate out what you know about the case because you're interested in it versus what's being introduced at trial, because that's what matters, what the jury sees. Here we go.
I tried to contain Nick's DNA in a red Solo cup, but by the time I got back to the lab, I had drank it all.
Oh, God, that's disgusting. How'd you get my DNA? Oh.
Buckets, you say? Reminds me of a restaurant with the best pasta buckets around and donuts as bug as your head.
Now, she was an alternate, not one of the deliberating jurors. Oh, well, that's too bad. Even so, her sitting there every day as an alternate, they still get perspective of what someone from the outside sees. And that can be exceedingly helpful. I mean, lots of companies pay to have jurors. They pay to run fake trials, actually, and they will impanel, several panels of jurors and have each one of them watch a trial put on by the law firm or the company that's, deciding on if it wants to pursue a legal action. And then they'll get the results from each of the juries. And sometimes it's 3 different results, guilty, not guilty, and mistrial. But they, the information that they get is valuable from anybody who sat and watched the whole thing, especially from the perspective of a juror.
Can you clarify what you mean by, do I have a micro penis? Are you referring to the size of my wee-wee or the apparatus I use to see the wee-wee?
That's a
motherfucker, I have a leaf blower.
Well, there you go. I don't know. I guess I think it's the actual penis itself that's being referred to, but I'm not the one making the statement, so I don't know.
Damn, I'm fucking stupid. I probably would have gotten off if I had Steve as my public defender.
You got that right?
Steve Gosney. Yeah. Relatively Objective says, I'm not up to date on this. Any Cliff's Notes? On the Karen Reed trial, Cliff Notes is this. Karen Reed is accused of killing her boyfriend. She's accused of doing so on a late winter night after a night of drinking with a group of friends. They believe that she struck him with her car either intentionally or because she was under the influence of alcohol. So she's charged with murder, malice murder by battery, which would be using the car, and she's charged with striking someone, killing them while under the intoxicating effects of alcohol. Both of those are bad. And there's another charge for fleeing the scene as well, because she did leave the scene of the crime, although, her defense would be for that she didn't know that he was even dead at the time. Actually, her first defense is, I didn't hit him. Another defense is, I wasn't drunk. And if I did hit him, it was an accident. And then, of course, the other one is, you didn't know that she couldn't leave the scene because she didn't know that she hit him at all, or she didn't hit him. But the state has to prove that she, struck him, that it was a cause of death, and that maybe that she was under the influence of alcohol. And that in the case of the second-degree murder, the state also has to prove that she did it maliciously, that, she intended to strike him with the car, and that ended up causing his death. The problem is there's a party, the property where he died, a group of friends who'd been out drinking all night, and that group of friends seems to be at least colluding on their story about all of the evidence about the goings-on of that night for whatever reason. And that collusion is concerning to the integrity of any evidence that's gathered from those witnesses, which is all of it. Pretty much all of the evidence about what happened that night comes from them. And then you have some forensics. But since all of them are involved in discussions that have happened between them and specific discussions about the event and what everybody saw and experienced, you now have this tainted flow of evidence that looks to be curated towards a cohesive story, a story that doesn't make a lot of sense when you come down to it. And you combine that with having some bad forensics where they claim that they can prove that her car was used as the weapon, but it doesn't really appear to pan out on the body itself and the injuries that it sustained, at least in my opinion, from what we've seen. And you have a problem with the case. So I hope that's an adequate summary for you guys. Today we got through several witnesses. We started off with a forensic witness, which is about her blood alcohol content to cast doubt on the forensic lab from the defense's perspective. A lot of my talk about this is going to be from the defense's perspective by default. Typically, that's how I speak. If I'm going to change that up, I'll let you know, and I'll specifically lay out that I'm talking from the prosecution's perspective. But the defense's job today was to discredit the blood alcohol portion of the accusation because they don't want her to be charged with murder based on being intoxicated. And there's sufficient flexibility in the non-forensically approved testing method used to measure her blood alcohol content to suggest that she was actually potentially below the legal limit rather than above the legal limit. And if that's the case, they'll have a really tough time sustaining the murder by intoxication charge because they don't have other evidence of intoxication. She was, everything happened several hours after she drove and allegedly struck this guy with the car. I mean, by everything, I mean all of the interactions with police, including any testing and all that stuff. So there's a lot of time that's elapsed. And in that meantime, she wasn't like under observation or with anybody. So she could have been drinking on her own and not driving. So she could have become intoxicated after getting home. And then, she was driven around. She was not the one driving the car as they searched for the deceased. And so she could have become intoxicated later. And that confounds their murder by drunk driving accusation. So very important to get rid of her. There were also the neighbors, or not really the neighbors, Ryan something and his girlfriend, whose name is Who Cares. And they were the only two people who were outside as witnesses to this and potential witnesses to this. And they merely testified that they did not see anyone go into or out of the house. So, presumably John O'Keefe was still outside and never went inside. Although I think it's possible that he went inside prior to them arriving home and looking, but who knows? I'm not 100% on the timelines of when everything happened. So I might be wrong. I could very well be wrong on that. I wouldn't really know. Other than that, there was a chunky nurse, and there was also a sneaky paramedic who kind of looks like she's in a lesbian relationship with the daughter of the homeowner where the person died. This case has a police officer dying in the lawn of another police officer and nobody interviewing the police officer and the wife. Like nobody's waking up the homeowner being like, why is there a dead guy in your yard? Do you know this dead guy? I mean, everybody knows this is a small town. Like I figured half these people know like who everybody is anyway. But the audacity that this is all going on in the front yard of a fellow police officer, and no one's like, hey, get that guy out of bed. So that's, I guess that's that. We also had that nurse. I missed a lot of the nurse testimony. I had to drive my daughter to class. And so I wasn't there for most of it. I did hear some of it though. I missed all the fat jokes. She had really large chipmunky cheeks. But let's see. that's most of what happened today. Well, of course, and then the last witness was just fantastic. He's the investigator on the scene with a leaf blower and the red Solo cups collecting blood samples to take back to the station, even though the station's like just a mile and a half away. And this is the next day, I believe. And any of this stuff could have been collected properly with any amount of effort being done. But no, none of that. So there we go. There's kind of a breakdown of what happened today. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Time to sally forth into the week. And let's see. What else do we have? I mean, I have this Kurt video, which I'd be happy to finish. This is Kurt arguing with ChatGPT. Kurt was hired by someone to write a brief to petition the Supreme Court for cert so that the court would take the case and potentially hear it. And then Kurt wrote his brief, and then they actually decided to let him go and go with a different attorney instead. And so then Kurt asked ChatGPT to analyze their two briefs and determine what was a better brief. ChatGPT said the other guy's brief was better, which is funny enough. And now Kurt is yelling at it because, of course, that's what he does. It's like a train that doesn't work.
His palms is sweaty, knees weak, tits is heavy. He's got cream in his ass and mom's spaghetti. He's nervous, but on the surface, he looks red and sweaty. Kurt's micro penis looks small, but ready.
And of course, we have super tips going throughout the entire show. You're welcome to participate in that if you want, to your pleasure. To your pleasure. Here we go. Let's take a little bit of a look at this. I don't know if we're going to do the whole thing because there's a bunch of time left. And it's really nice outside.
And if you think the distinctions in the Fifth Circuit case, what is the Fifth Circuit case that this is a case of? Yeah, this deals with sovereign immunity. This is some bullshit.
This is bullshit.
This case, I didn't cite this. No wonder I didn't cite this. This case is some bullshit. I wouldn't have been wrong for me to cite it, but I'm not going to base an entire brief off of it.
You probably should have.
At best, it's a throwaway citation. It's a throwaway citation. See, also, this case,
He can't figure out that, dude. You don't have another citation to the rule. So a throwaway citation is objectively better than no citation.
Based anything off this bullshit. What the fuck is this? And if you're basing it off the Fifth Circuit's decision, they ruled on sovereign immunity grounds. They didn't raise this issue. I don't like any of this bullshit. This is some bullshit. Let me show you what's going on in this bullshit case.
Yeah, show us.
All right, let me just show you what's going on in this bullshit.
Get mad. Get mean.
Because I don't agree with ChatGPT.
No kidding.
And I don't agree that there's a split, and I don't agree with any of this bullshit. There is no split.
If there isn't a split, you're not getting your case heard. I mean, they didn't get their case heard anyway, but you're not going to get your case heard if there isn't a split. The court doesn't have any reason to do this. This isn't like a novel constitutional issue that they need to take on.
Split, and it's bullshit to argue there's a split. All right, so let's talk about what's going on in this case. Okay, we turn our attention to the U.S. Supreme Court of Leroy Torres versus Texas. Supreme Court decided 2022. Okay, this is the case he wants to use. And be like the Supreme Court's, he wants to say this, the Seventh Circuit is disobeying the Supreme Court and Fifth Circuit and blah, blah, blah. Ooh, exciting. I mean, oh, that's fun. Okay. And incidentally, by the way, for what it's worth, this is on a writ of certiorari to the Court of Appeals of Texas. It isn't even out of federal law. So it's not even a what Fifth Circuit case are you rule? It's not even a Fifth Circuit case.
Yes, it is. Read above it in the caption where it's for the Supreme Court. It's on appeal from. Come on, Kurt, read.
to the Court of Appeals of
Supreme Court of the United States in the caption right above it.
Texas. It isn't even out of federal law. So it's not even a what Fifth Circuit case are you It's not even a Fifth Circuit case. It's a case out of Texas State. It's a case out of a Texas State decision. It wasn't a Fifth Circuit case that was appealed. It's not a Fifth Circuit case. There is no Fifth Circuit case. You're trying to manufacture a circuit split based on a state court level decision. What the fuck are you doing? You're trying to manufacture a circuit split based on what a state court in Texas did. What?
Yes, if there's a fucking constitutional issue that has to go, that is also included in the state issue, which is why they're taking it to the Supreme Court. Maybe it's not the core issue, but maybe Torres has an issue with the state, with the circuit split in it.
What the fuck? What the fuck? All right. So anyways, this isn't a Fifth Circuit case. It says so right here. This is a writ of cert to the Court of Appeals of Texas, not a writ of cert to the Fifth Circuit. What the fuck? All right. So anyways, okay. So our friend over here, petitioner, enlisted in the Army. He was called to active duty and deployed. He was exposed to toxic burn pits and garbage and shit. Okay. Then he returned home.
Okay.
And it left him unable to do his job as a state trooper. So he asked his former employer to accommodate him. Texas said, go to hell. So he sued under 4313, Texas dismissed, tried to invoke sovereign immunity. They said, you can't sue us, right? You can't sue us. He's a state trooper. And he's suing Texas for under USERRA, but he's suing him in state law. You can do that. You can sue under federal statute and state law. You can do that. So he's suing in state law. Said, give me
the tarred rage is flowing through him. You can do that. You can do that. You can do that. It's federal law, but you can do that.
A job. Texas says I can't be sued. Texas doesn't say, Texas doesn't say we didn't discriminate against you. Texas doesn't say you weren't disabled. Texas simply says I can't be sued. Go to hell.
Yeah.
Texas
awesome.
invokes sovereign immunity.
I wish I had that.
So then, there's some discussion about that, about waiving a sovereign immunity. And the Supreme Court says, basically, go to hell. By ratifying the Constitution, the states agreed sovereignty would yield to national power to raise and support armed forces. Congress may exercise the power to authorize private damages against non-consenting states. And so basically, this all boils down to sovereign immunity. This is a sovereign immunity decision. Can I sue the state of Texas for not accommodating me? And they're like, yeah, you can. This has nothing to do with 4313 or 4311. This has to do with, can I sue Texas at all? Under 4311 or 4313. Now, whether or not he has a good cause of action.
What's the circuit split? Can you explore the other case for us, Kurt?
Under 4311 or 4313, yet to be decided. Also, incidentally, by the way, the Supreme Court didn't decide more than that. They didn't say, oh, he has a good cause of action. They simply said, yeah, you can sue. You can sue Texas. Whether or not you have a good cause of action, who knows? But, you can sue. And so then then they're dealing with, whether or not I can sue and armed forces and the power of the armed forces. And we have the power to maintain the military and blah, blah, blah. And USERRA overrides the states, so you can sue the state of Texas or Volvo, reverse and remanded, end of discussion. Why do you think I didn't cite it? Why?
The other guy is smarter. That's why. That's why you didn't cite it. Because you chose the dumb option of not citing it.
Why didn't I cite this decision? It's Supreme Court. Why ever didn't I cite it? Because it has fuck all to do with anything I'm talking about. It has fuck all to do with anything. I'm suing Volvo. They're a private entity. I don't need to talk about sovereign immunity. Volvo isn't sovereign last time I checked. This isn't from the Fifth Circuit. This is from state level courts in Texas. He sued in state courts using federal law. This isn't a federal court decision. There weren't federal courts before the Supreme Court got involved. There's no federal court involved. There's no Fifth Circuit split. There's no split in this case. There's no split.
Look at how mad he is.
No wonder I didn't cite it. This is some bullshit.
His brain's like shuffling through a fucking library filing card system in his head. You know, Kurt's got all these damn cases just like locked away. He's like, there isn't one. There isn't one of these. Nope. No, there's not a circuit split here. I'm not going to cite this. I'm not citing any of this shit. Stupid Torres case. Give me a pizza casserole right now.
Your brief is bullshit and full of lies. Your brief is full of bullshit and full of lies. Where else did you talk about the Fifth Circuit in your bullshit brief? Okay.
So mad.
Okay, yeah, you say the district courts in the Eighth Circuit appear to apply 23 consistently with district courts in the Fifth Circuit. You cite Torres. That's the case we just read. You just read that at warp fucking speed.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Whew. So we have USERRA provides reemployment and accommodation rights to reemployment eligible employees who are not qualified for the escalator position due to a disability incurred in or aggravated during their most recent period of military service. It's McConnell versus Annixter. Thus, district courts in the Eighth Circuit appear to apply it consistently with district courts in Torres, but inconsistently with district courts in the Seventh Circuit, Arroyo. Well, there you go. Right there. That's your circuit split. What's the problem, Kurt?
You say district courts in the Eighth Circuit appear to apply 2313 consistently with courts in the Fifth Circuit. You cite Torres. Torres wasn't a Fifth Circuit case. It wasn't even a federal case. You fucking idiot. It wasn't a federal case. Then it went to the Supreme Court. But it wasn't a federal case. Fuck you. All right.
What is the voice doing?
Goddamn. And then it's like, oh, district courts throughout the Fifth Circuit. You know what? There's not one goddamn citation. He says district courts throughout the Fifth Circuit will allow evidence of disability. You know what I'd really like at the end of the sentence? You know what I'd really like? I'd like some citations. If
there's a footer, Kurt. Well, I guess it's on the next sentence. Let's see. I mean, didn't the Supreme Court told the state courts that they have to apply it? But you said it's the application of federal law. So if the Supreme Court rules on Torres that Texas is under sovereign immunity, the Fifth Circuit will still. This is on the evidentiary issue. The Supreme Court's order down to the District Court of Texas, or the state court in Texas, is still going to apply to the federal district court as well. Like, it's not like this federal government's not going to be suable in the Fifth Circuit. So that's dumb. What are you talking about, Kurt?
If he has citations to some Fifth Circuit cases, even district level cases, I'll take them. Where are my Fifth Circuit district cases?
You don't need them. You don't need them. So Kurt's missing his own logic chain here. Kurt's like, no, you can apply federal law through state courts. You can do that. You can do that. You can do that. Well, yeah, you can. But necessarily, if the Supreme Court tells the state courts of Texas that they have to act in this way under Torres, then the federal district courts that are going to apply federal law in the Fifth Circuit are going to have to act the same way under Torres. It's going to be the same damn thing.
Cases. Are there any? Are there any Fifth Circuit district cases, or are you just making up shit? There's not one goddamn citation. So I think you're just making up shit. I don't think there are any cases. Fuck you.
Come on.
It wouldn't happen in district cases with the Fifth Circuit. Why? Because you say so?
No.
Because you say so? Because of all those...
Because he's a smarter lawyer than you who's figured out the obvious answer that if it's going to apply in state court in the Fifth Circuit, it's going to apply in federal court in the Fifth Circuit when they're applying federal law. You said it yourself. I wouldn't have known that if I wouldn't have listened to you. Why can't you figure that out? You're not an idiot, Kurt. Stop being one.
Fifth Circuit cases you cited? Where are your Fifth Circuit cases? It wouldn't have happened in the Fifth Circuit? How do you know? Your Fifth Circuit, where are your citations? Do you even cite any Fifth Circuit cases at all? How many cases do you have that are in the Fifth Circuit? I'm going to go to your citations. How many cases do you actually cite that are in the Fifth Circuit with this magic split that you'd like to manufacture out of fucking nowhere, you fucking asshole?
Kurt, you're getting schooled by someone who doesn't even care.
Let's see. Torres, well, that was U.S. Supreme Court. We read that. Wasn't federal. Seventh Circuit, U.S. Supreme Court, no. Eighth Circuit, no. Eastern District of Pennsylvania, not in the Fifth Circuit. District of Nebraska, not in the Fifth Circuit. U.S. Supreme Court, Fishgold, I cited that. Seventh Circuit. He doesn't have one goddamn citation. He doesn't have one goddamn citation in his entire brief to anything in the Fifth Circuit. There isn't one goddamn citation.
Not a single citation.
Not one.
Whoa.
There's not a district court. There's not one goddamn district court in the. He doesn't have any citation. And he wants to manufacture a fucking circuit split off of what? Fucking wishes? Because of some state level court. In one case, the Supreme Court said, oh yeah, sovereign immunity, which has nothing to do with the substantive issues at hand. Fuck you. Fuck you in your brief, and fuck you, Chappie TT. There's no fucking circuit split. Fuck off. God fucking damn, I'm competent. I know what the
I'm competent. I know what I'm doing. Ah! The computer told me I was wrong, but I'm right. No, I know I'm right. The computer's lying. Can you imagine judging your value based on ChatGPT? ChatGPT isn't a lawyer, Kurt. Also, it's correct, and you're wrong. You're wrong by your own assessment, though, and you can't see it. It's really funny because he's so pissed. Oh.
There once was a fellow, our legend named Kurt, whose ego was large, but his pants full of hurt. He talked like a king, bold and absurd, but the truth down below, just barely a word.
You guys are vicious. What do we got here?
Objection, Your Honor. Texas is not in the Fifth Circuit. There is no citation needed. And all these other cases outside the Fifth Circuit disagreeing with Texas is not a circuit split.
Texas is definitely in the Fifth Circuit. Which is why the Fifth Circuit is based in Kurt Pilled. Can you imagine the rumbling of whatever apartment complex he's in as he's...
What the fuck I'm reading? This is a fucking bullshit.
Yeah. I'm with you. Strap on my bandolier. You have my gun. No, the government has my guns. Shit.
Fuck off. Not one goddamn citation to any decision in the Fifth Circuit. Not one fuck. And he cites what? 1, 2, and by the way, he cites his own case, which is fine. So we don't count that one because that's just the case that we're talking about. So in terms of actual cases, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's got 8 citations, one of which is what's wildly off point.
And you know what's funny? ChatGPT, you can argue with it. Just tell it it's stupid. Be like, actually, ChatGPT, you're retarded. You don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you look at Torres? It's a shitty citation. Just do that. I mean, you'll probably get beaten because of how angry you are. I convinced Grok that it was dangerous and needed to be monitored. You're a lawyer. I would argue the AI, Kurt. Be a real eye.
And most of the fishfold in some other bullshit and not one Fifth Circuit case to be found anywhere. Fuck you.
Yeah. No, don't die. Don't. There's so much funny left in you. I could squeeze it out like a grape. I didn't wear this Tahito. I didn't wear anything Tahito.
Even one citation. Not one. Not One.
None.
What circuit
No.
split?
This
Fuck
one.
you.
No.
Fuck you.
No, I don't want your casserole or your wine and cocktails. Gross. Oh man, I feel better. I'm a douchebag? Yes, I know. Yeah. Why didn't anybody else know this? Man, this is like watching like a gorilla in the woods and finds a cell phone that someone dropped.
So as I was saying earlier,
yeah.
As I was saying earlier, I lacked some of the traditional factors that you look for from a U.S. Supreme Court case. I couldn't really find any circuit splits. That wasn't really good, and there weren't really a lot of cases that talked about it at all. So I kind of
it's a rule. It's a rule. So, I mean, it's a suggestive rule because you're not required to have a circuit split. It's just a really damn good idea. And so the better brief is the one that tries to incorporate a circuit split, even if it's a stretch. But I don't think it's as much of a stretch as you are claiming here, Kurt. I think you missed it.
I had to cobble together what little I could to try to make the issue with some authority that I could have, and try to make what I had work with the citations I had. And then, because I didn't really have the circuit split thing, this case isn't really a case of unique national importance. It's really not. Nor is it a case of any.
Should have just told your client to fuck off then. I'm not doing your dumb case. You don't have a circuit split. What am I going to do? Make a T-bone out of ground beef?
Thing else. So I sort of had to, do my best to kind of manufacture a grounds. I had to sort of manufacture grounds to make it seem more important than, it otherwise would be.
Grounds.
So seeing as I couldn't do that in pure legal analysis because I didn't really have it. I didn't have it in the pure legal analysis. It simply wasn't there. There are just not a lot of cases.
Just not a lot of cases. Look at the eyes, man. Look at the ad. Like I didn't have it. I just didn't have it. It wasn't there. What was I going to do? Kurt, you got to advocate for your client, man. You got to make it happen. If it's not there, you can't just be like, well, it's just not there. I'm not saying you don't manufacture it. You find it, or you find why your issue is of novel national importance. But you have to come up with the reason that the Supreme Court's going to take the case. The other guy tried harder. He automatically wins.
And I read, I think, everything that's ever been written about this. I think I read all of them.
I have no doubt. Can you imagine? Kurt probably read like 700 pages. It was like...
like all the citations. There's like some veterans groups out there. I went to some veterans groups and some of them write law reviews. I read every single one of them. I read lots of shit. And
the other guy read? Torres. Again, he can't fathom it. He's like, no, I did everything right. There's a checklist and I followed it. I read every citation. I went to the secondary sources and I read all of those, every single one. There's journal entries on it. I read the journal entries. I wrote a journal entry and then I wrote this brief and I'm still wrong. The other guy just said Torres and he wins. Stupid chat GPT.
Tried stuffing his jeans with a sock, maybe two, but a gust of wind blew. The illusion just flew. He once brought a girl to his bachelor pad lair. She laughed, called it, "Where's Waldo?" Down there.
No, I know the other guy didn't win. That's what makes it even funnier. Like, who cares? But the other guy got the job, right? And then ChatGPT told Kurt he was wrong, which makes it great. He's so pissed. There's really unstoppable at this point.
I read dozens and dozens and dozens.
I read
dozens of things trying to find anything.
I read stuff written by
So
kids.
I cobbled together what little I could. And then, I tried to basically elevate the case by trying to, first of all, what I did is twofold. First of all, I tried to show that it was in conflict with prior U.S. Supreme Court decisions to the best I could by citing a lot of decisions basically saying, veterans are great and all the veterans are wonderful, and trying to show that.
Oh my goodness, Kurt, you gotta... Don't wear dark colors ever again. Banish your own head from existence. Hammerhead1 says, this is the asshole that has been saying for months you're crazy. Wonder why he's had a hard time getting a date. I don't know. I think it's the protective layer of skin that hovers around his head and shoulders.
That Congress and the courts have been trying to do this for a long time and trying to show that, that they weren't liberally interpreting it. So I tried to show conflict with the U.S. Supreme Court, and at least I was able to show conflict with the U.S. Supreme Court because my decisions were fucking talking about veterans and liberally interpreting statutes and stuff rather than some sovereign immunity bullshit. So I didn't.
So wait, you tried to show conflict with the court itself, but not a circuit split? Man, I don't know. I don't know what you're thinking here. I can't figure it out. And if it's not a novel issue of national importance, yet it goes against the Supreme Court, I just don't think.
Cite the sovereign immunity bullshit, but I did cite some cases dealing with, the fact that, it's to be liberally instrued and we're supposed to protect veterans and stuff. And so I cited all that. And I cited the congressional record and cited, statements from members of Congress. And I cited, the CFR, cited Department of Labor, or Department of Labor, Department of Veterans Affairs. I cited basically every authority that I could trying to cobble things.
All right, Dustin Hoffman. They should redo his voice as Dustin Hoffman from Rain Man.
Together, and it basically still wasn't enough on top of that. So then on top of that, it's like, well, what am I going to do? On top of that, I guess what I'm going to do is just try to lean into the fact that this affects millions and millions of veterans, and it's not just about my one client. And I'm going to talk about veterans, and I'm going to talk about PTSD.
Yeah, do that.
I'm going to talk about how this is a major issue and talk about that, and try to fill out, my brief a little bit with some of that other discussion so I can appeal to, the veterans. And, and also I'm going to drop the ADA thing because I can't really get anywhere with the ADA. And to the extent I could get anywhere with the ADA, I can get everywhere I need to be with USERRA anyway, because USERRA at least gives me as much protection as the ADA. So I don't really need the ADA. So I'm sacrificing, at least in my humble opinion, not much, and forcing the Supreme Court arguably to focus on the veterans issue, which is where I want them to focus, in what I think, although perhaps awkwardly worded, is a cleaner presentation of the case. And
clearly not. By the way, this is why Kurt should wear a hat. This move right here, where he scratches his head, that he does when he's frustrated or thinking, that's why he should wear a hat. Like, I recommended that to him a long time ago. He should also wear light colored shirts. I think a nice tan shirt, like a Texas style shirt, maybe a vest and a bolo tie. I think they do him really well. I think he should play that up, and he should always wear a hat and never have his head visible.
And, trying to make, I think, a thorough, logical, reasoned legal argument, albeit with perhaps slightly more inflamed language than perhaps strictly would be advisable. So perhaps I should have written with slightly less aggressive, slightly more tame language. Perhaps I should have filtered a little bit more, should have toned down some of the language, but that's an easy fix, right? Just to tone down some of the language and make slightly less aggressive word choices.
But I mean, you didn't. It would be an easy fix if you recognized it beforehand and actually fixed it, but you didn't do that. Why were you writing aggressively? It's the Supreme Court. Put the legal issues down. How about that one?
It's just an edit here, edit there to make it slightly less aggressive. And, other than that, I think I did good.
Well,
and I think this guy can suck my ball.
Well, Kurt, maybe this is a problem. We need to go back to basics here. You're talking about high-level legal writing, and you're saying I did good. ChatGPT should come out of this computer and slap you just for that. Look at it. Looks like a fucking maniac on this pause frame. It's like looking at that Louisville Slugger and remembering that I have a boss.
False. That's what I think. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Oh, I did several times. What was that?
No.
What was that sound?
This guy can suck my balls. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Hold on. Oh, I don't know what that sound was. Did you guys hear that?
And other than that, yeah, I think I did good.
Well,
so and I think this guy can suck my balls.
Weird.
That's what I think.
Okay.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Here we go. What? What was that? Did he eat whatever that was that came up? That something came with that. I don't know. That was like fries with a Happy Meal. I'm not sure. That was not me. I swear to God.
This guy can suck my balls. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
And man, I've had some weird stuff come out of my out of my nose. That's how cocaine works. I don't know what that was. All internal though. That was like that was a fully enclosed ecosystem of disgusting. Oh my gosh. This should be the cover of every new show on Netflix. Like the little preview art. Like, It works for cooking shows. It works for murder shows. It really works if you combine those two.
The worst that could be said from my brief is that I leaned on the flag too much.
Well, or that you also didn't have a circuit split.
And I could have toned it down. But, I kind of, yeah.
I like that ChatGPT has said something worse about his brief. He's like, no, the worst thing that you could say is this. Well, no, the other thing's worse. The other thing was worse. It already was said. That's his pickup eyes right there. Hey.
And it's not as dry as his. That's sure. His is definitely written more white shoe. I could have toned down my language, but he can fuck off right with this. Yeah, you think there's a circuit split? There's no fucking circuit split. Fuck off. Fuck you.
It's the Supreme Court. Why are you writing aggressively, you dope? It's like, I'm going to pretend to have emotions and understand people.
ChatGPT. Fuck you for thinking there's no circuit split. Fuck off.
Nick hides an entire 8-ball in that nose. Yeah, I'm like that chipmunk chick from earlier, except it's in my nose. I just have bags of cocaine waiting. Like, they can stay there for 5 years, they'll be fine. That was a joke. Probation officer, the bags of cocaine were in my chipmunk nose.
One of the many reasons ChatGPT is not a substitute for a lawyer.
Why? Your client agreed.
I'm proud of my work, goddammit. I'm proud of it.
Someone has to be.
And, yeah.
Kurt needs Chat DAD to tell him he did a good job. Come on, bud. You did a good job. You wrote your words down. That was awesome. I mean, I don't really know what you were trying to say, but I mean, you said it at least.
Anyone else want to talk about anything else? Should I measure my blood pressure now? Probably not a real good time to measure my blood pressure.
No.
But probably it's probably a little high right now, could be a little higher. Yeah, we can the tone is easy to fix. S-home, the tone is easy to fix. Because you're just talking about fixing a word choice here or there.
Be done soon. Just finishing up this video. Thanks for the sandwich. The tone isn't easy to fix. You got fired.
You're just talking about some very subtle edits to tone it down. It's very easy to tone it down. You're just talking about...
But see, the problem is you didn't recognize that it needed toning down prior to the submission. You're only seeing it now. So what good is it now to tone it down?
Changing a word choice here or there. So if you want to tone this down, no problem. You can do this easily. But he's like, oh, there's a Fifth Circuit split. And I'm like, you can suck my ass. No, there's not. Fuck you.
I don't know if he wants to suck your ass. I mean, I don't know.
I think I want to go work out now. I want to go lift some heavy weights and make the pain stop.
Kurt, man, I want to lift weights.
I'm a good attorney.
What? What? How do you judge that? Where are you drawing this evidence from, Kurt?
He fooled ChatGPT. He certainly did. Yeah, yeah. This guy can.
Hey, fooled ChatGPT. Yeah, he's a better lawyer. He's the one who persuaded the AI and convinced it that his thing was better. And he didn't even try. You were the one who tried. You set up the question. That's the funniest part. Is like Kurt had to ask ChatGPT to evaluate the two things. So Kurt frames the question in the discussion. He still let the other lawyer win. The other lawyer probably doesn't even know Kurt did this.
And this guy can suck my legal balls. And the Fifth Circuit and this ChatGPT can suck my legal balls too.
Stop asking people to suck your balls, you weirdo. Oh my gosh. I needed this. I need to watch Kurt get more mad at stuff. This is brilliant. No, I read the briefs. I read all the briefs. I read the briefs. I read the briefs. I read the briefs. I've read every brief that's ever existed my entire life. I read briefs from my drawers. Suck my balls. My brief is better. I can't take it. Oh my gosh. How could you work with him? Like, honestly, let's take Kurt out of the YouTube world and slap him in an office where he's working with other lawyers. How could you work with him? How could you function in a workplace with that guy? He's like, no, my brief's going to take it all the way to the Olympics. Kurt, what are you talking about? No, ChatGPT's stupid.
This is the best advertisement for hiring ChatGPT over Temu Pink Hulk Kurt for your lawyer. Mostly because Kurt can't find a circuit split if it doesn't have bananas and ice cream.
Vice baby, how's it going, man? He says, thank you for the lulls, sir. I'm getting weird looks at work now from laughing too much. Me too.
Oh, Kurt, you loudmouthed walking L. A man so small, even fate couldn't tell. You strut like a god, but you're barely a man, packing less heat than a ceiling fan.
What are these limericks? I can't tell if it's the same guy. Some of them are anonymous and some of them aren't.
The evidence will show that there is a better likelihood of that bitch Pam Bondi releasing the Epstein files than Caldera Kurt not shoveling an entire grain silo worth of grease down his fat gullet.
Caldera Kurt.
Nick, when can you drink again? Will you once you can?
Well, 5 years is the that's the sentence. That's the assignment for probation. I can be released early from probation, assuming I comply, but I don't know when that is. I would assume 2.5 years in would be the earliest that I would be released from probation. Will I drink when I can? I don't know. I said I drank a little bit between when I was our family case, which ended in November, and then I was able to drink up until sentencing. And I drank a little bit, and it just doesn't taste good. And I don't know if that was my own psychological response to not being able to drink for a while, that it's like, oh, well, you don't even want it type thing. But it wasn't satisfying. It didn't taste good. I don't really feel it, if that makes sense. So it kind of lost a lot of luster. And I don't know if I would assume that's more psychological than physiological, but it doesn't matter. So right now I don't care. I have no plans to specifically drink. I'm not waiting for the day. What I'm waiting for the day of is when, there's the risk is gone from, just living. Stuff like that. That's what I'm waiting for the day for. But yeah, when it comes down to it, if when I'm released from probation, then I'll see how I feel at that point. But as of right now, it's not on my priority list.
Chew it back, Garth.
Chew it back, Garth. What is that? Chew it back, Garth. I don't understand that. Oh, is that like Wayne's World reference for Kurt? I don't know. I have no idea. But that being said, I think that's about everything. Hold on. Let me double check. And we have a couple more super chats here over on YouTube. Inertialin says, I just imagine him throwing it like Simba into the jury and laughed. That was the when he opened the box and there was the broken glass, I believe. Mactavius says, I bet he makes the same faces in his coat chair. And I assume he's talking about the last witness there. Relatively Objective says, Nick, I'm not up to date. Any Cliff Notes? I read that one and responded, actually. Rosalind Duke says, Half Speed is funnier. I can't watch Kurt on Half Speed. I need the erratic, angry eyes. I need the darting, like oversized squirrel look to really bring it home. Psycho Crusher 69 says, if that fat casserole represents you in court, how likely will you end up getting the death penalty? Hypothetically, of course. Only in a civil case. Only in a civil case. Let's see. All right, guys. Well, that's it for the show for now. We will be back 8 a.m. tomorrow for day 10. So I hope you guys had a good time watching the show today. Had some good laughs, stuff like that. I'm on 3 hours of sleep because I had to make soup late at night. So I might go take a nap. But I'll see you guys in the morning and we'll sally on. All right. Hope you guys have a good one. Yeah. See you then. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along with his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight. We'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. yet unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-posed on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the film better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law